Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Gathering Spirits. A spiritual beast that can break through the golden elixir and has a long lifespan. This is an excellent guardian spiritual beast. As for why Yuan Mingzhuang did not stay? Maybe they still have a golden crow egg in their hands, or maybe there are other reasons, who knows. The golden elixir masters were no longer as calm as before, and they came down one after another, starting with the spiritual stones at the beginning and then taking out various precious spiritual objects. A golden elixir, an incomplete 4th level practice, and 300,000 spiritual stones, the elder of the Zhuanghe family in King Shan's house said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the golden elixir masters who were originally arguing enthusiastically were suddenly speechless. The foundation building and key training monks below were excited with red eyes and heavy breathing. The Zhuanghe family is an old-fashioned golden elixir force comparable to Shenli Mountain and Muling sect. It can be seen from the name that the family is good at using spiritual fire. Only this kind of old-fashioned force can take out the golden elixir, a treasure that helps people form elixir. There were forces that could compete with it, but the things that the elder of the family took out were worth far more than this golden crow egg. Ziyan, the auctioneer, forced herself to calm down. After waiting for 3 breaths and no one spoke, she shouted in a somewhat out-of-control manner, "Congratulations to the senior for bidding on the golden crow egg." After the golden crow egg was escorted away by a special person, Li Zhirui and others woke up from their dreams, but the envy and desire on their faces had not yet dissipated. "Thank you all for your kindness. I will take my leave first." Ziyan's move made everyone look puzzled. There were clearly 3 special treasures that had not yet appeared, so why did the auctioneer leave? "Fellow Taoist Ziyan, don't you have more treasures?" a foundation building cultivator asked loudly. "The next treasure, let me introduce it." As he spoke, a giant Zhenren with delicate features, gentle temperament, and who looked very young came up. Mingling Zhenren? Li Zhirui had seen this Zhenren from a distance at his giant grand ceremony. Sure enough, these treasures were inseparable from him. "I have refined 3 magic tools." Mingling Zhenren waved his hand, and a bead, a banner, and a disc appeared on the auction table, 3 magic tools from the 1st to the 3rd level. These 3 magic tools can neither attack nor defend, but they can gather the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and turn a land with thin spiritual energy into a spiritual land. Except for the giant and who knew the news in advance, everyone was shocked by these words. As we all know, there is spiritual energy in every corner of the world, but in places without spiritual veins, the spiritual energy is hidden and not obvious. If you want to absorb it into your body, you have to spend a lot of time and energy. This is also the reason why you need to find spiritual veins first if you want to establish a power. But now, Mingling Zhenren actually said that the magic tools he refined can draw out the hidden spiritual energy and make it a spiritual land. Of course, a magic weapon is a magic weapon after all. It is far inferior to a spiritual vein in gathering spiritual energy. Mingling Zhenren spoke of the shortcomings of the magic weapon without any hesitation. This 1st level spiritual gathering gem can gather about 1/3 of the spiritual energy of a 1st level spiritual vein. The 2nd level spiritual gathering banner is 1 or 2% inferior to the 1st level spiritual vein, and the 3rd level spiritual gathering plate is between the 1st level and 2nd level spiritual veins. But, Mingling Zhenren showed a bright smile on his face and said, "According to my and senior brother Mingxun's calculations, the place where the spiritual gathering magic weapon is placed for a long time is very likely to form a spiritual vein." Shocked. In addition to shock, many cultivators present had no other emotions. The spiritual gathering magic weapon that Mingling Zhenren took out was completely different from the spiritual gathering magic weapon that Li Zhirui and others had in mind. Its effect was unknown how many times stronger, not to mention the possibility of forming a spiritual vein. Even those giant Zhenren were a little surprised, because it was the first time they heard of the 2nd function of this spiritual gathering magic weapon. But they soon calmed down. After all, their forces were not without the means of artificially cultivating spiritual veins, such as using formations to form spiritual veins with a large number of spiritual stones and spiritual objects, and using rare spiritual gathering treasures such as spiritual source trees and spiritual source springs. Of course, these means are very expensive, and even the forces they belong to cannot use them many times in a short period of time. May I ask, Senior, how much is this magic weapon worth? The head of the Zhang family asked in a trembling voice in the room on the second floor, where the Zhang family was. Some time ago, the Zhang family had transferred a large number of secular clansmen and cultivators to the border between Wanlizhao and Yinfeng Cave. Putting aside the safety issue, the first-level spiritual vein that was still being promoted could not meet the daily needs of many cultivators in the Zhang family. It is tentatively set at 20,000 spiritual stones for a first-level magic weapon, 50,000 for a second level, and 100,000 for a third level. Mingling's Henrin set a price that shocked people again. You know, it takes at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones to cultivate a first-level spiritual vein from scratch, but a third-level spiritual gathering magic weapon only costs 100,000 spiritual stones. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui calmed down instantly. This spiritual gathering instrument is full of advantages? How is this possible? Obviously, Li Zhirui was not the only one who thought of this problem. A Jinan's Henrin upstairs said, "Please tell me the shortcomings of this instrument, fellow Mingling. I said at the beginning that this is a magical instrument, and all magical instruments have wear and tear." Zhenrin Mingling said slowly, "A first-level magical instrument will be damaged after 3 or 4 years of use, but the higher the grade, the longer it can be used. For example, a third-level spiritual gathering magical instrument can be used for at least 10 years. As for how long it takes to form a spiritual vein," Zhenrin Mingling shook his head and said, "After all, I just refined this magical instrument not long ago, so I am not very clear. If you need it, you can come to the back hall to buy it after the auction is over." After that, Zhenrin Mingling turned and left. Ziyan came on stage again, expressed her gratitude, and presented a bowl of spiritual food, and announced the end of the auction. Everyone can leave now or leave after using the spiritual food. Of course, those monks who bid for spiritual objects can only leave after completing the transaction. "Brother, should we buy a spiritual gathering instrument to take back?" Li Zhirui asked while waiting. If it were him, he would buy a magical instrument to try and see how it works. After all, a first-level magical instrument only costs 20,000 spiritual stones, and the family can still afford it. If he didn't have spiritual stones now, he would want to buy a magical instrument to take back and put it in the space to see the effect. Of course, Li Zhizhen didn't hesitate at all and immediately decided to buy a spiritual gathering gem. Li Shilian looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Do you want to put the magical instrument on Beitao Mountain?" Beitao Mountain is the highest peak in the Dongshan mountain range of Banyan Island, where ice heartgrass and ice silkworms grow. Now the two have formed a cycle, and the tribesmen no longer need to climb the mountain to feed every few days, but the spirit gathering array needs to replace the spirit stones. Yes, with this magic weapon, the tribesmen don't need to climb the mountain to replace the spirit stones frequently. After all, with the height of Mount Beitao, he nodded to a key refining disciple Li Zhizhen and said, "And since the earth dragon turned over, the spiritual energy on the top of the mountain has become much richer, and there may be a chance to form a spiritual vein there." Li Shiren did not object, so the matter of spending 20,000 spirit stones to buy the spirit gathering orb was decided. After tasting the spiritual food sent by Yuan Mingzhuang and getting the spiritual objects for auction, several people got up and went to the back hall to buy a spirit gathering orb. After all this was done, they left the auction house. "I'll go to the periphery for a walk, and then I will return to the family by myself." "You don't have to wait for me." Li Zhirui was still thinking about picking up leeks in the casual cultivator's room. He said hello to everyone and walked away alone. There are the most cultivators in this area. Fortunately, the periphery is wide, otherwise it would be impossible to move around normally. In order not to attract attention, Li Zhirui skillfully performed the cicada breathing technique and suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of key training. The cicada breathing technique was a spell that Li Zhirui obtained from 3 evil cultivators when he was in the key training stage. In terms of restraining breath, it is several times stronger than the common breathing technique. Therefore, Li Zhirui practiced very diligently. After many years, he had already reached the pinnacle. Even the foundation building cultivators could not find that he concealed his cultivation. It was a pity that Li Zhirui did not find any treasures after this round of wandering. They were all very common first-level spiritual objects. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared and did not feel disappointed. He just took it as a relaxation. When Li Zhirui set out to return to the Banyan Island, the sun had already set in the west and the sky began to darken. This did not affect him at all. He walked out of the market, riding a paper crane with a dim spiritual light, and flew slowly over the sea. Fellow Taoist, you are still outside so late. You may be in danger. Why don't you follow me to a safe place and continue your journey tomorrow? A sinister voice sounded behind Li Zhirui. Alice, Li Zhirui sighed helplessly and said, I wanted to let you go, but who would have thought that you would come to my house to seek death? As he spoke, Li Zhirui took off the cicada breathing technique on his body and revealed his true cultivation. Foundation building cultivator. Several cultivators who originally wanted to rob were frightened to death and lost their minds. They couldn't even stabilize the flying magic tools under their feet. A cultivator in the late stage of key training said tremblingly, it's us who don't recognize the great man. We are willing to offer all the spiritual objects. Please let us go, kill you, and those spiritual objects will still be mine, Li Zhirui said lightly. Cut the grass and uproot it. Even if the possibility of this group of cultivators breaking through the foundation is very small, he is unwilling to let them go. There was no need to use the erosion gourd to deal with these key training cultivators. Li Zhirui's perfect magic was enough to kill them easily. He who kills will be killed. Li Zhirui waved his hand and took all the storage bags and magic tools. He watched the bodies fall into the sea indifferently. This flying magic tool is much better than my paper crane, Li Zhirui said with a smile. With the idea of better to have less than less, he did not buy a second-level flying magic tool. Moreover, he seldom left a Banyan Island. In the case of insufficient spirit stones, there was no need to waste spirit stones on it. It was a long and flat green boat that could not accommodate a few cultivators, but its speed was quite fast, far exceeding most key training cultivators. Li Zhirui refined it hastily and controlled the green boat to fly towards the Banyan Island. Suddenly I found that the chapter numbers of the first 2 chapters were wrong, but there was no way to change it, so I could only leave it as it was. Chapter 127 Storm. But in a moment, the green boat stopped outside the clan's land. It was much faster than the paper crane, which made Li Zhirui very satisfied. He decided to eliminate the paper crane and use the green boat for the time being before there was a suitable second-level flying magic weapon. After making up his mind, he put it back into the storage bag, took out the identity jade card, and passed through the clan protection formation. The first thing to do when returning to the courtyard was to count these storage bags. Unfortunately, their cultivation was not high, and they were from casual cultivation. The total amount of scattered things was only about 1,000 spirit stones and a few first-level magic weapons. Li Zhirui curled his lips and collected these garbage together, and prepared to sell them to the family tomorrow, which was also a waste utilization. After dealing with this matter, he immediately put aside distracting thoughts and started today's daily practice. In the next few days of the trade fair, when Li Zhirui felt bored, he would go shopping and relax. As for the auction, he did not participate again because he did not have many spirit stones. The family was concentrating on operating the display stand, hoping to attract more caravans to sign trade treaties with him. After the trade fair, the Li family signed a contract with 3 small foundation-building caravans in Qingshan Prefecture to sell Ningguangdan, Yulingdan and various trivial spiritual objects. In this way, the family no longer has to worry about not being able to sell spiritual objects, but instead has to start thinking about how to increase production and earn more spiritual stones. Li Zhirui, who stayed on the island, spent most of his time in the room practicing, refining pills, taking care of the space, and most importantly, observing the situation of Daking. It has been more than a month since Daking fell asleep, and there is no movement at all. He doesn't know how long it will take for Daking to break through, so he can only carefully check Daking's situation every day. And today Daking still has no change. Li Zhirui is thinking about another thing. Should he start to modify the Qingshan Dam now? As a spiritual pill that matches the Wanling Sutra, it is not very difficult to refine. Otherwise, this practice would not have been passed down to this day. Instead of being regarded as garbage, Li Zhirui muttered, and at the same time made up his mind to start modifying the Qingshan Dan. This modification took only a dozen days to complete. After ripening the space ghost grass for more than 20 times, he successfully refined 2 Qingshan pills. Sure enough, the difficulty of refining is not high, otherwise, how could it be successful so quickly? Because there was no contract for the second spirit beast, and no other family members had it, Li Zhirui did not continue to refine the Qingshan pill. Time passed quickly, and another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zhirui did nothing today, because Daking, who had been sleeping all the time, had started to move since the past few days, and it could be seen that he was about to break through. That afternoon, Daking's curled limbs and head stretched out from the thick tortoise shell, and opened his mouth wide to swallow and exhale spiritual energy. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden from others, and a large number of family members came to watch. "Zhirui, is your Kingston turtle breaking through the foundation?" asked a family member. Li Zhirui nodded. This affirmative answer made many tribesmen envious. After all, it has only been a few years, and the Kingston turtle is about to break through to the second level, while they have been practicing hard for a lifetime and cannot open the door to foundation building. The noise of Daking's breakthrough was not small, but it soon dissipated because he had successfully broken through and became a second-level spiritual beast. Li Zhirui did not have time to accept the congratulations of the tribesmen, and hurried back to the quiet room to start refining the pure spiritual energy that Daking brought him after his breakthrough. Between the rising and setting of the sun and the setting of the moon, another day passed. Congratulations on your breakthrough. After Li Zhirui refined the spiritual energy, the mana in his danshin increased a lot, which was equivalent to the mana brought by taking more than a dozen bottles of Ninggyun Dan. Jiji! Daking shouted excitedly. After Li Zhirui understood what he meant, he couldn't help but be stunned. He actually took the initiative to ask to go out for training. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes in the past 6 months, otherwise, based on Daking's abnormal behavior, Li Zhirui would have suspected that his Daking had been possessed. Don't worry, you just broke through, your realm is not yet consolidated, and you haven't mastered the magic from your bloodline yet, so wait a little longer. Li Zhirui calmed Daking's restless heart. But he shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. He had been thinking about going out for training day and night, but now he was persuading Daking not to be so impatient. Daking said he understood, and stopped pestering Li Zhirui. He lay back by the small pond, closed his eyes and digested the new magic he had learned. Daking has broken through to the second level, and I should also look for the second contracted spirit beast, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. However, Li Zhirui's requirements were too high, and no one from the Rare Beast Pavilion contacted him after so long. Instead, the Rare Beast Pavilion opened a branch in Yunqingfeng City some time ago, selling some low-level adult monsters or cubs. When it opened, he was specially invited to attend the ceremony, but at that time he was busy refining the Kingshan pill and had no time to attend, so he could only trouble Li Shiren to go on his behalf and deliver a few bottles of Ninggyun pill. The Treasure Beast Pavilion was very generous and actually gave back a pair of second-level black-footed cranes, and the female crane was pregnant. It won't be long before the Li family will have another second-level spiritual beast. Speaking of which, for hundreds of years, the Li family has only maintained 5 species of second-level spiritual beasts belonging to the 5 elements, namely the jade-billed eagle, the blue-eyed tiger, the white crane, the fire crow, and the stone ape. The Li family also raised a few second-level spiritual beasts, like the Zunling beast because of their special abilities. As for Li Shiting's green-scaled snake and Li Zhihan's wine monkey, they were obtained by chance, and their talents were not as good as the original 5 species, so the family did not waste resources to cultivate them. The black-footed crane sent by the Treasure Beast Pavilion is stronger than the original water-based spiritual beast white crane, but the Li family will not vigorously cultivate it now. Because they now have better choices, with the 2 third-level spiritual beasts of the green tortoise and the water spirit turtle, they no longer look down on the second-level black-footed crane. And the opinions that Li Zhirui had previously raised to the family were finally temporarily suppressed after the elders discussed it. The reason is simple, that is, the family does not have any younger generations with good qualifications now, and it is a waste to spend a lot of money to buy the spirit beast back, whether there is a contract or not. Moreover, Li Zhihan has now broken through the 8th level of key training, and is expected to build a foundation within 3 years. The family must start to accumulate spirit stones. Although the family's annual income has increased a lot now, the expenditure has also increased accordingly, and it can't save tens of thousands of spirit stones in a year. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui knew that with his strict conditions, he couldn't find a suitable spirit beast in a short time, so he was not very anxious. Moreover, he didn't have many spirit stones on hand now, so he had to hurry up and refine more condensation pills. How is the investigation of the Li family? A cold voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. To answer Uncle Master's question, a Kagan cultivator bowed and replied, There are 6 foundation building cultivators in the Li family, one of whom is in the late stage of foundation building. It is said that he began to retreat a few years ago to try to break through the golden elixir, but now his life or death is unknown. In addition, there are 2 in the middle stage of foundation building and 3 in the early stage of foundation building. At the same time, the strength of their contracted spirit beasts is almost the same as their cultivation. A small foundation building family can actually cultivate so many second-level spirit beasts. It turns out that there is a secret method in hand, the foundation building cultivator hidden in the darkness said softly, and then asked, "What other news have you found out? Please forgive me, Uncle Master." The Li family has concealed their own news very well, and there is not much news circulating in the outside world. After saying this, the Kigan disciple lowered his head, fearing that the Uncle Master would be dissatisfied with him. "Well, then you go down." The disciple was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly left the hall. When he opened the door, a dim light from the outside world shone in. If Li Zhirui was here, he would be able to recognize the identity of the foundation building cultivator. He was the shopkeeper of the rare beast pavilion. 5 mid to early stage foundation building cultivators? In this case, there is no need to ask the family for help. Just find a suitable time to sneak into the Banyan Island, the shopkeeper muttered to himself. As for what to do after landing on the Banyan Island? If the Li family can honestly hand over the secret method, perhaps they can let them go. If they resist stubbornly, they will be courting death. Thinking of this, a murderous intent immediately appeared in the shopkeeper's eyes. The reason why this Henshao pavilion wanted to take action against the Li family was because a certain member of the Wang family behind him had accidentally heard that there was also a beast-taming family in Yunping's Hao, and the method of taming beasts was completely different from theirs, and they actually started to cultivate from the juvenile stage. If it was just that person would not care. After all, this is the simplest method of taming beasts. Even casual cultivators can do it. But when he left, he heard the casual cultivators sigh, saying that the Li family's spirit beast, its cultivation is almost the same as the master, and it is not an isolated case. It was this sentence that made him pay attention, and then he reported the matter to the family, which immediately attracted the family's attention. However, the Wang family is located in the southern part of Qingshan Prefecture, some distance from Yunping Prefecture, and the Li family is a vassal of Yuan Mingzong of Shanli Mountain, so it is difficult for them to investigate. Some time ago, they had been thinking about opening the Rare Beast Pavilion in Yunping Prefecture to cover up their tracks. However, before they could come up with a solution, Yuan Mingzong organized a grand trade fair, and afterwards the Rare Beast Pavilion found an excuse to stay in Yunqing Market. Anyway, there were more than just their own chambers of commerce left, so it didn't seem too abrupt. On the surface, the Rare Beast Pavilion only had him, the shopkeeper of the middle stage of foundation building, but outside the market, there were 2 late-stage foundation building and 1 middle-stage foundation building lurking. It was clearly a bright afternoon, but today it was gloomy, and gusts of wind blew, blowing the doors and windows that were not closed properly, making noisy and harsh sounds. "The wind is blowing." The shopkeeper stood up and walked to the window, looking at the sky covered with dark clouds, with a trace of regret on his face, and said indifferently, "The storm is coming, but we have to wait for a few days." Although they are already foundation building cultivators, they are still an ant in the face of such a celestial disaster. Hualala, before the violent storm and rain fell, the market formation activated 50%, blocking all the wind and rain from the outside. And hundreds of miles away on the Banyan Island, the Li family's cultivators did not expect the storm to come so suddenly. They were protected by the formation, which was not a problem, but the mortals on the island suffered. Fortunately, because of the beast-tide disaster not long ago, many people's houses were newly built, and the storm blew from the east. The tall mountain range of Dongshan reduced the power of the storm. Moreover, the cultivators of the Li family responded in time. As soon as the storm hit, Li Zhirui arranged for the clan members to go out in the wind and rain to appease the mortals and rescue the mortals who were affected by the disaster. However, among these people, Li Zhirui, Li Shilian and other foundation building monks were not seen. Because now they were all standing in front of the back hall door, looking at the tightly closed Guanglian's human with a look of nervousness and expectation. Thank you for your support. Chapter 128 Thunder Tribulation. Uncle Leon, is second uncle really going to pass the tribulation and break through? As soon as Li Zhirui opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's attention. This question was what they wanted to know. Li Zhirui nodded affirmatively, his face unable to hide his excitement, and said, "You also noticed the fluctuation of spiritual energy just now. What else is there to doubt?" "Yes. They felt the obvious fluctuation a quarter of an hour ago." "We should go," Li Zhirui, who had been paying attention to the sky, said hurriedly. "The tribulation clouds in the sky have begun to gather. If we stay here, I am afraid that the tribulation will be aggravated." Although the sky was covered with dark clouds at this time, the black tribulation clouds were still very conspicuous. "Let's go. We can't help with the tribulation." "Don't hinder second brother," Li Zhirui said. Naturally, everyone had no objection and quickly retreated more than 10 miles away, almost to the edge of the clan land. It is said that watching the monks pass the tribulation is good for their own cultivation. "I don't know if we have this luck," Li Zhirui said with expectation. After so many years of cultivation, although he is still a little far from the middle stage of foundation building, if he can understand something, maybe he can break through a few years earlier. "That's all to deceive casual cultivators," Li Zhirui shook her head and said. "This rumor is true, but it has nothing to do with us foundation building cultivators. To gain some insights from the Thunder Tribulation, at least you need to see a little bit of the tale of the Great Dao in the Giant realm. Foundation building cultivators who are still spinning around at the starting point and only cultivate mana do not have this ability." This is what she saw in an ancient book in the Sutra library. That's right, people in the world say that practicing Ki is to embark on the path of cultivating immortals, but what is the reality? Foundation building is the starting point. Speaking of which, this storm came at the right time, Li Zhirui smiled and said, "With the cover of the heaven and earth storm, no one else knows about the breakthrough of the second grandfather except us, and we don't have to worry about someone coming to sabotage it. If someone deliberately breaks into the range of the heavenly tribulation and causes the thunder tribulation to worsen, then Li Zhirui will be in danger. And this is why when breaking through, you need the protection of senior teachers." Unfortunately, the Li family did not have this condition. Fortunately, they were lucky and happened to encounter a stormy day. Unless you observe closely, it is difficult to see that someone is going through the tribulation here. The thunder tribulation has begun. While several people were chatting, the tribulation clouds in the sky had already taken shape. A 3-mile-sized black cloud was right above the back hall. The tribulation clouds were surging, and the power of thunder was wandering in it. Li Zhirui and others just looked up and felt a little fear in their hearts. This scene made Li Zhirui and others even more worried. Those giant forces might have a way to weaken the tribulation thunder, but this was not something the Li family could get, so Li Zhirui could only resist it. Rumble, the first tribulation thunder fell, and the terrifying aura made Li Zhirui and others change color. There were 3 tribulation thunders in the giant thunder tribulation. This was just the beginning. How could it be so terrifying? It was Li Zhirui and others who had no experience. The way of heaven is fair and treats all things as straw dogs. Unless it is someone who destroys and harms the heaven and earth, it has the same attitude towards any living being, and the power of this tribulation thunder is also the same. Just when Li Zhirui and others were worried, a dazzling green spiritual light suddenly burst out in the back hall. The terrifying forces intertwined with each other. The green light had Li Zhirui support behind it, but the tribulation thunder was like a rootless duckweed, and was finally worn out by the green light. Rumble, before Li Zhirui and others could breathe a sigh of relief, the second tribulation thunder fell from the sky. Fortunately, the power of this tribulation thunder, although much stronger, was also limited, about 50% to 60%. However, Li Zhirui had already known the experience of the casual cultivator giant's tribulation, and had prepared a way to deal with it early. One after another, the green lightsabers burst out, weakening the tribulation thunder with murderous intent. But the large number of lightsabers made Li Zhirui and others worried, because these endless lightsabers had exceeded the mana of the foundation building cultivator, and they didn't know how Li Zhirui performed them. But fortunately, he finally withstood the second tribulation thunder. Rumble, the third thunderbolt fell, so fast that Li Zhirui had no time to react. The terrifying thunderbolt submerged him, as if it had been ready to go, waiting for the second thunderbolt to be completely worn out by him. Second brother, second uncle, second grandfather, Li Zhirui and others shouted in panic, but the thunderbolt had not dissipated. They did not dare to break into it, lest Li Zhirui, who was struggling to persist, fail because of them. In the terrifying thunderbolt, a thin layer of green spiritual light was like a small boat in the stormy waves. It seemed extremely fragile, but it could always survive. As the protagonist of this thunderbolt, Li Shiking was frantically running his magic power to resist the power of thunder. This third thunderbolt was a thunderbolt of destruction and creation, which was opposed to each other, but entangled. And if you want to achieve the golden elixir, you must withstand the third thunderbolt by yourself, use the power of destruction and creation in it, temper yourself, integrate your own spirit, and condense into the immortal true meaning, which is what the world calls the golden elixir. The thunder submerged Li Shiking. He did not dare to absorb the entire thunder at once, so he used defensive spells to absorb the power of thunder into his body bit by bit. As soon as the thunder came in, it destroyed his body wantonly, but the rich vitality contained in it repaired his injuries in a short time. It was so painful that he wanted to give up several times. But when he thought of the tribesmen on the Banyan Island and the earnest expectations of Li Zhirui and others, Li Shiking could only bear the heart-piercing pain. The thunder traveled all over Li Shiking's body and finally came to the Danshan. The thunder power of this matter had only the purest power left. As soon as it entered the Danshan, Li Shiking felt a hunger from the heart. The golden elixir yellow buds that he had watered for many years kept beating, eager to swallow this last bit of thunder. Li Shiking knew that this was the last test of the thunder tribulation. If the yellow bud swallowed it, he could further achieve the golden elixir. If the yellow bud was broken by the thunder, then the foundation of Taoism would be destroyed, and his body would die. With the determination to die if he failed, Li Shiking encouraged Wang Ye to swallow the thunderbolt. Boom! The thunderbolt in the sky stirred up the fire in the earth, and a terrifying impact erupted in his Danshan. Li Shiking now looked back at the pain he had endured before, and suddenly found that it was nothing at all, and it was countless times weaker than what he was enduring now. But he couldn't retreat now, because if he retreated, he would fall into the abyss. All the pain he had endured before became useless. Li Shiking gritted his teeth and cheered up, helping Wang Ya swallow the thunderbolt. Buzz! After an unknown amount of time, Li Shiking, who had been numb with pain, was suddenly covered by a force of good fortune, and the damage caused by the thunderbolt in his body no longer existed. If it weren't for the unforgettable pain, Li Shiking would have thought that what he had suffered before was an illusion. At the same time, the foundation-building magic liquid in Li Shiking's Danshan began to condense into a ball, wrapping up the golden elixir true meaning transformed by Wang Ye in the center, and finally formed a golden elixir. Li Zhirui and others in the outside world saw the calamity clouds above the sky turned into pure spiritual energy and entered Li Shiking's body, and all fell into ecstasy. Success. Second brother really succeeded. Li Shilian just repeated it in a low voice at first, but his voice became louder and louder, and finally he used his magic power and shouted loudly, Jindan's Henrun. My Li family also has a Jindan cultivator. Unfortunately, the outside world was stormy and thundering, and the sound could not reach more than 2 miles away. Yes, my Li family also has a Jindan, Li Zhirui murmured in agreement. In the end, Li Zhizhan maintained a trace of calm and said, in addition to the thunder calamity, the Jindan also has the heart demon calamity. Although this is not appropriate, it is very likely to attract the heart demon when you are in great sorrow and joy. Brother, Li Zhirui said with a smile, I can see that you haven't practiced the visualization method well, huh? Li Zhizhan looked at him puzzledly, not understanding what this had to do with the visualization method. Li Zhirui's smile widened as he explained, the visualization method, when practiced to perfection, can not only launch spiritual attacks, but also suppress the mind and resist the inner demons. If not, why do you think the family attaches so much importance to the visualization method, even though Li Zhizhan was the next clan leader who had been determined long ago, and even though Li Zhizhan was the most qualified clan member in the family, he could not practice the visualization method of Divine Turtle Sea Suppression Map before he broke through the foundation building. In other words, only Li Zhirui was an accident, but the visualization method was obtained by him, and this was his opportunity, so the family naturally could not stop him from practicing. It seems that I have to practice the visualization method well after I go back. Li Zhizhan only read the practice chapter of the 10,000 Spirits Sutra, let alone the visualization method. Buzz! A few hours later, a strong and terrifying pressure came from the back hall, and even Li Zhirui and others standing more than 10 miles away could clearly feel it. Shilian, Shitting, Zhirui, you have done a great job. You have worked hard all these years. Li Shiking's voice came out, saying, it will take some time to consolidate the realm. I will celebrate this matter after I come out of retreat. Yes, Li Zhirui and others responded excitedly. It's a pity that they didn't wait for Li Shiking to speak. After a long time, the excited hearts of the people calmed down a little, and they agreed to take turns to guard this place. Li Shilian stayed for the time being, and the others flew out of the clan to help those mortals survive this natural disaster. With the addition of the foundation-building cultivators, the destructive power of this disaster, which had been weakened by Dongshan, decreased again. Because the clansmen were busy with disaster relief and exhausted every day, Li Zhirui and others were the same. They didn't find a chance to tell everyone the news that Li Shiking had formed a golden elixir. It was not until 5 days later that the storm stopped and the clansmen helped the mortals clean up the ruins, and the matter was settled. And Li Zhizhan also decided to hold a clan meeting tomorrow to announce the good news of Li Shiking's breakthrough and make everyone happy. That night, although the storm had passed, the air was still filled with thick moisture, and the wasteland of Banyan Island was muddy. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Golden Pill. In the wasteland where no one should have existed, there stood 4 men in black, exuding the aura of the middle and late stages of foundation building. What a pity for the Li family, a cold voice sounded, as if lamenting something. However, he just sighed casually. If he really started fighting, he would definitely not be soft-hearted and let the Li family cultivators go. Let's go, the old voice urged, don't waste any more time. If it weren't for the sudden storm before, they would have attacked the Li family and got what they wanted. The 4 of them stopped talking, performed the wind control technique, and rushed towards the Li family's clan land. Second level small earth element formation? Nothing special, boom. The 4 of them used their most powerful moves as soon as they started fighting, and it seemed that someone was very familiar with it. The second level formation that had protected the Li family for decades was instantly shattered. Not good. Li Zhirui and others who were practicing heard the violent movement and flew out instantly. At first glance, they saw the 4 men in black in the air. Li Zhirui's pupils shrank suddenly. 4 mid to late stage foundation building cultivators. If Li Shiking hadn't broken through to the Golden Core a few days ago, these 4 people alone would have caused the Li family to suffer heavy losses. If there were no other means, the Li family would probably be destroyed. Who are you? How dare you invade my Li family? Li Shilian shouted angrily. Li family? What do you think you are? His cold voice was full of disdain. After tonight, the Li family will no longer exist. Several formation flags flew out of one of them's hands, and the formation took shape in an instant as the spiritual light flowed. Is this the second level thick earth diamond formation? Li Shiren exclaimed in horror. This is the most powerful trap formation in the second level formation. With his current formation cultivation, he couldn't set it up at all. You have some knowledge, the black-clothed man who set up the formation said lightly. An old voice sounded, if you are willing to surrender, we can spare the mortals on the island. Li Zhirui and others were horrified. You know, not killing mortals is the unspoken rule of the righteous forces. Once discovered, everyone can kill them. And the magic power of these people has no demonic energy, obviously from the righteous way. Then let me see what confidence you have to dare to speak nonsense to my Li family. Li Shiking, who was still consolidating his realm, came out. The pressure of the giant and cultivator came with the angry voice, which made the 4 people lose their minds instantly and tremble all over. Where is the prestige they had a few breaths ago? Giandan, how is this possible? Didn't they say that the Li family only has foundation building cultivators? 3 shocked and terrified voices sounded. Run. It was the old voice that reacted instantly and immediately used his own life-saving methods to escape into the distance. Moreover, it was not enough for him to escape by himself, and he actually activated several talismans to stop the other 3. Snap! The strongest trap formation in the second level, which was called by Li Shiren, was instantly broken under Li Shiking's attack. A huge vine tied up the 3 people, and no matter how they struggled, they could not get rid of it. Their methods were already inferior. And now they were stopped for a moment, so they were easily caught by Li Shiking, who had just broken through to the Giandan realm. If it weren't for that person's help, Li Shiking, with his power that he had not yet fully mastered, would probably not be able to catch the 3 people. Unfortunately, in order to survive, that person abandoned his companions without hesitation. Li Shiking looked at the three people with indifference, sealed their magic power, threw them in front of Li Shilian, and said, "The origins and purpose of these three people are left to you to investigate." Then he turned into a spiritual light and flew back to the spirit cave in the back hall, continuing to consolidate his realm and strive to master the strength of the Jiandin realm as soon as possible. At the same time, he also had to learn the Jiandin realm skills of the Wanling Sutra as soon as possible. "Shilian, has my second brother formed a den?" Li Shile asked excitedly. Under the gaze of all the clan members, Li Shilian nodded gently and said with a smile, "Second brother has indeed broken through. Ha. My Li family finally gave birth to Jiandin's Henren." Jiandin, the younger generation of clan members laughed out loud, their eyebrows and eyes were full of excitement, while the older generation of clan members, with tears in their eyes, sobbed and could not speak. Everyone has been too hard these years. I originally planned to tell this matter early tomorrow morning, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen tonight. Li Zhirui stood up and said, "Now we have to interrogate the identities of these three people. Everyone go back and rest first. If you have any questions, I will answer them one by one tomorrow." It took a while to finally calm down the clan members and return to their respective homes, but tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Li Zhirui and the other 5 foundation building people didn't care so much, and directly grabbed the 3 black-clothed men and entered the main hall. "Tell me, which force sent you?" Li Shilian asked coldly. Li Zhirui and others really couldn't figure out why a force suddenly attacked the Li family and why. The 3 of them closed their eyes, looking ready to be slaughtered. HMPH, Li Shilian snorted coldly, "I hope you can wait a while, you are still so stubborn." Before Li Shilian used the criminal law, Li Zhirui took off the storage bags on their waists and handed the weakest one to Li Shiting, saying, "Sorry to bother you, Antting." The 3 of them were not dead yet, and the spiritual imprints left in the storage bags needed to be slowly worn away. Except for Li Shilian, Li Shiting had the highest realm and took the shortest time to break the storage bag. Li Shilian dragged one person to the compartment, and a sharp scream sounded instantly, scaring the 2 people in the main hall, shaking all over. But they started begging for mercy in a moment, willing to tell their identities and purposes, just asking not to torture him anymore. But what he wanted to say was silenced by Li Shilian, so it didn't come out. Half a quarter of an hour later, Li Shilian threw out the foundation building cultivator who was like a dead dog. He didn't look injured, but in fact, most of his meridians had been destroyed by Li Shilian. Li Shilian did not speak, but took another person away. The last person was frightened and immediately revealed their identities. The Wang family of the Rare Beast Pavilion. Li Zhirui's face darkened, and he said coldly, "You have been eyeing the Li family before the trade fair." The man trembled all over and quickly told what he knew. "Yes, the family heard that the Li family has a secret method of controlling beasts, which can make the contracted spirit beasts and the realm of the cultivators equal. So they wanted to take this method away. Of course, when they investigated in person, they found that the news they heard at the time was not accurate enough, but it was certain that the Li family had a secret method of controlling beasts, so the Wang family did not give up. Anyway, the strength of the Li family is just so-so. It is acceptable in Yunping province, but it is nothing in Qingshan province." What a Rare Beast Pavilion Wang family. Li Zhirui thought that the Li family was still planning to buy a 3rd-level spirit beast from the Rare Beast Pavilion, and it was recommended by him, and his face became even uglier. But even if Li Shiking broke through the golden elixir, the Li family was not a match for the Wang family, because the Wang family had 2 golden elixir and dozens of foundation building cultivators, and their strength was much greater than that of the Li family. Li Shiren and Li Zhizhen also thought of this, and they felt a suffocation in their chests, feeling very uncomfortable. "Uncle Yan, how should we deal with these people?" Li Shiren asked hurriedly when he saw Li Shilian coming out. Li Shilian thought for a while and said, "Keep them first, and take out the beast-controlling methods and valuable things of the Wang family first." He wanted to retaliate, but unfortunately the Wang family was too far away and too strong to be dealt with by them. The Rare Beast Pavilion in the market? If the Li family took action on this, it would be a slap in the face of Yuan Mingzhuang. The Li family would not do such an offending thing. As for whether the Wang family would send Jiandin to destroy the Li family, Shenlai Mountain is not a vegetarian. Under the rule of Shenlai Mountain, Any force that gave birth to Jinden will automatically terminate the previous vassal relationship and become a vassal force directly under Shenlai Mountain. Shenlai Mountain allows vassal forces to fight and even break up. After all, they are not as skilled as others, but it is absolutely impossible to let external forces destroy their vassals, because this is a slap in his face. For some big forces, face is very important. However, the Li family members now don't know these things because Li Shiking has just broken through, let alone that they can occupy the Great Righteousness and swallow the rare beast pavilion in the market. Under the inhumane torture of the Li family members, the three foundation builders said everything they could say. Without value, their lifespans naturally ended here. Among them, the emphasis is on the strength of the Wang family and the various secrets of the Wang family. For example, a certain golden elixir of the Wang family will be in less than 50 years, but there is no other family member who is expected to form an elixir within this period. And their storage bags were cleared of the spiritual mark by Li Shiting and Li Zhirui before they died. Unfortunately, as family cultivators, when they go out, except for spiritual stones, spiritual pills, magic tools and other spiritual objects, they will not bring out the cultivation methods and insights. It is not only the Wang family that does this. All sects and families, as long as they have inheritance, will not bring these things. After all, the world of immortal cultivation is not safe. If something unexpected is discovered, the body will die and the Tao will disappear, and their own skills will be leaked. Only wandering cultivators would carry everything with them. The Wang family is quite creative. They actually combined the art of controlling beasts with talismans, using talismans to control monsters and make them fight, Li Zhirui said lightly. The Wang family's approach is to treat monsters as tools such as magic tools and talismans. Even if the monsters are killed, they will not be harmed. It is nothing more than the loss of a monster. This method is contrary to the fundamental practice of the Li family, the Wanling Sutra. They will not practice it after obtaining it, not to mention that they only know a little bit about it, and it is just a rough idea of what it is. Moreover, the disadvantages of this method are not small. If the talisman falls into the hands of others, no matter how many years you have cultivated the monster, it will abandon you. However, now, the Li family has obtained 3 third-grade monsters at the foundation building stage, namely the Golden Wind attribute Steel-Breaking Eagle, the Fire-Swallowing Toad, and the Earth attribute Black Rock Giant Bear. It's a pity that the family doesn't have the same kind of spirit beast, otherwise we can start to improve the bloodline, Li Zhirui said regretfully. Hasn't the family bought a 3rd-level spirit beast yet? Li Zhirui suggested. Perhaps we can buy the same kind of spirit beast to speed up the cultivation of the 3rd-level spirit beast. Li Zhirui personally agreed with this suggestion, but now the family has too many places to spend spirit stones, and can't take out spirit stones to buy 3rd-level monsters. The Wang family can catch these 3 monsters from the Qingshan Mountains, so naturally we can too, Li Zhilian smiled. It's nothing more than not knowing how to use talismans to control beasts, but they can use coercion and inducement. The intelligence of a 2nd-level monster is not much different from that of a 10-year-old child, but it is possible to communicate. Thank you for your support. Chapter 130 Revenge. After dealing with the 3 monks, it was just daybreak, so Li Zhirui and the others did not go back, but simply waited for the clansmen to come in the main hall. Sure enough, not long after, all the monks who were not in retreat on the island, including those who married into the Li family, also came to the main hall. They looked at Li Zhizhen and others excitedly. In fact, they already knew that Li Shiking had broken through the Jinden last night, but they still had many doubts in their hearts, such as when Li Shiking broke through the Jinden and when he could come out of retreat. Li Zhizhen answered them one by one, and he was frank when he encountered something he didn't know. Until a clan member stood up and asked, in the past, the family faced a beast tide. Because of the calculations of the 3 families in the east, 5 clansmen died and several clansmen became disabled. At that time, you clan leaders said that the family was not strong enough, but now that the 2nd uncle has achieved the Jinden, shouldn't we take revenge on them? Li Zhizhen was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to bring up this matter at this time, but since it was mentioned, he naturally had to answer it positively. And this was also the pain he had always kept deep in his heart. Of course, Li Zhizhen said with certainty, when 2nd Grandpa consolidates his realm, I will tell him about this immediately and ask him to lead the tribe to go to Redwood Island to avenge the tribe. At first, they were worried that Yuan Mingzong would side with the Zhang family. They would fight to the death and get nothing out of it, so they kept silent. But now, the Li family already has a Jiandan's Henrun. Although he is still not Yuan Mingzhuang's opponent, there is solid evidence. Li Zhirui recorded the matter of attracting the demon liquid with a photostone, plus a certain strength. It is enough to make Yuan Mingzhuang not intervene in this matter. Good, the clan leader is mighty. Everyone applauded and looked at Li Zhirui with more respect than before. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. In the clan land of the Wang family of the Zhenshao Pavilion in Qingshan Prefecture, a gray-haired old man hurriedly walked into the family hall. 8th elder, the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the family, saw the newcomer, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Shouldn't you be in Yunping Prefecture at this time? Or have you already taken back the secret method? But what about the other 3? Please punish me, clan leader." The old man called the 8th elder had a flash of humiliation in his eyes, but in this situation, he had to lower his posture to ensure his position in the family. "What's going on?" Clan leader Wang looked at him in confusion, but a bad idea came to his mind. The 8th elder cried and complained, "My 6th brother and I attacked the Li family, but who would have thought that the Li family had a Jiandan's Henrun? In order to let me leave, my 6th brother and the other 2 used their own lives to stop the Jiandan. But why didn't the clan members guarding the ancestral hall report the news of the broken life tablet?" Clan leader Wang fixed his eyes on the 8th elder. The 8th elder's heart trembled. Could it be that the Li family had not yet killed the 3 people? As his mind turned over and over, he said sadly, "Perhaps the Li family caught them and was trying to find out the strength of the family. So they didn't kill them immediately. In fact, I want to know more about how the 8th elder escaped from the hands of the Golden Core without any injury. In fact, before he came back, the life guard had been broken, but the 8th elder was the only one alive among the 4. This made the clan leader think more, especially after seeing his condition. "Please be clear, clan leader. I got a escape talisman by chance when I was training outside, and with the desperate protection of 6th brother and others, I was able to escape." The 8th elder thought about this question on the way back, and the answer was already prepared. Although it was not flawless, it was impossible to detect. The talisman would break after activation. The 3 people had been caught by the Li family. Could they let them leave alive? I already know about this. The 8th elder has worked hard on this trip. Have a good rest after you come back. After saying that, the clan leader waved his hand and let him leave. After he left, the clan leader stood up and walked to the meeting room on the side. He looked at the elders who had been sitting there for a long time and asked, "What do you think about this, elders? Since the Li family already has a golden elixir, then forget about the secret method. As for the revenge of the Li family, they belong to 2 major forces, and they are far away from each other. Moreover, the Wang family is more powerful, so they don't worry about the Li family's counterattack at all. The secret method is just a small matter. The key is the 3 fallen clan members." An elder said indifferently, "Let the family give their descendants some compensation, although it is a bit unfair to them. Do we have to go to war with another golden elixir force for them?" Time passed quickly, and the days passed peacefully for more than 2 months. On this day, the door that had been closed for several years was opened from the inside with a dull creak. Zizan, Li Zhirui, who was busy calculating the family's income and expenditure last month, heard someone calling him and subconsciously raised his head, but he didn't expect to see a figure that made people very surprised. "Second grandfather, you are out of retreat. I will notify the clan members to come over." Li Zhirui happily took out the jade card and told everyone the good news. Li Shiking just watched, and when he finished, he asked, "Has the family ever been affected in the past few years?" Li Zhirui's face froze, and then he told the family about the losses caused by the beast type and the reasons. At that time, because the family was not strong enough and worried about Yuan Mingzhuang, we never avenged those clan members. Some time ago, because you, second grandfather, broke through the golden elixir, I promised in front of the clan members that I would seek revenge on those 3 families after you came out of retreat. Li Shiking's eyes showed a trace of murderous intent, and he said in a voice as cold as ice, "That's right. After I meet the clan members, I will go to deal with the Zhang family and the Zhang family." "Second grandfather, are you going alone?" Li Zhirui was preparing to take Daking to practice magic, and he passed by the main hall, so he came the fastest and happened to hear these words. Li Shiking nodded. "I have refined the 2 third-grade magic weapons. With a Kingin sword and Zuinigan umbrella in hand, even if they have hidden killer moves, they can't do anything to me." These 2 magic weapons were obtained from the unlucky Jiandan cultivator. At the beginning, Li Zhirui and others handed them over to Li Shiking together with a giant enlightenment. Li Zhirui and others suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he came out of retreat so late. It turned out that he was refining magic weapons. The main reason for Li Shiking's refusal was that he was worried that the killer moves of the two families would hurt a clansman who went with him. So he simply went alone. If there was any danger, he could just fly away. Soon, Li Shilin and other clansmen arrived one after another. Even though they had known that Li Shiking had formed a golden elixir, they couldn't help but feel excited when they saw him with their own eyes. Second grandfather, since you have achieved a giant, shouldn't you hold a giant ceremony and invite all the major forces nearby? Li Zhizhen asked. Li Shiren rushed to say, of course. And it must be held in a grand manner. That's not necessary. Li Shiking shook his head. He was very familiar with the current situation of the family. He knew that the family could not afford too many spirit stones, so there was no need to save face. Moreover, after his breakthrough, the spiritual energy emitted by the second-level spirit vein in the family land could no longer satisfy the family members' breathing, and they had to save spirit stones to upgrade the spirit vein. And this is not a small amount. When the spirit vein was promoted to the second level, it cost 100,000 spirit stones. Now, if it wants to be promoted to the third level, at least 500,000 spirit stones are needed. This is a major event for the family, and it must not be perfunctory. Li Zhizhen shook his head. Forget it, let you do it, I'll go to Redwood Island. Before the voice fell, a green light rose into the sky. For a giant cultivator, a mere 300 miles can be reached in just a few minutes. Li Shiking stood on the air, overlooking the family land protected by the formation below, but soon he found something wrong. There was almost no figure of the cultivator in the formation. You know, although the Zhang family is not as strong as the Li family, they have a lot more key training people than the Li family. But now it is broad daylight, but no cultivator is seen walking outside. Li Shiking was too lazy to think about it. He sacrificed the Kingagan sword, and a sharp sword light broke through the air. It collided with a defensive spiritual light for only a few breaths, and then shattered it. The power of the sword light did not decrease, and it cut a crack in the Zhang family's clan land. Once the formation was broken, the powerful spiritual consciousness spread out instantly, covering the entire clan land. Why are there only a few cultivators? Li Shiking was very surprised. Could it be that the Zhang family knew that they were going to take action, so they had already abandoned Redwood Island and fled? An old man came out tremblingly and asked calmly, "Are you Li Shiking from the Li family? When did you achieve the golden elixir?" Several other people also came out one after another. Without exception, they were all old cultivators who were about to die. "Where are your cultivators from the Zhang family?" Li Shiking asked. In fact, after seeing this scene, he had already confirmed the speculation that the Zhang family had abandoned Redwood Island and fled. The old monks who stayed here, first, took care of the spiritual objects on the island, and second, used their own lives to tell the escaped clansmen that Redwood Island had been lost and they should not come back. The old monks did not answer, but took poison and committed suicide in front of Li Shiking. If you three families had not set an ambush and wanted to kill my Li family members, how could we have ended up like this? Li Shiking waved his hand and shot a ball of spiritual fire, burning these corpses to ashes. At the same time as they committed suicide, the Zhang family far away in Wanlizhao learned the news. Third uncle, fifth uncle, the Zhang clan leader shed tears in his eyes, whispered sadly to the dead, and choked up, "I harmed you." If he had not wanted to eradicate the Li family while its foundation was not deep, the Zhang family would not have abandoned hundreds of years of foundation and come to this dangerous border area, let alone give up those old people who dedicated their lives to the family. But even if he is given another chance, he will still choose to join forces with the other two families to deal with the Li family. After Li Shiking dealt with those old monks, he did not rush to Jiuquan Island, but walked around the island to understand the situation. The area of Redwood Island is similar to that of Daring Island, but the length of the four sides is almost the same, and the terrain is high in the middle and low around. There is a big mountain in the center of the island, which is the clan land of the Zhang family and the location of the first second-level spiritual vein. There are 4 spiritual veins on the island. Another second-level spiritual vein is in a small low mountain range. The Zhang family planted a large number of spiritual medicines here, but now there is almost no trace of spiritual medicine. Because it is very close to the remaining 2 first-level spiritual veins and the terrain is flat, it has been opened up into a vast spiritual field, where a large number of first-level spiritual objects are planted. Apart from this, there is nothing worth paying attention to. Of course, this is just Li Shiking's conclusion after a rough observation in the air. The specific situation will have to wait for the clan members to occupy this place and conduct a detailed search. Thank you for your support. Chapter 131 Shock. During this process, Li Shiking also found that there were very few mortals on the island. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have been relocated by the Zhang family. Moreover, he learned from a mortal that the Zhang family started to migrate about a year ago. They would take away a large number of young men and women, teenagers and infants every time, so the remaining mortals on the island were all over 40 years old. Li Shiking shook his head. It was good that after the family occupied Redwood Island, they didn't need to find a way to deal with those mortals of the Zhang family. As long as these mortals died, the Li family could migrate the secular clansmen here. This was only a matter of 10 or 20 years, and the Li family could wait. Moreover, the Banyan Island was very wide now, and it would not reach the carrying limit in more than 10 years. Li Shiking did not stay on Redwood Island for long, and soon came to Jiquan Island, which was only 100 or 200 miles away. This second-level formation was like a landslide in front of the giant cultivator, and the defensive formation was smashed to pieces with one sword. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarm bells rang on the island, summoning all clansmen to resist the invaders. However, when Chief Zhang saw Li Shiking standing in the air, he was frightened out of his wits and his expression was dull. Jinden's Hunren, others also noticed this, and those who wanted to resist fell into deep despair in an instant. Senior Li, it was my Zhang family that was wrong in what happened back then. My Zhang family is willing to respect the Li family as the master. Please spare the Zhang family, Chief Zhang shouted hurriedly, fearing that if he was a little slower, Li Shiking would take action. Li family. Some elders who knew the inside story turned pale, and some even trembled all over, terrified to the extreme. If it's just this matter, I can spare the Zhang family. After hearing this, Chief Zhuang's mood did not improve, but became more uneasy and afraid. But during the beast tide in the past, your Zhang family joined forces with the Zhang family to lead the water monster to the Banyan Island, killing 5 of my clansmen. How can you eliminate this blood feud? Li Shiking's face was as cold as frost, and he sentenced everyone to death. The Zhang clan leader shouted fiercely, aren't you afraid that Yuan Mingzong will investigate? Do you think Yuan Mingzong will turn against the Li family for a foundation-building family? What's more, my Li family is in the right position in this matter. At this point, the Zhang clan leader knew that he could only fight his way out, otherwise the Zhang family's hundreds of years of inheritance would be destroyed today. He secretly sent a message to a certain elder, and when the war started, he would take some young clansmen and escape into the sea through the secret passage to escape this disaster. As for what would happen in the future, the Zhang clan leader could no longer care about such distant things. Get up, but who would have thought that Li Shiking's move would ruin his plan? Thick vines with sharp thorns formed a prison upside down on the ground, trapping everyone inside. After he did this, he did not attack them, but flew away to deal with the monks who had not come yet. Not good. Clan leader Zhang saw the scene with a grudge, and took out 3 second-level thunderballs and threw them at the vine prison. Li Shiking, who had just entered the golden elixir stage, did not dare to resist the second-level thunderballs, let alone the magic he cast, and he threw 3 at once. Boom! A violent roar resounded through the sky, and the magic cast by Li Shiking turned into ashes in this wave of terrifying explosion. Escape for your lives. Go! Clan leader Zhang roared, and flew towards Li Shiking without fear of death. In fact, he was frantically encouraging the magic power in his body, ready to use his own life to stop Li Shiking for a moment. Unfortunately, he underestimated the strength of the giant cultivator. Before he came to Li Shiking, he was pierced through the heart by a wooden sword, fell from the flying sword, and fell into the mud. The moment the cage was broken, the others did not hesitate to take out life-saving means, hoping that they could escape. But unfortunately, their speed was too slow. Unless they used the escape talisman, they could not escape at all. The green mountains and green waters that were originally very beautiful became devastated and unbearable to look at because of Li Shiking's massacre, with broken limbs all over the ground. How many people escaped after all? Li Shiking counted the corpses on the island and found that the number he had detected with his spiritual sense at the beginning was wrong. He frowned and looked into the distance. Although the few stray dogs that escaped did not seem to threaten the Li family, there were always accidents. If someone among them really became rich, it would be a potential threat to the Li family. But now Li Shiking can't find anyone, so he can only collect the bones and burn them. In fact, there are more than a dozen Zhang family members in Yunqingfang market, but Li Shiking can't do it in the market, otherwise where will Yuan Mingzong put his face? Then he also inspected Jilquan Island. The island is quite large and flat. Looking around, there are green rice that has not yet matured. There are 4 spiritual veins on the island, only one second-level spiritual vein is located in the Zhang family's land, and the other 3 are in the 9 water springs. This Zhang family is lucky. Li Shiking explored them one by one and couldn't help but sighed. It's because these 9 springs and 3 spiritual veins intersect, and the springs produced by the springs are all first-level spiritual water. This is different from the spiritual lake on the Big Banyan Island. The spiritual lake is just because it is located above the spiritual vein. After the spiritual energy rises and merges into it, it forms a kind of water with spiritual energy. It is not a real spiritual water. And the use of spiritual water is many. For example, Li Zhirui needs to use spiritual water for alchemy, and spiritual water has specific effects. Just like the 3 spiritual springs on Jilquan Island, the spiritual water they produce is called Wei Yang spiritual water. After taking it, one can enhance one's own yang energy, and can also soak utensils to make them have the effect of restraining and dispelling evil spirits. The other 6 spiritual springs are respectively the Runmu spiritual water that can nourish spiritual plants and the Yunling spiritual water that contains more spiritual energy. Although the grade of these 3 spiritual waters is not high, the Li family can use them regardless of their effects or uses. It's time to go back and ask the clansmen to take over the 2 islands. Li Shiking glanced at Jilquan Island, then soared into the sky and flew westward. Before leaving, like Redwood Island, a huge stone with several large characters of the Li family of Banyan Island was left behind. Li Shiking was only there for a few hours, and most of the time was spent exploring the islands. I have conquered Redwood Island and Jilquan Island. Zizan, the next thing is up to you, Li Shiking said with a faint smile. Li Zhirui stood up excitedly and said, yes. I will arrange for the clansmen to go to the 2 islands now, 2 spiritual islands. With the support of these 2 spiritual islands, the speed of family development will be much faster. The 2 islands were taken over by Li Shilian and Li Zhirui, who led 20 clansmen to find out the resources on the islands as soon as possible. Li Zhirui was preparing for Li Shiking's dam-forming ceremony. Because this matter was very important, he had to understand every link to ensure that there would be no problems. To this end, Li Zhirui recalled some clansmen from 2 shops in the market. At the same time, there was another extremely important thing to do, which was to arrange people to go to Wanlizhou to report Li Shiking's achievement of Jinden to Shenli Mountain. Because the journey was long, in order to ensure safety and express respect for Shenli Mountain, Li Shiking went out in person, and also brought Li Shiren and Li Shiding, 2 cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building. That's right, after so many years of hard practice, Li Shiren finally broke through the middle stage of foundation building not long ago. In fact, with his accumulation, he could have broken through long ago, but he was entangled in some trivial matters and did not have enough time for him to retreat. When the 3 of them were heading to Wanlizhou, they would pass by Yuan Mingzong and King Jian sect, who would invite them to go to Banyan Island to attend the Danji ceremony in half a month. In addition, they also told Yuan Mingzong about the process and reasons why the Li family occupied Redwood Island and Jilquan Island. I didn't expect that the Li family really gave birth to Jinden's Henren. After personally sending the 3 people off from Yunming Mountain, Sect Master Liu Yun was filled with emotion. As for the extermination of the Zhang and Zhang families, Liu Yun was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, no matter what, these were vassal families of Yuan Mingzong. But the 2 families had such a big handle in the hands of the Li family, and the timing was so good. Yuan Mingzong could not turn against the Li family for the sake of 2 already ruined families. Sect Master, the Li family has been promoted to Jinden force, which is very likely to break the situation nearby, the elder said in a deep voice. Liu Yun narrowed his eyes. Indeed, let's see if we can win over the Li family. If they don't know what's good for them, then we'll have to trouble the 2 uncles. Zhang Xianming and Ming Ling's Henren nodded, and then they left without staying here, leaving the elders to discuss what gifts to send. With the various actions of the Li family, many cultivators in Yunting's Hao also knew about Li Shiking, the newly promoted Jinden's Henren. The Li family actually gave birth to a giant cultivator. When this news came out, Yunping's Hao was shocked. Not only that, they also wiped out the Zhang and Zhang families and occupied Redwood Island and Jiuquan Island. A casual cultivator asked curiously, how come the He family is safe and sound? Didn't Emperor Yuan Mingzong say that he would protect the He family for 50 years? And didn't the Li family also produce evidence that the reason they wanted to destroy the Zhang and Zhang families was because they used the demon-attracting liquid during the beast tide, which caused the Li family to suffer heavy losses, so they took revenge. But no matter what, the Li family has become a giant in force. I really envy the Li family members. Oh, don't say it, a very good-looking male cultivator sighed and said, a few years ago, a female cultivator of the Li family wanted to form a Taoist partner with me, but she wanted me to marry into the Li family. I refused on the spot. I really want to slap myself now. The casual cultivators around him not only did not despise him, but looked at him with an expression of regret. Even if he married into the family, it would be better than being a helpless casual cultivator. And this is the son-in-law of the Jinden family. Why don't you go and ask that female cultivator for help? Maybe she can change her mind. A casual cultivator came up with an idea. The male cultivator smiled awkwardly and said, she already has a Taoist partner. What a pity. After a frolic, everyone dispersed and rushed around for their own paths, but at this time, Li Shiking and the other two finally arrived at the gate of Shanli Mountain after a day of traveling. I wonder what the senior is doing here. It must be said that Shanli Mountain is a big force, and the people guarding the gate are all foundation-building disciples. Li Shiking explained lightly, the three of us are originally from the foundation-building family in Yunping's Hao. Because we broke through the golden elixir not long ago, we came to pay homage to the sect master. I see, the man still said respectfully, please wait for a moment, senior, I will pass this matter to the mountain guardian elder, and he will decide. Chapter 132 Ceremony. The mountain guardian elder was a white-haired old man in the late Jinden stage. Although there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows when he looked at Li Shiking and the other two, his attitude was still peaceful. He did not do anything to embarrass them, or he was unwilling to embarrass them. After some investigation and verification, it was determined that Li Shiking, the newly promoted Jinden, was indeed from Yunping's Hao, the Li family of the Banyan Island, a vassal force of the former Yuan Mingzong. No problem, the mountain guardian elder nodded, called a disciple who was dedicated to welcoming guests, and took them into the gate of Shanli Mountain. Compared with Yuan Mingzong, Shanli Mountain is many levels higher. The core area is thousands of miles, larger than the entire Yunping's Hao, not to mention the outer boundaries. Li Shiking and the other two have come to the junction of the outer and core boundaries, a tall spiritual mountain specially used to entertain vassals like them or other forces. Third-level spiritual vein. As soon as he stepped into it, Li Zhirui was shocked by the rich spiritual energy. The foundation-building disciple who led the way introduced proudly, fellow Taoist, there is no need to make such a fuss. You should know that there are more than 50 third-level spiritual veins in the inner gate of my Shanli Mountain, and there are fourth-level spiritual veins in the deeper ones. It's worthy of being the Shanli Mountain, Li Zhirui said hesitantly. The man seemed to want to continue the introduction, but when he saw a middle-aged man flying over not far away, he hurriedly reminded, the foreign affairs elder is here. Li Shiking greets fellow Taoist, Yun Qi greets fellow Taoist, the two Jinden greeted each other, and after the others saluted, Yun Qi said, because fellow Taoist's family is a newly promoted Jinden, let me first talk about the rules of the sect. The first rule, the sect does not prohibit its subordinate forces from fighting each other, but it cannot attract external forces to join, otherwise the sect will personally take action to clean up the undercover. The second rule, the sect will not assign tasks to affiliated forces, nor does it require tribute. But it will issue a conscription. Li Shiking frowned and asked, may I ask fellow Taoist, why is the sect conscripting us? The battle with the Yinfeng cave, killing demon cultivators, etc. As Henren Yun Qi explained, during the conscription, if there is any loss, the sect will also provide compensation. Li Shiking nodded, as long as there is compensation, fellow Taoist, please continue. Henren Yun Qi continued, the third rule, the ninth and last one. Yun Qi paused for a moment before continuing, the sect will give the newly promoted Jinden forces 10 mature foundation-building spiritual medicines with spiritual seeds, including the foundation-building pill recipe. Li Shiting and Li Zhirui were ecstatic. But Li Shiking asked calmly, may I ask fellow Taoist, What does my Li family need to pay, fellow Taoist? I have a good heart. Yunqi smiled slightly and said, the sect gives 3 choices. One is to go to the battlefield and fight with a Yinfeng cave for 30 years. The second is to kill a giant and demon cultivator. The third is to enter the Shifen province and destroy a force with no less than 20 foundation-building demon cultivators, which can be accumulated. In addition, the sect can also help the Li family upgrade to 3rd-level spiritual vein for free, and the conditions are also the same as the 3. Yinfeng Cave, the mortal enemy of Shanli Mountain, the battle between the 2 major forces. I don't know how many years it has lasted, but the strength of each other is always almost the same, and there is no way to destroy each other. Then it evolved into the current war of attrition, which is also a way to train the disciples in the sect. Shanli Mountain gave 3 conditions. The first one was to fight on the battlefield for 30 years. It seemed to be the best choice. After all, wars would not break out all the time, and small-scale wars would not affect the level of giant and cultivators. But there were too many changes on the battlefield, and no one could guarantee when the 2 factions would go to war. The second condition was to kill a giant and demon cultivator. With his newly promoted giant in strength and the strange methods of the demon cultivators, it was the most dangerous choice. The last condition was not so easy to complete. This required entering the Eclipse Wind state. Once discovered, I don't know how many demon cultivators would chase him. But no matter how dangerous it was, Li Shiking had to choose one of them. If he missed this opportunity, it would take many years for the family to find the foundation-building spiritual medicine. However, the matter of upgrading to the 3rd-level spiritual vein could be put aside for a while. At the current speed of the Li family earning spiritual stones, it would take less than 10 years to accumulate the last spiritual stone. Not to mention that the family now occupies 2 spiritual islands with great development value, and the time will be further compressed. During this time, he can use the spiritual stones to practice, or monopolize the 2nd-level spiritual vein on Redwood Island to practice. Can I make a decision after seeing the situation? Li Shiking asked after pondering for a moment. Yunqi smiled and nodded, saying, of course you can. Dao can bring the corpse of the demon cultivator from the Eclipse Wind state to exchange for rewards at any time. Oh, and this. Yunqi flipped his hand and took out a set of communication arrays and introduced how to use it. Dao, if you have nothing to do, you can let the disciple walk around the mountain gate. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Li Shiking then took out the invitation and said, this is the Dan forming ceremony I will hold in half a month. I sincerely invite you to the sect. Dao, don't worry, the sect will arrange for someone to attend the banquet. After saying that, Yunqi flew away. At this time, the welcoming disciple stood up and asked, I wonder if the senior would like to see the 8 views of the divine thunder? The family has many miscellaneous matters, so we won't stay. Li Shiking shook his head and prepared to leave now. Although Shanli Mountain is good, it is not the territory of the Li family after all, and he always feels uncomfortable all over, so it is better to leave early. Please follow me, senior. Before leaving, Li Shiking gave the welcoming disciple a bottle of water to refine the Yuandan, and then took Li Shiren and the others away. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the usually peaceful Big Banyan Island became very lively. Spirit ships flew here one after another, and then several monks walked out of them. This was also the first time that Big Banyan Island was open to the public. After half a month of renovation, the Li family's land became brand new. A white jade road was specially paved and a white jade square was built. Not long after, all the foundation-building families in Yunping's arrived, and they all brought valuable gifts. After waiting for a while, Yuan Mingzong arrived, led by Zhang Xianming, a giant and monk. As if it was intentional, as soon as he arrived, Yu Qing, the real person of the Qingjian sect, came. When Zhang Xianming saw Yu Qing coming, he frowned slightly and looked at Li Shiking, who was greeting Yu Qing, with a little meaning. The last person to arrive was naturally the giant and monk sent by Shanli Mountain. The ceremony naturally cannot be without delicious food and wine, so there are first-level spiritual food in front of everyone, a few second-level spiritual fruits, and a pot of second-level spiritual wine for the foundation-building monks, and third-level spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for the golden elixir monks. Fortunately, there are 3 golden elixir monks, otherwise it would cost a lot of spiritual stones just to buy spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. After eating and drinking, the main content of today's ceremony begins, and Li Shiking, a golden elixir monk, preaches. This custom has been passed down from many years ago. As long as the Jinden ceremony is held, this link will not be missing. Li Shiking talked about his understanding and experience of the wood magic. After all, apart from the Jinden understanding that cannot be talked about, this is the only thing he can show. But this is a good thing for Li Zhirui, because he majors in wood magic. After the sermon, the ceremony is coming to an end. When everyone leaves the Banyan Island, in addition to cleaning up the leftovers, the most important thing is to count the spiritual objects sent by various forces. Needless to say, the spiritual objects sent by the foundation building families were all second-level spiritual objects, most of which were materials or mature spiritual medicines. I wonder what spiritual objects the three Jinden forces will send. Li Zhirui opened Yuan Mingzong's jade box with great interest. In the jade box, there lay a spiritual beast bag quietly, and there was a jade slip next to it. He looked inside with his spiritual sense and found a light green spiritual beast egg. He checked the contents of the jade slip and was immediately surprised and said, "This spiritual beast egg is actually a third-grade spiritual beast Kangfang eagle with wood and wind attributes." Kangfang eagle was at the top of Li Zhirui's contracted spiritual beast list. Whether it was rank, attributes, or size and attack ability, it met his requirements for the second contracted spiritual beast. Moreover, Zunzhen belongs to wood, Zunfeng is the yin of wood, and Zhenli is the yang of wood, so Kangfang eagle is considered an orthodox wood spiritual beast. Unfortunately, this was a gift for Li Shiking and had nothing to do with the family, so he couldn't exchange it. Moreover, as a Jinden cultivator, Li Shiking should indeed contract a better spirit beast, otherwise the blue-eyed tiger will not be able to break through the Jinden, and he will be restricted by the Wanling Sutra and will never be able to break through the Yuanying in his life. The blue-eyed tiger is only a second-grade spirit beast. To break through the Jinden is equivalent to breaking the shackles of blood, which is more difficult than Li Shiking's Dan. Li Zhirui gently touched the spirit beast egg, then put it back into the spirit beast bag and handed it to Li Shiking. "This blue wind eagle egg is for you." Li Shiking did not reach out to take it, but smiled and said. He saw the change in Li Zhirui's expression just now, and he also heard that Li Zhirui had been looking for a suitable spirit beast. "Second grandpa, no." Li Zhirui shook his head again and again. Although he wanted it, it was Li Shiking's thing, not to mention that it was related to his future path. Li Shiking looked at Li Zhirui firmly and said in a calm tone, "My talent is limited. It is a blessing from heaven to form a golden elixir. Maybe I can slowly grind my cultivation to the late stage of the golden elixir before my life is almost over, but there is no possibility of breaking the elixir into an infant, so a third-grade spirit beast egg is of no use to me, but a waste." Although Li Shiking's tone was calm, Li Zhirui and others still heard a trace of loneliness. As long as you embark on the road of cultivating immortals, who doesn't want to break through to a higher realm? Have more lifespan? Li Shiking naturally wanted to, but for the sake of his family, he chose to give up. "Don't feel sorry for me." Seeing Li Zhirui's face full of guilt, Li Shiking shook his head and whispered, "The lifespan of the golden elixir is 500 years. Now you really feel sorry for me, then let me see you who has achieved the nascent soul within 300 years. Second grandfather, I won't let you down," Li Zhirui promised solemnly. Although it is very difficult, Li Zhirui, who feels that he has the mysterious space in his hand, is not impossible to do it. Good. At this moment, Li Shiking was happier than when he achieved a golden collar. Li Zhirui accepted the blue wind eagle egg, and then took out the spiritual object sent by the Green Sword sect, which was also a third-grade spiritual beast egg, and it was a long-tailed white bird that was said to have a trace of Honghu bloodline. Li Shiking accepted it this time, but he still would not sign a contract with it, but was going to leave it to Li Zhirui after he broke through the foundation. The spiritual objects sent by these two families seemed to be of high value, but this was only for the Li family. If it was for other golden core forces, these two third-grade spiritual beast eggs would be like chicken ribs. Thank you for your support. Chapter 133 Leaving. Because although the third-grade spirit beast can break through the golden elixir, the resources required are no less than directly training a golden elixir cultivator. If the Li family had not practiced the Wanling Sutra, there would be a very close connection between the cultivator and the spirit beast. As long as the blood of the spirit beast is not restricted, the bottleneck of the spirit beast will be broken after the cultivator breaks through, and they will not pursue spirit beasts of higher grades. Finally, there was a gift from Shanli Mountain. In the jade box lay a dark green jade slip. Li Zhirui used his divine sense to explore it and exclaimed, "Second grandfather, this is a small magical power of the wood element, the small armor wood yang thunder, magical power, a powerful spell. Its principle of casting is to use one's own magic power to condense a large amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which is different from the magic power of key training and foundation building cultivators. It is said that this is because the golden elixir cultivator can already touch a trace of the power of the law. Shenlai Mountain is so generous." This magical power caused everyone to marvel. Li Shiking thought of the three conditions that Yunqi said, and couldn't help but sigh that Shenlai Mountain really understood the principle of giving before taking. He reached out to put away the jade slip, and prepared to go to Shifangzhou to complete the conditions for exchanging for the foundation building spiritual medicine. After learning this magical power, Li Shiking asked again, "Have you explored the situation of Redwood Island and Jiuquan Island? Are there any spiritual objects worth developing?" "No," Li Zhirui shook his head. "In fact, if they had any spiritual objects, why would they develop so slowly? Then how do you plan to develop these two spiritual islands?" Li Shiking didn't feel disappointed. He had expected this. Li Zhirui said the plan he had already thought of, saying, "The two islands are not far from Daring Island, but at least one foundation building cultivator must be sent to stay and ensure safety. The only problem now is that the number of cultivators in the family is too small, and there is no way to fully develop the spiritual veins on the two islands, let alone the two spiritual islands. The clansmen are already a little too busy with the existing industries of the family. The Redwood Island has a total of 3,000 mu of first-level spiritual fields and 500 mu of second-level spiritual fields. Although the Jiuquan Island has only more than 200 mu of second-level spiritual fields, it has 5,000 to 6,000 mu of first-level spiritual fields. Even if the more than 100 cultivators of the Li family work day and night, they can't take care of so many spiritual fields. You should have come up with a solution, right?" Li Shiking had personally taught Li Zhirui for some time and knew him very well. Li Zhirui nodded, and under the gaze of everyone, he slowly said, "I want to rent out all these spiritual fields and let the independent cultivators plant them. When the time comes, we just need to collect the rent, and we can also take this opportunity to build a small market on the Redwood Island." According to Li Zhirui's calculations, the spiritual fields on these two islands can accommodate at least thousands of independent cultivators, which is enough to build a small market. Moreover, the Redwood Island is more than 600 miles away from Yunpingzhou. At the speed of independent cultivators, it takes at least several hours to go back and forth. In addition, Redwood Island is located on the sea, which makes it more convenient for casual cultivators to hunt water monsters and earn spiritual stones, and it can also attract many casual cultivators. This is a good idea. We can collect a large amount of spiritual stones in a short time. Li Shiking nodded with satisfaction. "Let's do it." As for the garrison cultivators, he turned to look at Li Shilian and others and asked, "Who of you is willing to go?" Although the garrison cultivators are far away from the Banyan Island, they can occupy a second-level spiritual vein. The more concentrated spiritual energy around them can also speed up their own cultivation speed a little. Li Zhirui did not speak. He had already decided to go out for training for a period of time, and could not be a garrison cultivator. "I'll go," Li Shiren and Li Shiting said almost at the same time. Seeing that Li Zhirui and Li Shilian had no intention of competing, they agreed directly. The establishment of a market is not something that can be built casually. Shops must be built first, and then the spirit gathering array and defense array must be arranged. It took more than 2 months for everything to be handled. During this period, the news that the Li family rented the spiritual fields on Redwood Island and Jiuquan Island had spread throughout Yunping Prefecture, and even the casual cultivators in Guangqing Prefecture and Qingshan Prefecture had heard about it. "Why don't we try Redwood Island? I heard that the rent for the first-level spiritual fields there is not high, and the rent for 1 acre of spiritual fields is only 90 spiritual stones a year." A casual cultivator was very tempted by this, and he felt that farming was far more promising than hunting water monsters. Planting 1 acre of the cheapest first-level green stem spiritual grain, if properly cared for and without encountering disasters, can probably produce 400 to 500 kilograms of spiritual grain. The purchase price is 8 spiritual stones for 10 kilograms, so in this way, you can earn 300 to 400 spiritual stones, and even if you deduct the rent, you still get a lot of spiritual stones. Maybe it's not as profitable as hunting monsters, but it's more stable and safe, and it's only 1 acre of spiritual field, the cheapest spiritual grain. Their 5-man team can plant dozens of acres of spiritual fields, and they can also go out to sea to hunt monsters during the slack season. But we don't know how to plant spiritual spells, and we have never planted spiritual grains. How could they, who are born as casual cultivators, have such skills? Did the Li family say that there is a place specializing in selling these spells on Redwood Island? It is said that the price is much cheaper than in the market, and there are also planting tips. This shop selling spells is a warm-up for the market that has not yet been built by the Li family. In the future, spiritual pill shops, talisman shops, etc. will be opened in that small market. Before attracting the attention of major forces, the Li family will monopolize this market. Of course, the Li family will not do things like maliciously raising prices or lowering the purchase price. Everything is at the same level as Yunping's Hao. After all, casual cultivators have limited income. At the beginning, the casual cultivators of King Shan's house settled here because of the low prices in Yunping's Hao. They would also be willing to travel 600 miles across the sea because of the different prices. The Li family is so willing to give up, someone said unhappily. The Li family has only more than 100 cultivators, and they are simply too busy to handle it. Otherwise, do you think they would be so kind? You should stop saying such things. The leader was a cultivator in the late stage of key training. He glared at him and then said, "Let's go and have a look." There were obviously quite a few casual cultivators who had the same idea as them, and many of them came from Qingshan province and Guangqing province. Sorry, you are too late. Now all the first-level spiritual fields in Redwood Island have been rented out. You can go to Jiuquan Island to have a look. A certain key training cultivator of the Li family said politely to the casual cultivator who came to ask. Although the Li family is already a top force within 1,000 miles, it is not worth mentioning compared to the entire cultivation world. There is no need to be complacent because of a little progress, or even become arrogant and spoiled. Li Shiqing emphasized this point. If any clan member uses the name of the Li family and acts recklessly, he will be punished at the least, or even expelled from the clan. The news was only announced a few days ago, and so many first-level spiritual fields are gone, one of the casual cultivators said in disbelief. You know, if you want to rent a spiritual field, you must first pay the rent. 90 spiritual stones are not a small amount for a casual cultivator. In fact, not to mention them, even the cultivators of the Li family were shocked by this, because the first-level spiritual fields on Redwood Island alone brought them more than 270,000 spiritual stones. And this is just the first year. There will be so many every year in the future. And it doesn't count the 5,000 or 6,000 acres of spiritual fields on Jiuquan Island. The rent this year alone is enough for the Li family to upgrade the second-level spiritual vein in the clan land to the third level. After Li Zhirui knew about this, he sighed again. As long as the strength is improved, there are many ways to earn spiritual stones. As for the second-level spiritual fields, the Li family did not plan to rent them out. Even if they rented them out, no casual cultivator could afford the spiritual stones. So they planned to use them to plant those second-level spiritual medicines that are easy to raise and not delicate. The main reason is that there are not enough people to take care of them. In order not to waste the spiritual fields, they can only do this. If you want to rent a spiritual field, you can go to the Redwood Market and buy the corresponding spells. Redwood Market? The late-stage cultivator secretly thought, the Li family is really amazing. They first used the spiritual field to attract the cultivators, and then used the market to lock them up. There is no need to go to the Yunqing market. Upon hearing this, the group went to the Redwood Market again. At this time, the market had not been built yet, and many mortals were busy on the construction site. The wooden buildings that were built and open to welcome guests were hung with Spell Pavilion, Spirit Pale Pavilion, Magic Instrument Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion, and a grocery store dedicated to purchasing various spiritual objects, as well as a 3-story wooden building with the words Cloud Building. The few people looked at them one by one and found that the spiritual objects in the store were quite complete. Common spiritual objects could be bought, which could fully meet their needs, and the prices had not risen. There was no need to go to the Yunqing market to buy them. Finally, they entered the Magic Pavilion and jointly bought a set of jade slips recording 5 kinds of planting spells, such as the Spirit Rain spell and the Golden Light spell. The price was indeed cheap, only 30 spirit stones. In addition, they spent 50 spirit stones to buy a copy of Golden Silk Spirit Valley Planting Experience. When they arrived at Jiuquan Island, they realized that there were not many free spiritual fields on the island. If they came a day or two later, they would have to go back home. Bang! A blue thunder suddenly struck from the cloudless sky, and the huge rock that was hit was instantly split into powder and blown everywhere by the breeze. Li Zhirui, who was watching from the side, was frightened by this amazing power. He could smash a huge rock, but he could never turn it into stone powder. And the magnificent power of heaven actually gave Li Zhirui a sense of irresistibility. Second grandfather, the power of this small armor Wujing thunder is too terrifying. Li Shiking shook his head and said, in the past 6 months, I have only learned it, and the power is far from reaching its limit. By then, if I use all my magic power, the small island not far away will be blown up. Li Zhirui asked puzzledly, then why don't you practice in the family for a while? After the magic power is perfected, enter the eclipse wind state to kill the demon cultivators. The news that Li Shiking had to take risks in order to obtain the foundation building elixir and the pill formula could not be concealed from Li Zhirui and other family leaders. He knew that he could not persuade Li Shiking, but he also hoped that he would improve his strength as much as possible before taking action. Because now is the best time, Li Shiking said in a deep voice. Some time ago, he heard that Shenli Mountain and Yinfeng Cave had started a war again, gathering many giant cultivators. The strength inside the eclipse wind state should not be as strong as before. He could bypass the battlefield and enter the eclipse wind state to kill low-level demon cultivators. Go back, I will leave for Shifeng province tomorrow, Li Shiking said. Don't worry about the family, because during this period, we will be protected by the Shenli Mountain. If there is no guarantee, will that giant cultivator feel at ease to leave? Chapter 134 Experience. In the main hall of Yuan Mingzhuang. Master, is the Li family's behavior a bit too much? An elder said indignantly. Because the various actions of the Li family during this period have caused dissatisfaction and vigilance among many elders, this meeting was specially held. Do you mean recruiting independent cultivators, or opening a market, or these two things? Liu Yun asked calmly. Without waiting for the elder to speak, he continued, more than 1,000 independent cultivators have left Yunping's house now. Does this number have any impact on us? As for the market, the Li family only does business with independent cultivators on the 2 islands, and even needs to replenish spiritual objects from the market. We just changed the object of business. After all, it is the business of more than 1,000 independent cultivators. With the current production scale of the Li family, it can't meet the needs of independent cultivators at all. They can only buy from outside and then transport them back to the island. Fortunately, because of the large number of purchases, the cost is suppressed, otherwise the Li family will not make much money at all. The most important thing is, Liu Yun's face was very serious, we need the help of the Li family now. As long as the Li family is inclined to us, then the King Jian sect will no longer be our opponent, an elder said. But doesn't this sect have a giant in its hands? We can cultivate a giant cultivator as soon as possible. By then, we don't need the Li family and can also annex the King Jian sect. A glimmer of light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. Everything he said before was used to cover this up, right? Since the sect got the giant, the elders have been talking about this every other day, as if as long as they swallowed the giant, they would definitely be able to break through the giant. But he has no say in this matter. Jiang Xianming and Mingling Zhenren must nod their heads. So in the end, this meeting ended hastily again. But Liu Yun knew that this matter would not stop there. My friends, the spiritual vein promotion array has been arranged, and it will be promoted to the 3rd level spiritual vein within 3 months, a white-haired old man said gently to Li Zhirui and others. At this time, it was already the 5th day since Li Shiking left Daring Island. This old man was a 3rd level geomancer invited by the Li family from Shenli Mountain at a cost of 100,000 spirit stones. What he had to do was to help the 2nd level spiritual vein of the Li family to advance. In fact, it was also possible not to invite a geomancer. As long as 500,000 spirit stones were buried near the spiritual vein, and then the spiritual vein absorbed all the spirit stones by itself, it could be advanced. However, there was a big disadvantage in doing so, which was that it took too long. It would take at least several years. Before spending this amount of spirit stones, Li Zhirui and others felt very distressed, but when this old man came to the Banyan Island and started to work, they immediately felt that it was worth the money. Because he not only promoted the spiritual vein, but also modified the feng shui on the Banyan Island and expanded the range of spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual vein. Although the spiritual energy at the outermost part of several spiritual veins was still relatively thin, the spiritual energy at the junction of each other was still quite rich. And at least hundreds of acres of first-level spiritual fields could be opened up. Thank you, Senior. This is just a small gift, not a respectful gesture. Please accept it. Li Zhirui presented a bottle of fine third-level spiritual wine with both hands. This giant loves fine wine, and Li Zhirui is a little talented in this area. Although the spiritual wine he brewed is of lower grade, it has a unique taste. The old man is quite satisfied with it. It was also because of the hundreds of kilograms of spiritual wine that he helped to change the feng shui pattern of the big Banyan Island. Ho ha, good boy, the old man laughed and said, if there is a next time, remember to find me again. This matter is over, and I should go back. After that, a yellow light shot up into the sky and disappeared in front of several people. From the day the formation was successfully arranged, the spiritual energy on the Big Banyan Island became more and more rich, and all the tribesmen experienced the benefits of the rich spiritual energy. One day, Li Zhirui had obtained the Kangfang eagle egg for several months, and finally there was movement. Because birds and spiritual beasts have a preference for chicks, on the day it broke out of the shell, Li Zhirui had been guarding in front of it, for fear of missing this great opportunity to improve intimacy. Boom! The eagle's beak, which had become hard, kept knocking on the eggshell. With the eagle's unremitting efforts, it finally broke a small hole, then slowly expanded it, and finally got out of it completely. Chirp! The eagle was about the size of a palm, with white fluff on its body, and a pair of light blue eyes that were very smart, looking at Li Zhirui curiously. Little guy, are you hungry? As he said, Li Zhirui fed him the spiritual fish meat that had been prepared long ago, one by one. While the eagle was not paying attention, Li Zhirui pinched his hands and activated the contract formation, turning the eagle into a second contracted spiritual beast. When you grow up a little, we will go out to experience. Li Zhirui used his magic power to wash the eagle's body to lay a better foundation for him. In the next few months, Li Zhirui completely became a nanny, spending most of his time taking care of the eagle. The overly energetic Kangfang eagle made Li Zhirui angry, and he missed the days when he raised yakking. Finally, he accidentally discovered that yakking could suppress the blue-winged eagle, and Li Zhirui was able to escape from the sea of suffering and return to normal life. For this reason, Li Zhirui also specially named the blue-winged eagle, Zhaoking. During this period, another major event happened, that is, the second-level spiritual vein under the clan land was successfully promoted to the third-level spiritual vein. If the previous concentration of spiritual energy was just a thin layer of fog, then now in the clan land, it is a thick fog that is pitch dark. The spiritual energy has become many times denser. Even if Li Zhirui does not use any external objects, the speed of cultivation is much faster than before. No wonder the disciples of the big forces have to cultivate faster, even though they have the same qualifications. There is a big difference in the environment alone, not to mention other things such as resources. With this third-level spiritual vein, the clan members with poor qualifications in the future may be able to achieve the perfection of key training before the age of 55 and have the opportunity to break through the foundation. Everything is ready, it's time to set off. On a sunny day, Li Zhirui packed up all the things he wanted to bring and left the Big Banyan Island. He had told Li Zhirui and the others about going out for training. They wanted to persuade him, but Li Zhirui had made up his mind. How could they persuade him? So they had to agree in the end. But they also had requirements. The training must ensure their own safety, and it cannot exceed 1 year. If they violated it, they would have to stay on the Banyan Island for 10 years, and they must not step out of the Banyan Island during that time. It's a pity that you are still young, otherwise I could sit on your back this time. Li Zhirui looked at Zhaoking with pity. After this period of training, Zhaoking is now at the first level of key training, and his body has become much bigger, but after all, he is still a young bird and cannot carry people. It is worth mentioning that Zhaoking is an eagle. Li Zhirui did not run too far for this training. He was in the Qingshan Mountains. There was danger, but as long as he did not go too deep into the mountains, it should be fine. Roar. A second-level wild boar demon roared in pain, looking at Li Zhirui not far away with red eyes. A yellow light suddenly spurted out of its mouth and shot directly at Li Zhirui's face. However, white clouds appeared, layer upon layer, constantly weakening the yellow light, and it was impossible to approach Li Zhirui. Before Li Zhirui could fight back, the ground began to tremble violently, and sharp spikes protruded under his feet. If he had not reacted in time and dodged at the last moment, the consequences would be disastrous. What a beast! Li Zhirui was angry and no longer held back. As his 10 fingers flew, water swords with a faint blue luster fell from the sky with terrible pressure. All the plants and trees that were stained with water turned yellow in an instant, and there was a faint stench. Even the soil was eroded by a layer. Although the wild boar demon had a protective aura, it had consumed too much before, unlike Li Zhirui who had been holding a pill of replenishing Yuan Den, so he had a way to replenish his mana. The aura was eventually defeated by the water sword and was broken into pieces, turning into a little aura and dissipating. The huge monster body was pierced by dozens of sharp blades in a moment, and blood gushed out like a fountain, spreading on the ground and dyeing it into red flowers. Roar! Li Zhirui saw that the wild boar monster suddenly screamed, but he was not dead. He felt something was wrong and immediately retreated. But he saw that where he was standing, huge stone pillars rose from the ground. Before Li Zhirui could breathe a sigh of relief, the stone pillars exploded. The broken stones flew, and the nearby large trees, which were a foot wide, were knocked down. The dust was flying around. Under the dying blow of the wild boar monster, there were only a few broken trees and half of the tree trunks in the forest. Seeing this scene, Li Zhirui in the distance felt a little shocked and couldn't help but secretly said that he was lucky. If he hadn't retreated first, even if he blocked it in the end, he would have been seriously injured. Once injured, it would definitely be a very dangerous thing in the central area of Qingshan mountain range. Because there are not only a large number of monsters here, but also more dangerous monks. Such a big noise must have attracted nearby monks, so Li Zhirui hurriedly collected the body of the wild boar demon and left the place. Not long after he left, 2 foundation building monks came together. Seeing that nothing was left at the scene, they cursed and disappeared into the vast forest. At this time, Li Zhirui had already hidden in the depths of the cave where he was hiding, using antidote to remove the poison in the body of the pig demon. The flesh and blood must not be eaten, but the spiritual materials on the pig demon cannot be contaminated by toxins. This is hundreds of spiritual stones. After processing the spiritual materials, he used the dust cleansing talisman to remove the blood and ki around his body, and then entered the space to rest. Chirp! Chirp! Duckwing and Xiaoqing shouted in unison, the former complaining why he was not allowed to do it, and the latter was not so smart, just telling Li Zhirui that he was hungry. While taking out the monster meat, he explained to Duckwing, the wild boar is too fast, and there are trees all around. I'm worried that you'll get hurt. Although Duckwing's defense ability has greatly increased after breaking through the 2nd level, it is still a bit difficult to face the wild boar monster. I will go out of the mountain tomorrow, and then I will let you out to play. Chapter 135 Invitation. This was the 10th day since he entered the Qingshan Mountains. During this time, he killed 4 2nd-level monsters including the wild boar monster and collected a lot of spiritual medicines. It was time to go out and sell the spiritual objects. Hearing Li Zhirui's promise, Duckwing nodded with satisfaction. Li Zhirui was already accustomed to Duckwing's intelligence, which was far superior to that of the same level monsters, and it was convenient for them to communicate, but he was occasionally curious about what caused this. In the early morning of the 2nd day, after a night of practice, Li Zhirui carefully shuttled through the mountains and forests, not wanting to alarm any monsters. It was not until the afternoon that he walked out of the mountains and entered a large market called Qingmu. This Qingmu market belongs to the Muling sect and is the 2nd largest market under the Muling sect. It covers a large area and has a 3rd-level spiritual vein and several low-level spiritual veins. The spiritual energy is several times richer than that of the Big Banyan Island. And because it is close to the Qingshan Mountains, it gathers a large number of casual cultivators, and its prosperity and bustle is by no means comparable to the Yunqing market. Especially in Yunqingfang market, the relatively rare foundation building cultivators can be seen everywhere here, and many of them are from the background of casual cultivation. The first thing Li Zhirui did after entering the market was to sell the spiritual objects that he didn't need. The purchase price of those shops was not low. This was mainly because the competitiveness of various shops in Qingmufang market was very high. If you lower the price, the cultivators still have a lot of choices. This time when he entered the mountain, Li Zhirui earned more than 2,000 spiritual stones, and the income was definitely not as much as that earned from alchemy. But in this process, whether it was combat awareness, strength, or even refining mana, there were considerable benefits. And this is what Li Zhirui valued the most. Especially mana refining. which is related to whether the cultivator can form a pill. If he wants to go further, he naturally cannot be negligent in this matter. Then Li Zhirui went to rent a small courtyard, 10 days, 300 spiritual stones. The spiritual energy in the courtyard is comparable to the second-level spiritual vein, so this price is not too expensive. The first thing to do after closing the courtyard door is to let Deking and Zhaoqing out and let them play in the courtyard. It's been 3 months since I came out, Li Zhirui whispered softly. He thought he wouldn't miss the daring island. After all, coming out to practice and not being entangled in family affairs was something he had always been thinking about. But he didn't expect that in just half a month, he began to miss the things on the island, and miss Li Shiqing, Li Shiren and other clansmen. Today, Li Zhirui realized that his bond with his family and clansmen was so strong. In the past few days in the market, Li Zhirui rarely went out. He was either practicing, refining pills, or playing with Deking and others, urging Zhaoqing to practice hard. This made him relax a lot because of the long-term practice. In particular, the evil spirit lingering around him has dissipated after this period of time. But Li Zhirui was not in a hurry to go into the mountains for practice immediately. And he was still doing these things slowly. Until one day. Knock knock, Li Zhirui, who was in the process of daily cultivation, opened his eyes instantly and asked, "Who is outside the door? What do you want to see me for, fellow Taoist Wang? I am Du Zhe. I have something important to discuss with you," the middle-aged foundation building cultivator outside the door whispered. Li Zhirui frowned. This Du Zhe was a casual cultivator in the early stage of foundation building that he met by chance when he entered Qingshan for training half a month ago. The two of them also teamed up once or twice because of missions. But they were not familiar with each other. Because he was traveling outside and did not want to cause trouble to the family, he reported a false name. The so-called mission is actually the commission issued by various forces in King Mulfang City, including seeking spiritual medicine, seeking clues about monsters, etc. In short, it is all-encompassing, and any mission can be found in the mission hall. Du Zhe's sudden visit was indeed a bit wrong, and how did he know where he lived? Li Zhirui was secretly alert. But since they had come to the door, Li Zhirui couldn't hide anymore, so he had to get up and open the door. "Dao, please come in." Dao Wang is really kind-hearted. Such a big thing happened in the market these days, but he is still practicing in the cave so calmly, Du Zhe joked as soon as he came in. Li Zhirui frowned slightly and explained, "I haven't been out for the past few days. I don't know what happened in the outside world. It is rumored that a cave of a giant and cultivator appeared in the mountains. According to the Taoist who escaped, there are many spiritual objects in it, and it is very likely that the inheritance of that giant and cultivator exists," Du Zhe explained hurriedly. Giant and cave, Li Zhirui was not worried that he would deceive him on this matter. After all, he would know whether it was true or false if he went out to inquire a little. Li Zhirui also knew the purpose of Du Zhe's search for him. He just wanted to find him to explore the giant and cave together. As for why he was looking for him, but it was because Du Zhe knew that he had a second-level spirit beast. So even if Li Zhirui's own strength was weak, with a spirit beast, he would be stronger than the ordinary early stage of foundation building, not to mention that Li Zhirui's own strength was also very strong. "Dao, tell me in detail about the situation of the cave." Li Zhirui acted very interested. But he became more and more alert in his heart. Du Zhe had a wide range of friends, and it was impossible for him not to find a cultivator who was stronger than Li Zhirui. And he had never told anyone about the cave where he rested. How did Du Zhe know? The cave is close to the depths of the mountains. There is a third-level bear monster nearby. The cultivator who spread the news said that he was ambushed by the fellow cultivators as soon as he entered the cave, and he escaped by luck. The main reason why that person wanted to make it public was that he didn't want the spirit objects in the cave to be obtained by those who attacked his foundation building. And his purpose was indeed achieved. Those people either died in the cave or died at the hands of the cultivators. After Du Zhe's introduction, Li Zhirui also had a better understanding of this cave. Facing his eager and expectant eyes, Li Zhirui did not immediately agree. "This matter is of great importance. Dao, why don't you go back first? Let me think about it carefully." Du Zhe's eyes flashed a dark light, and he smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, we will set off tomorrow. If Dao wants to go, please reply to me as soon as possible." "Okay, thank you Dao for telling me." After Li Zhirui stood up and sent Du Zhe away, he couldn't help but sneer. This man obviously came to him with a purpose. Maybe he thought that he was a casual cultivator and had no experience. Once the temptation of the giant and cave and various spiritual objects was mentioned, he would immediately agree to team up with them to explore the cave. Not to mention whether they have other purposes. When exploring the cave, if they find any precious spiritual objects, will he have a share? At that time, let alone getting a share of spiritual objects, it would be good if he was not attacked by a group of people or died on the spot. However, if the giant in cave was real, Li Zhirui was still very interested. Because Du Zhe's arrival disturbed his state of mind, he couldn't calm down for a while, so he simply pushed the door open and went out to inquire about the news of the cave. It doesn't matter if he doesn't ask, but once he asks, Li Zhirui always feels that the cave is full of weirdness. According to the monk who escaped, there are many jade boxes containing spiritual objects outside the cave, and this has been confirmed. The storage bags of the fallen monks contain dozens of jade boxes, all of which are second-level spiritual objects. But there is no news about the inner circle. It is said that all the intruders died on the spot. However, this did not stop the fanatical casual cultivators. After all, there are so many spiritual objects in the outer circle, let alone the inner circle. Some casual cultivators who went late did not get the spiritual objects, and they were very unwilling in their hearts, and they wanted to enter the inner circle. After many attempts, they found that there was a strange formation protecting the inner circle, but no matter how the casual cultivators attacked, they could not break it. After a thorough understanding, Li Zhirui hesitated. Although there would be no danger if he did not enter the range of the formation, so many casual cultivators could not break the formation. Could he go there now? Moreover, the location of the cave was deep in the Qingshan Mountains, which was the territory of the third-level monsters. With his current cultivation, he would take a big risk to get involved. But Li Zhirui had a feeling that if he did not go this time, he would miss a very important opportunity. This feeling was strange, so Li Zhirui did not dare to ignore it, because every whim of a cultivator must mean something. Let's go and see tomorrow. After Li Zhirui made up his mind, he returned to the rented cave and began to make preparations. Duckwing slowly crawled over, expressing that he wanted to fight side by side with Li Zhirui. I will definitely do it if there is a chance. Although he was worried that Duckwing would be injured, he could only release Duckwing when it really came to a critical moment. The next morning, Li Zhirui left the cave quietly and rushed towards the direction of the cave. At noon, at the east gate of the market, Du Zhe led several foundation-building monks to stand aside. One of them saw that Du Zhe was still looking forward to it, and couldn't help but persuade him, "Brother Du, it seems that the fellow Wang you mentioned will not come. Let's go quickly. If we wait any longer, we may not be able to reach the cave before dark." Du Zhe still waited for a moment unwillingly, and finally left the market with a depressed face after being persuaded by several monks. At this time, Li Zhirui had entered the Qingshan Mountains and walked on the small road opened by the foundation-building monks in recent days. Because of the emergence of the giant and cave mansion, this path was often passed by monks, and the nearby monsters were killed or fled. The first part of the road was still very safe. But after going deep into the mountains, the function of this road was lost, because no one could drive away the third-level monster. Li Zhirui's speed also dropped a lot in an instant, and he used the cicada breathing technique to the extreme to avoid attracting the attention of the monster. In the end, nothing happened, and he successfully entered the outer area of the cave. Here, dozens of foundation-building cultivators gathered. Among these people, cultivators like Li Zhirui who were in the early stage of foundation building were actually a minority. His arrival did not attract many people's attention. He moved quietly and sat down in a corner. He did not rush to take action, but planned to see how others did it first. Unfortunately, there were very few casual cultivators who knew the formation, and they could only use spells to violently break it. At this time, a group of 6 foundation-building cultivators came here, causing quite a stir. Li Zhirui also looked up and found that the person in the lead was Du Zhe, and his cultivation was not the early stage of foundation building as he knew, but the late stage of foundation building. Fortunately, he did not agree to come with him, otherwise he would not be his opponent if he really took action. Li Zhirui thought to himself. And because Li Zhirui knew that Du Zhe would come, he changed his appearance, which was completely different from the appearance when the two met, so he was not worried about being recognized. Thank you for your support. 3. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Enter. After Du Zhe and his companions came in, they did not find a place to stay quietly, but immediately began to explore the formation. From his appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with this formation. This scene fell into the eyes of Li Zhirui and several cultivators who had been observing them. The former frowned, and became more and more curious about Du Zhe's identity. The latter seemed particularly excited because they saw hope of entering the cave in Du Zhe. Does this Taoist friend have any gains? Why not tell us, and let's work together to break the formation. A casual cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building who had no companions suddenly spoke up. The silence in the cave was instantly broken, and the eyes of all the cultivators were focused on Du Zhe and his companions. Du Zhe said calmly, I have seen the record of this formation in a broken book. It is called Kunun Shengjin Great Formation. As long as the surrounding earth energy is continuous, it can continuously generate golden light attacks. As for the method of breaking the formation, it is also very simple. Just use a large number of wood magics to attack the formation base. A casual cultivator asked, do you know the location of the formation base? Yes, Du Zhe nodded without hesitation, and then told the location of the formation base. For a time, everyone was overjoyed, but when they really started to act, the scene was a little awkward. Because many of them have not learned wood magic. Li Zhirui, who was standing aside, thought to himself, is this the reason why he invited me? You know, because the power of wood magic is far less than that of gold and fire, even casual cultivators with wood spiritual roots rarely learn wood magic. But Du Zhe knows so much about the formation, and even knows how to break the formation. Is it really just from the broken book? Li Zhirui is skeptical about this. Fortunately, there were enough independent cultivators in the cave, and they finally found many of them, but they were unwilling to go all out. Because they had wasted a lot of mana now, they would be the first to fall after entering the cave. The dozens of cultivators even united to ask for benefits from everyone, so that even if they didn't go in, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. The other cultivators had no choice. If they really killed these people, who would break the formation? Besides, there were many of them, and it was not realistic to use force to suppress them. Finally, after Li Zhirui and others paid a certain amount of spiritual objects, the group of cultivators finally started to take action. Li Zhirui couldn't bear to look at their wood magic, because it was so bad that he didn't know what to say. He even saw someone using the most basic vine magic to attack the formation. Under the unremitting efforts of this group of cultivators, after several hours, the formation was finally broken. To be more precise, the formation base should have been damaged to a certain extent, and the formation could no longer absorb Kunun earth energy smoothly. Then, under the efforts of all the cultivators, this third-level formation was broken. The moment the formation was broken, a stream of pure and rich spiritual mist overflowed, and all the cultivators could not help but practice their skills, directly refining the spiritual energy into mana. This is more dense than the spiritual energy in the family's spiritual caves. Li Zhirui was full of surprise. When the geomancer from Shanli Mountain arranged the formation for promotion, he also helped the Li family open up 5 spiritual caves on the third-level spiritual veins as required. Before Li Zhirui left to Banyan Island, he used his contribution points to exchange for an opportunity to practice in a spiritual cave. But no matter how rich the spiritual energy is, or how pure it can be directly refined into mana, it is far from this place. Is there a 4th-level spiritual vein here? A cultivator from a small family speculated uncertainly. But now, everyone can't care about this matter. Because as the spiritual mist dissipated, the situation in the cave was completely revealed to everyone. A pool of spring water that seemed to be completely condensed by spiritual energy. Li Zhirui saw the origin of this treasure. This is extremely precious. It can breed a spiritual source spring out of thin air. Judging from the situation of this spiritual source spring, it should be able to breed a 2nd-level spiritual vein. Is this the treasure that made me want to buy it? Li Zhirui guessed in his heart. With the grade of this spiritual source spring, if it is absorbed by the space, it can at least reduce the consumption of spiritual stones by 10% or even more when he produces spiritual medicine in the space. Next to the spiritual source spring, There are 4 crystal-clear jade tables, on which are placed 3 jade slips, a jade box, a jade bottle, and 2 magic weapons. Looking to the right, it is a corpse that is no different from a living person. The faint pressure it exudes can be concluded that he was a giant and cultivator and the owner of this cave. There are many spiritual objects on this corpse. The 3rd level robes he wears, the stored ring on his ring finger, the jade crown on his head, and the cushion he sits on are all shining with precious light. All the cultivators focused their attention on the treasures, except Li Zhirui. While paying attention to Du Zhe, he was also looking at the spiritual source spring. The preciousness of the spiritual source spring is self-evident, but there is a problem that they cannot solve. That is, they can't take it away, so they naturally won't spend their minds on it. But Li Zhirui is different. He has space in his hand and can transfer the spiritual source spring to the space. When he was still a key training cultivator, he used space to absorb a half-spiritual vein. Now that he has established his foundation, absorbing the spiritual source spring is naturally a piece of cake. So when others rushed to snatch those spiritual objects, Li Zhirui came to the spiritual source spring, stretched his left hand into the spiritual source spring, communicated with the space, and wanted to absorb it. Before he took action, he also saw that Du Zhe's goal was the jade bottle that fewer cultivators were fighting for. In an instant, Li Zhirui felt that the mana in his danchan was consumed rapidly, and the spiritual source spring began to boil and slowly separated from the earth. Fortunately, at this time, those cultivators were still fighting for treasures. This movement was covered by the sound of their fighting and did not attract the attention of others. But the good times didn't last long. Li Zhirui was still discovered. "This kid has a treasure that can collect the spiritual source spring," the man shouted, causing many monks to turn their heads and look at Li Zhirui. "Damn it," cursing in a low voice. Li Zhirui acted decisively, and the only first-level magic weapon he had not discarded, the pine needle, was activated and pierced his heart directly. As for those monks whose attention was attracted, some turned their heads and continued to fight for the treasure, but some pulled themselves away and attacked Li Zhirui. Humph! With a gloomy face, he snorted coldly, and did not care about exposing his identity. A large amount of corroded water turned into spiritual beasts and pounced on those people. At the same time, he also called out Da Qing and said, "Da Qing, help me stop them for a moment." After that, Li Zhirui began to concentrate on absorbing the spiritual source spring, wanting to put it into the space as soon as possible. The previous chapter name is wrong. The chapter name cannot be changed in VIP chapters. I can only forget it. It shouldn't have any impact. Chapter 137 Sleep. Li Zhirui ignored the consumption and poured out his mana. The movement of the spiritual source spring became louder and louder, and the speed of leaving the earth also increased a lot. If he didn't want to attract more monks, he could only collect the spiritual source spring as soon as possible. Da Qing, who was fighting with the monks for the first time since breaking through the 2nd level, seemed very excited. He kept casting various entanglement and control spells. For a while, those monks were very embarrassed under Da Qing's attack. Moreover, Da Qing's mana was strong and he didn't have to worry about insufficient mana. This was the benefit of eating a lot of spiritual objects when he was in the 1st level and had not yet broken through. Damn, why is this spiritual beast so difficult to deal with? Those monks joined forces, but they couldn't even beat a spiritual beast, and their faces were full of embarrassment. As time went by, Li Zhirui had almost absorbed the spiritual source spring, and he could withdraw his hands and deal with these monks together with Da Qing. They also discovered this. Some of them gritted their teeth and retreated, while others were fierce and determined to break Da Qing's defense. Boom! A light sound that only Li Zhirui could hear echoed in the space, but at this time he didn't care to check what kind of impact the spiritual source spring would have after entering the space. He held a pill of replenishing essence and turned to deal with the monks. As soon as they saw Li Zhirui take action, they tacitly withdrew and watched the man and the turtle from a distance. Li Zhirui did not pursue, but took this opportunity to quickly recover his own mana, which had been consumed by most of the mana, and took the time to look at the competition for the treasures. Du Zhe, who he paid the most attention to, successfully seized the jade bottle with the help of his companions. Moreover, when he looked at Li Zhirui, smiled at him, and obviously saw through his disguise. However, he did not step forward to reminisce about the past, but began to recover his mana, and it seemed that he wanted to continue to fight for the treasure. After all, this is a relic of a giant and monk, how could he not be moved by it? As for the other treasures, except for the 2 magic weapons and the giant corpse, they all have their own owners. The 3 jade slips fell into the hands of 3 late foundation building cultivators. Seeing their excitement under their calm expressions, it was not difficult to guess that the jade slips recorded some good things. Li Zhirui did not intend to stay any longer. First, everyone present knew about his absorption of the spiritual source spring. Now they did not take action because they had more precious treasures and there was no need to waste mana on him. Second, his cultivation was too low. Even with decking, he was only 2 early foundation building cultivators. Among this group of cultivators who were mainly in the middle and late stages, he could not take advantage at all. So when everyone was alert to each other and fighting each other, he silently took back decking, sacrificed Shu and Lingzhu to protect himself, and walked to the edge. Buzz! Just as he was about to leave, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the corpse. All the cultivators who took action were shocked and unable to move. Only the uncontrollable fear covered their entire faces. And the ground, which was originally empty, suddenly emerged with complex array patterns, which were emitting a little spiritual light and encompassed the entire inner circle. Golden Core Monk, and it's not just an ordinary golden core. Its pressure is several times stronger than Li Zhirui's. The one in front of him is at least in the late stage of golden core, or even in the perfect stage of golden core. Li Zhirui was horrified and frantically mobilized the mana in his body, trying to get rid of the pressure and regain control of his body. As long as he takes a step, he can walk out of the range of the formation. Get out of this dangerous situation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Li Zhirui tried, his feet seemed to be rooted and couldn't move at all. Du Zhiyi, who knew the cave very well, also showed a trace of astonishment and panic on his face. He didn't seem to expect such a change. Ho-ha, ancestor, I finally waited for this day. A somewhat dim soul floated out of the stored ring on the corpse. He opened his mouth and was happy. The blood on the ground flew out a wisp of red mist and sank into the soul. As the more red mist was absorbed, the more solid the soul became, and the more terrifying the pressure on him became. All the monks present saw that once the soul was completely restored, they would probably die here. But what's the use of knowing the result? With insufficient strength, under his pressure, even a finger can't move. Hey, boys, I tell you, if you hear about this kind of inheritance cave in the future, it's best to stay away. Although you don't have a future. Seeing that everyone was struggling desperately, the spirit seemed to have seen something funny. After a strange laugh, he said, don't you find out why there are no cultivators from big forces? Ha, because they know that this so-called cave is most likely a resurrection method arranged by an old monster who is unwilling to die. Li Zhirui's heart was in turmoil. Yes, this matter was obviously widely circulated, but no disciples from a big force came. Even if you really want to compare, his background may be the best, but the Li family is just a new giant in force, and they don't know many secrets, and their knowledge is shallow. Okay, I, the ancestor, have shown mercy and told you the reason. Now, you can die willingly. Remember, my name is King Hua. As soon as the voice fell, the cave suddenly became cold, and everyone's heart trembled. Then, under their horrified eyes, the foundation building monks suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of blood mist and merging into a soul. On the contrary, those monks who had not entered the depths of the cave before because of the excessive consumption of mana in breaking the formation escaped. Seeing this strange situation, how dare they hesitate? One by one, they fled to the distance. The soul did not care about the monks who escaped, or in other words, in his current situation, there was actually no way to leave this formation. And the hundreds of foundation building monks in the cave were reduced to only a dozen people in an instant, and the number was still decreasing. As for Du Zhiyi, he had already turned into blood mist and was completely absorbed by the soul. Because the closer the cultivators are to the spirit, the faster they die. Although Li Zhirui is the farthest person from him, this is not enough to make him happy. Because the red line of death is approaching him quickly. What should I do? What should I do? Am I really going to die here today? Li Zhirui's mind was full of storms, trying to find a way to break the situation. Unfortunately, there is a huge gap between the two people's strength. No matter how he thinks, he can't think of a way to escape. Hey, kid, don't worry, I won't kill you. A sinister voice woke Li Zhirui up instantly. The 20 or so cultivators in front of him have all disappeared. It's his turn. As for what the spirit said, that he would not kill him, Li Zhirui not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but became more and more worried, because he was definitely not the kind of person who would spare his life with a soft heart. I'm afraid he has other purposes. Hey, you are quite smart, and you look good, worthy of my name King Hua. The spirit was like a cat playing with a mouse, preparing to slowly torture Li Zhirui. Of course, the most important thing is your 2 spiritual roots, which are the best among these people, otherwise you would not be alive until now. As for Li Zhirui's method of collecting the spiritual source spring, he didn't care too much. The spiritual source spring before was not just a decoration, but was used to test the spiritual root qualifications of everyone. The more spiritual roots a cultivator has, the more complex the spiritual energy absorbed. Even if you specialize in a certain spiritual root, other spiritual energy will enter your body. And because of the reason for the practice, it is necessary to spend time to exclude the spiritual energy of other attributes, otherwise the mana will be muddled. This is why the more spiritual roots a cultivator has, the worse the qualifications. But it is rumored that in ancient times, there were practices that could cultivate multiple spiritual roots, but they have dissipated in the long river of history. But now in the world of immortal cultivation, at most there are practices for cultivating 2 spiritual roots. Speaking of which, a bitter smile appeared on Li Zhirui's lips. How could he not see the other party's purpose at this point? Possession. This giant and cultivator, who had been dead for who knows how many years, wanted to occupy his body. The spirit laughed strangely and pounced on Li Zhirui. The speed was so fast that when he reacted, the spirit had already drilled into a sea of consciousness from the center of his eyebrows. Not bad, not bad. The spirit is naturally strong, and it has also practiced the visualization method. With the qualifications of dual spiritual roots, I, the ancestor, will definitely break through the nascent soul in this life. King Hu looked at the tortoise in the center of the sea of consciousness, and his heart became more and more satisfied. Seeing Li Zhirui sitting cross-legged on the back of the tortoise, trying to seek shelter, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Boy, don't do this kind of useless work. It's better to take the initiative to merge with me, the ancestor, so as not to suffer the pain of the soul being torn apart. Who will win is still unknown. Li Zhirui's spirit is far less clear than King Hu's, and the strength is unknown, but he is definitely not the kind of person who is willing to wait for death." He immediately mobilized the tortoise and tried to suppress King Hu with the advantage of home court. The sea of consciousness, which was originally calm, suddenly stirred up a wave of turbulent waves, which rushed towards King Hu one after another. "Humph! You don't know what you are talking about," King Hu snorted disdainfully. Even if he was slightly suppressed, so what? The gap in heart power was too big, and these little tricks could not make up for it at all. A dazzling green light burst out from his hand, like a giant palm falling from the sky, instantly suppressing the rioting sea of consciousness. The divine turtle was backfired and suddenly became dim, and cracks appeared on its shell. As the master of the sea of consciousness, Li Zhirui was naturally implicated, and his breath became disordered and weak. However, Li Zhirui also found that after King Hu took action, his figure dimmed a little. It seems that his method was to weaken his own strength. Unfortunately, the divine turtle was damaged, and he no longer had any means of attack in terms of spirit and soul. "Boy, don't struggle, just let me swallow you. I will take good care of your relatives and friends." After saying that, he dodged and pounced in front of Li Zhirui, opened his bloody mouth, and ruthlessly tore off a piece of his soul from him. The pain of the soul being torn apart made Li Zhirui lose his mind in an instant, and he became very crazy. He even grabbed King Hu's arm and kept biting like a mad dog. "You are looking for death?" King Hu no longer held back and accelerated the speed of swallowing. In the contest between the two, Li Zhirui was no match at all. His soul was shrinking continuously, and finally turned into a dim and extinguished blue light ball. "If I swallow you, I can be resurrected. In this life, I will definitely break through the nascent soul." Seeing that he was about to succeed, King Hu was trembling with excitement, as if he had seen the scene of his own shattering pale and becoming an infant. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange wave came out from Li Zhirui's sea of consciousness, causing King Hu to stop swallowing the last bit of his soul involuntarily. I saw a little yin and yang 5-color divine light emerge. I looked closely and found that it was actually a cave world, where various spiritual medicines and plants were planted, and there was a blue-winged eagle chasing the giant poisonous bee. What is this? Could it be that this kid has also practiced a kind of visualization method? King Hu muttered to himself. But the next moment, he regretted why he stopped. He saw that the divine light flew to his head, and a vast and boundless force enveloped him, and then forcibly crushed the soul into pieces, scattering in Li Zhirui's sea of consciousness. Li Zhirui, who only had a little tenacious will to survive, was driven by instinct to devour those fragments to restore himself. I don't know how long it took. Li Zhirui woke up from his coma, covered his chaotic and painful head with one hand, and called Daking out. Gigi. Daking crawled over as fast as he could and asked anxiously. As a spiritual beast that had concluded a soul contract, Daking knew his situation very well. I'm fine, Li Zhirui said weakly. Daking, bring those storage bags, magic tools and the giant corpse to me. Daking nodded repeatedly, and used several wooden vines to flexibly sweep all the things in front of him. Li Zhirui gritted his teeth and put all the things into the space, and then quickly took Daking into the space. I'll be fine after a rest, Li Zhirui, who had been holding on, said this. His body softened and he fainted again. The reason why he fainted was not only because his soul was seriously injured, but also because the soul fragments he swallowed contained a lot of King Hu's memories, which had a shock to him. Moreover, Li Zhirui's current situation could not be digested in a short time, and his body spontaneously activated a protection mechanism, allowing him to slowly recover in his sleep. When Li Zhirui fell into deep sleep, King Mufeng City was in an uproar because of the inside story of the predecessor's cave inheritance, the design to kill hundreds of foundation builders, and the giant seizure. But when the casual cultivators really discovered a certain predecessor's cave, they would never shrink back because of this. As a casual cultivator, if you don't take risks, you simply can't continue on the path of seeking. At the same time, someone also found out King Hu's deeds. He was a golden elixir casual cultivator who was famous in Qingshan province 200 years ago. It is rumored that he has found the way to break the elixir into an infant. But because of the conspiracy by relatives and friends, his foundation was damaged. Even if he still had a life, he was just waiting to die. In the last few decades of his life, he suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the world. Everyone thought he had fallen, but he didn't expect that he was hiding in the depths of the Qingshan mountains, planning his own resurrection. But only half a day after the news came out, a spiritual light suddenly flew out of the mountain gate of the Muling sect and went straight to the King Hu cave. Did you succeed in taking over the body? The mysterious man looked at the empty cave, and his huge spiritual consciousness swept through every corner. He also used the secret method of capturing key to track, but unfortunately nothing was found. What a pity. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a spiritual light and left this place. As a giant cultivator, suddenly entering the depths of the mountains would likely cause a siege by third-level monsters, so he didn't dare to stay. In the mountains, one does not remember years, but in the world, it has been thousands of years. After sleeping for 5 months, Li Zhirui finally woke up in the space. It's true that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, Li Zhirui said with a wry smile. He gained a lot from this trip, including the storage bags of hundreds of foundation building cultivators, all the relics of a giant and peak cultivator, a spiritual source spring, and a memory that would be extremely helpful to his future path. But these were all obtained at the cost of his almost death. If it weren't for his mysterious space, I'm afraid his body would have changed its owner long ago. At the time, Li Zhirui's last bit of consciousness was to see the scene of the space crushing the King Hu's soul. It was also at this time that he realized that the space could not only be used to grow spiritual medicines, but also to protect his soul. But it was a little slow to react, and he was about to be completely swallowed up when the space came late. Chirp! Chirp! Daking and Zhaoqing saw Li Zhirui wake up and hurried over. The former asked worriedly, while the latter shouted that he was hungry. Zhaoqing is a bird of prey after all. Although it can eat spiritual fruits and spiritual objects to satisfy its hunger, its favorite food is still flesh and blood. Li Zhirui comforted the turtle and the eagle and flashed away. Thank you for your support. 3. Chapter 138 Healing. The cave, which had not been visited for half a year, became very desolate and dilapidated, and because Li Zhirui absorbed the spiritual source spring, the spiritual energy here was no longer so strong. However, this made Li Zhirui feel relieved. If someone was there, he would not be able to explain why he suddenly appeared. The reason why he was in a hurry to come out was mainly to know how long he had been sleeping this time, and to find a safe place where he could buy elixirs to treat the injuries of his soul. Although Li Zhirui not only restored the original strength of his soul by swallowing the green soul fragments, but also became stronger, it did not mean that the injuries of his soul were healed. In addition, He was also worried that because he had been sleeping for too long, he would miss the agreed 1-year period and be confined to the Banyan Island for 10 years. Li Zhirui carefully left the mountains and suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of key training when he approached King Mufang City. This time, when Qiu entered the city, he suddenly found that there was an extra mirror on the city wall. "May I ask, fellow Taoist, what is this mirror?" Li Zhirui asked puzzledly. "Are you from out of town?" The man looked at Li Zhirui strangely and explained casually, "I heard that a great demon appeared who is reborn by taking over another body. This mirror can check whether the cultivator's soul and body are perfectly matched. Unless it is a baby who has not yet taken over another body, there must be some gap between the soul and the body after taking over another body, and this requires a long time to slowly wear away and merge. I came here once with my elders before, and this time I went out to practice alone." Li Zhirui explained and asked, "What's the matter with that demon?" Seeing that the other party was a little impatient, Li Zhirui quickly took out 30 spirit stones. He put away his impatience and explained with a smile, "About half a year ago, there was a golden elixir cave in the mountains." Li Zhirui didn't care much about the process he told him, because he was a person who experienced it personally. However, he deduced that he had been in a coma for about 5 or 6 months. Counting the more than 3 months of practice before, it had not exceeded the 1-year deadline. By the way, the monk reminded, those so-called senior caves are actually resurrection tricks arranged by old monsters who are unwilling to die. Fellow Taoist, you should be careful in the future. Li Zhirui had already known this from King Hua, and he also guessed why Du Zhe was so familiar with the formation inside the cave. He thought that he had obtained the treasure map that King Hua deliberately spread before he passed away. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Li Zhirui took out more than a dozen spirit stones to thank him. The treasure mirror shone on the two people, and there was no strange phenomenon. After entering the city, Li Zhirui went to the Dan building as soon as possible to ask if there were any elixirs for treating soul injuries. "My fellow Taoist, this kind of elixir is quite expensive," but after Li Zhirui showed a little foundation building aura, the clerk immediately changed the subject and said, "I am blind and don't know the real thing. Senior, please follow me." After some consideration, Li Zhirui spent more than 5,000 spirit stones to buy 10 bottles of Yangshan pills, Wenshan pills and other second-level elixirs. The soul is extremely important to the cultivator, and this kind of elixir is very difficult to refine, so the price is much more expensive than ordinary elixir. Then Li Zhirui rented a cave for 2 months and began to retreat to heal his wounds. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. After leaving the Banyan Island, Li Shiking went north along the Infinite Sea, went east from Guangqingzhou, and then from the border between Wanlizhou and Taixudao in the north, bypassed the battlefields of Shanli Mountain and Yinfeng Cave, and entered the Eclipse Wind State without any danger. For this, he spent more than a month. As soon as Li Shiking entered the Eclipse Wind State, he dared not fly in the sky again, because there was an extremely obvious difference between the magic cultivators and the immortal cultivators, and it was very easy to identify. He could only carefully rush on the ground to find the traces of the magic cultivators. On the 3rd day after entering the Eclipse Wind State, he successfully found a magic cultivator family, and because this family sent many clansmen out to participate in the war, there were only 2 foundation-building cultivators, so they were easily solved by Li Shiking. "Are there any foundation-building forces nearby?" After Li Shiking killed the foundation-building demon cultivators, he began to interrogate the key cultivating demon cultivators separately. The answers they got from them were different and bizarre. Some said that there were only 2 foundation-building cultivators in the Zhang family in the east, and some said that the Zhang family was actually a Jinden family. Li Shiking was very distressed about this, but he could do nothing about it, because these people knew in their hearts that no matter what they said, they would eventually die. So they just talked nonsense. Maybe they could lead him to a powerful force, and then be killed by them, which could be regarded as revenge for themselves. In the end, Li Shiking had to kill them all, satisfying their desire to die, and then went to the library to look for clues. Soon, he locked on the next target. 300 miles west of here, there is a Jinchi mountain, which is occupied by a foundation-building sect called the Jinchi sect. Its strength is about the same as this family, and I think there won't be too many foundation-building demon cultivators guarding the mountain gate. Although this is a bit slower to complete the task, it can ensure that he will not be injured, which is safer. But there is also a problem, that is, the longer the time, the greater the chance of Li Shiking being exposed. So Li Shiking must speed up and complete the number required by Shanli Mountain before the demon cultivators react. Time is always fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, it will be a month later. At this time, Li Shiking has destroyed 8 foundation-building demon cultivator forces, and has the heads of 17 foundation-building demon cultivators in his hands. He only needs 3 to complete the task of Shanli Mountain. But he did not feel the slightest joy, because when he took action last time, a giant and demon cultivator came to stop him. If that person had not arrived in time, Li Shiking would have completed the task and was on his way back to Wanli's house. Now he's hiding in a hidden valley, thinking about what he should do next. How about leaving Eclipse Wind State first? And then sneaking in after this wave of wind passes, and completing the last 3 indicators? Li Shiking didn't think about it for too long, and decided to leave first. But things are often full of surprises. Near the valley where Li Shiking was hiding, a large number of key trainings suddenly appeared, and more than a dozen foundation-building demon cultivators surged, as if someone knew that he was hiding in it. This discovery made Li Shiking look very ugly, because he knew that behind these key training demon cultivators stood one or even several giant and demon cultivators. But he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, otherwise once he was discovered, he would have no chance of escaping from the valley where he was hiding. Standing on a certain mountaintop, a giant and demon cultivator with black lines on his face looked at the valley in front of him and sneered, "It just so happens that my Wanhan banner is still missing a main soul, and if you are killed, my Su family will be recognized by Yinfang Cave and get the foundation building elixir." Like Shanli Mountain, Yinfang Cave also has similar conditions for new giant and forces. However, as a demon cultivation sect, Yinfang Cave is more cruel than Shanli Mountain. For example, it has to kill 30 foundation-building cultivators, 300 key training cultivators, and blood sacrifice 30,000 mortals as materials for refining. Seeing that those low-level demon cultivators were about to enter the valley, Li Shiking gritted his teeth and instantly activated the hundreds of second-level talismans he had collected. All kinds of spells flew out, and a colorful torrent of spells exploded in the air. In the gorgeous aura, there were fatal attacks. In just a moment, I don't know how many demon cultivators died here. Li Shiking immediately flew out from his hiding place, and on the way to escape to the east, he collected the bodies of 3 foundation-building demon cultivators. As long as he can leave the Eclipse Wind State alive, then 10 portions of foundation-building spiritual medicines that are about to mature will be in hand. From then on, the Li family can grow foundation-building spiritual medicines by themselves, and they don't need to buy them from Yuan Mingzhuang anymore, and they will no longer be controlled by others. More importantly, with enough foundation-building pills, as long as the clan members who meet the conditions can exchange them from the warehouse, they will no longer only focus on the clan members with good talents. Li Shiking's thoughts were flying in his mind, but his speed did not decrease at all. A green aura instantly left the side of those demon cultivators. "Still want to escape?" Sugeojian snorted coldly, turned into a gray aura and chased after him, and his speed was much faster than Li Shiking. Li Shiking knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely be caught up by the opponent. It might be a better choice to stop now to save the mana in his body and fight with him. If this place is not the base camp of the demon cultivators, Eclipse Wind Province. Li Shiking saw that his opponent was also a newly promoted Jiandan, and even the time of Dan formation was later than him. Even if the demon cultivators had strange means, he was not without a chance of winning. But because of that reason, Li Shiking did not dare to fight him in the depths of Eclipse Wind Province, and could only desperately escape. King Guang was running in front, and Hu Guang was chasing closely, and getting closer and closer to King Guang. Now the distance between the two is less than 100 feet. And this is already the effective attack range of the spell. "Stay here," Sugeojian shouted, and the 10,000 souls banner burst out. One by one, the wronged souls and evil ghosts continued to emerge, and rush towards Li Shiking with their fangs and claws. Since Li Shiking dared to come to Eclipse Wind Province, he must not be unprepared. He flipped his hand and took out a second-level thunder talisman. The thunder burst and directly blew those ghosts into ashes. Seeing this scene, Sugeojian felt like a knife was cutting his heart. He spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate these ghosts, but now more than half of them were destroyed by the other party. In fact, if he had not broken through in such a short time, and had not had time to upgrade the 10,000 souls banner to the 3rd level, he would not have suffered such a heavy loss. Fortunately, the 10,000 souls banner was not affected too much by the ghosts, and it forced Li Shiking to stop and defend. The Zuanin umbrella dropped a light shield to protect Li Shiking. The 10,000 souls banner was not a direct attack weapon after all. Although he was hastily sacrificed, it did not break the defense. The two of them chased and fled, and had already arrived at the outskirts of the Eclipse Wind State. Li Shiking saw that he had been caught up by the other party, and could no longer get rid of him, so he suddenly attacked. The Kingin sword, which was infused with majestic magic power, transformed into a giant dragon that covered the sky and the sun, and rushed towards Sugeojian. The air around him also solidified a little, as if it was affected by this momentum. Sugeojian's face became extremely serious, and he kept pinching the magic formula with his hands. Black walls full of resentment rose from the ground. The azure dragon carried a huge force that could crush everything in its path. The black wall was like a landslide in front of it, and it could not be stopped at all. Sugeojian's magic power poured out, madly giving birth to the black wall and other defenses. Clang. The azure dragon illusion finally dissipated, revealing the body of the azure yuan sword, and with the last bit of remaining power, it chopped the opponent's defense and smashed it to pieces. Unfortunately, the azure yuan sword was powerless, and finally turned into a stream of light and returned to Li Shiking's hand. Sugeojin looked at Li Shiking with a gloomy face. From the corpse of the foundation building demon cultivator collected by the other party, it can be seen that he also came from a newly promoted giant in force, but what is puzzling is why the other party has 2 third-level magic weapons. You know, even if he has been refining the one-hand banner from the key training period, which has integrated a large number of spiritual objects and ghosts, it has not yet completely transformed into a third-level magic weapon. You are not my opponent. How about you just pretend that you didn't catch up with me today? Li Shiking's mission was completed and he didn't want to get entangled with him too much. Sugeojian's eyes flashed with a sense of frustration and anger, but he was indeed no match for Li Shiking. Just as he was about to agree, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Friend Su, you are not really going to agree, are you?" The two were horrified and looked up, only to see a thin and pale giant and cultivator slowly appearing. "Tong Yang. Why are you here?" Sugeojian's face became even uglier. The giant and demon cultivator named Tong Yang laughed and said, "Now is not the time to care about this. The key is to kill this cultivator and complete the mission of the upper sect." It is not difficult to see from this brief conversation between the two that their relationship is not good. But they now have a common goal. So in the end, the two put aside their past grudges and decided to join forces to deal with Li Shiking. Facing the attacks of the two, Li Shiking soon fell into a disadvantage. The Zuanin umbrella kept turning, blocking one spell after another for him. But it was not a solution to continue like this. Li Shiking's mana was already running away, and he had consumed a lot in the previous battle. Even if the two opponents were to use up their mana, they could still kill him. Li Shiking swallowed a Huiyan pill, and the mana in his body rolled out, gathering a large amount of wood thunder spirit energy between heaven and earth, and a mysterious breath emerged at his fingertips. "Jiamu Yang Lei, fall," he shouted loudly, and shook his hands at the two people in the air. 2 purple-blue thunderbolts locked onto the two people's auras and roared away with great momentum. Damn it! This man actually has a small magical power. The two people's expressions changed drastically. Knowing that they had lost a breath, they did not dodge, which was useless, and prepared to withstand this attack. Yinfang Cave is not as generous as Shenlai Mountain, and will specially give a small magical power. As long as you don't show enough value, Yinfang Cave, or all the demon cultivators, will not look at you straight. After Li Shiking used his magical power, he felt a sense of emptiness in his body. While the two were resisting the thunder, he quickly refined Huiyan Dan and restored his own magic power. At that time, whether he continued to fight or took the opportunity to escape, he would need to have enough magic power. What did you do?" Sugeojin looked at the second Yang Lei that suddenly turned and rushed towards him in disbelief. "You are still so stupid. I really don't know how you managed to survive the tribulation." Tong Yang looked at him with disgust. But before he showed up, he absorbed the breath of Sugeojin, just to prevent the current situation. Sugeojin, who did not have a third-level defensive magic weapon, could not withstand the bombardment of 2 Jiamu Yang Lei. But he was not willing to die like this, and laughed grimly. "You will die with me." Li Shiking saw the scene of the 2 demon cultivators killing each other, and his heart was chilled, and he felt a hint of danger from Tong Yang. "Thank you for your support. Chapter 139 Transaction. Not to mention that there was a mad Sugeojin who was ready to self-destruct. Even though he had very little mana left, he dared not stay here any longer and hurriedly urged his mana to fly eastward. Tong Yang did not run away, but used a secret method to forcibly interrupt his self-destruction with the help of Sugeojin's own breath. Seeing the surprise and fear in his eyes, Tong Yang just smiled slightly, and a ray of light flew out from his fingertips, instantly piercing his heart. "I can just use you as my stepping stone," Tong Yang murmured, waved his hand to collect Sugeojin's body, and his figure slowly disappeared. At this time, Li Shiking, who had already flown hundreds of miles and was about to leave Eclipse Wind State, suddenly felt a hint of danger. It seemed that if he took another step forward, he would be in danger and had to stop. "Tong Yang meets you." After a moment, a thin young man slowly emerged in front of him. "How could you be so fast?" Li Shiking was horrified, and frantically squeezed out the little mana left in his body. He clenched the Kingagan sword, looked at him vigilantly, and asked indifferently, "Why did you call me?" Bang! A corpse with a broken heart was thrown out by Tong Yang. He only heard him smile and said, "I have something to ask, and Sugeojin's body is your reward? I think your trip is to Shenlai Mountain to submit a task. I would like to trouble you to help me pass a few words to Shenlai Mountain. Whether they agree or not, this is a reward to thank you." Li Shiking smiled bitterly in his heart. In his current situation, is there any other choice except to agree? And he suspected that his whereabouts were exposed, which might be related to this weird demon cultivator. After all, he was very careful all the way, and the possibility of exposure was very small. Maybe the other party had discovered his existence a long time ago, but he did not take action. When he was about to complete the task and leave Eclipse Wind State, he took action to attract Sugeojin, the new demon cultivator Jinden. Then with the help of Sugeojin, he weakened Li Shiking's strength. When he appeared, Li Shiking was already powerless to resist and could only agree. "You say it," Li Shiking said coldly. Tong Yang didn't care about Li Shiking's indifference. After casting the two prohibitions of sound insulation and invisibility, he said, "You just need to tell Shen Lishan that there is a giant and old demon in Yinfang Cave, who is ready to act against the will of heaven and sacrifice 99 foundation building and 9 giant and monks to help him break through the nascent soul. Now there are only the last 3 people left, and I know where the old demon is in seclusion." Li Shiking frowned slightly, his heart full of worry. He had just broken through the Jinden, and the Li family had not yet transformed their potential into their own strength. Such a big thing happened, which was extremely unfavorable to the Li family. When the nest is destroyed, how can there be eggs intact? Once the nascent soul old demon is really born in Yinfang Cave, the Li family will have no other choice but to escape again. "Then what do you want to get?" Li Shiking already had the answer in his heart. "I believe you have guessed that I am one of the 108 sacrifices. All I want is a way to survive." The bitterness on Tong Yang's face flashed away, and he instantly returned to indifference, saying, "There is a secret technique in Shenlai Mountain, called the 5 Thunder Soul Shaking True Method, which is what I want. Once you enter the demon sect, it is as deep as the sea." This sentence is not just talk. Because of the style and cultivation methods of demon cultivators, many creatures cannot accept them. There are often betrayals and escapes, which leads to the overall strength of demon cultivators being far inferior to that of cultivators. They are severely suppressed by cultivators and are almost extinct. But in this desperate situation, demon cultivators created a secret method called soul planting demon. As long as the soul is planted with a demon seed, it will never be able to get rid of the demon path for the rest of its life, because the demon seed must be fed with demon energy, otherwise it will riot and eventually devour the soul. With this secret method, demon cultivators rose rapidly with bloody and brutal means. Although their overall strength is not as good as that of cultivators, they can at least gain a foothold and do not have to worry about the end of the Taoism. However, because of the secret method of planting demons in the soul, the fights between demon cultivators became more and more brutal. It was like raising a goo low-level demon cultivators were goo insects raised by high-level demon cultivators, and high-level demon cultivators were goo insects raised by even higher-level demon cultivators. Layer by layer, they gathered a way of cultivation. Countless demon cultivators supported the highest-level demon cultivators. The cultivators naturally studied this secret method and found a way to crack it. The 5 Thunder Soul Shaking, True Method that Tong Yang asked for could shatter the demon seeds in the soul. Of course, this kind of method is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. However, if it can be easily cracked, the demon cultivators would not be able to stand firm with the demon seeds and compete with the cultivators. How can I guarantee that you will not attack me afterwards? Li Shiking did not agree immediately, but expressed his concerns. From the death of Su Gaojian to the fact that he was caught up and felt threatened, it can be seen that the other party has mastered a strange secret technique. Maybe he has been caught by the other party. I, Tong Yang, swear by my inner demon that no matter what the result is, I will not deal with you directly or indirectly, otherwise I will suffer the disaster of the invasion of the inner demon. Li Shiking felt relieved and said, then I will go for you. As for whether Shenlai Mountain agrees or not, it is not something I can control, thank you. In half a month, I will be on the Black Mountain in the 3rd battlefield, waiting for the arrival of the monks of Shenlai Mountain. Before the voice fell, Tong Yang's figure disappeared. Li Shiking sighed in his heart. The other party was both threatening and tempting. It was impossible for him to refuse. There was no time to sigh. He put away Su Gaojian's body and rushed towards the east. This time, going to Shenlai Mountain, as long as he bypassed a battlefield, it would be fine, so it only took a few days for Li Shiking to come under the towering mountains. After verifying his identity and explaining the reason, he was led by a welcoming disciple into the inner part of the mountain gate, in front of a large hall where a large number of cultivators came and went. This is the place where the sect delivers tasks. Senior, please follow me. After a brief introduction, the man led Li Shiking directly to the 3rd floor. Senior, there is a giant uncle inside, and he will verify the authenticity of the demon cultivator in your hand. Li Shiking nodded and pushed the door open. Yunshi greets fellow Taoist. Li Shiking returned the greeting and then handed over the storage bag containing the corpse of the demon cultivator. Fellow Taoist, you have great skills. Yunshi raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously not expecting that a newly promoted giant not only killed 20 foundation building demon cultivators, but also killed a giant demon cultivator in his hands. Fellow Taoist, in addition to 10 spiritual medicines and recipes for foundation building, you can also exchange for a 3rd order spiritual vein. Li Shiking hurriedly said, fellow Taoist, can this spiritual vein be exchanged for something else? Anything of equal value is fine. Yunshi had not learned about the Li family's situation and did not know that the Li family already had a 3rd order spiritual vein. Although he felt a little strange, it was in line with the rules, so he naturally did not say much. Li Shiking said the decision he had made on the way. I want to exchange for a magical power that can move mountains and islands. Is it possible? Although the area of Darong Island is now enough for the family to develop, this matter can not only be considered in the present, but also for the future, and Darong Island is only a smaller medium-sized island. Developing on land is a good direction, but the west is the territory of Yuan Mingzong, and the Li family is not a match. In this way, we can only find a way to expand the area of Darong Island. Chapter 140, Get Rich. The magical power of moving mountains and islands can artificially expand the Banyan Island. There are several small magical powers of this kind in the sect, which can be exchanged by fellow Taoists. Yunshi pondered for a moment and said, but you can only exchange one, and the remaining difference will be compensated to fellow Taoists with spiritual stones. The price of a small magical power is about 400,000 to 800,000 spiritual stones. The magical power that Li Shiking asked for is relatively unconventional, so the price is the lowest. Thank you. Li Shiking was very grateful. Then fellow Taoist, please take a look at these small magical powers and tell me your decision. Yunshi got up to get the foundation building elixir in the pill formula. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. Li Shiking almost forgot about this, and said a little embarrassedly, can you copy all the 2 pill formulas of fire refining and water refining? Water refining is because the Li family now only has Li Zhirui, a 2nd level alchemist, and fire refining is for the alchemist trained by the family in the future. After all, compared with the former, the latter is a common alchemy method and it is easier to train alchemists. Okay, but the sect will not compensate you with spirit stones. The recipe was going to be given away anyway, so it doesn't matter if there is another method of refining it now. Li Shiking thanked him again, and then began to check the overview of those minor magical powers. It didn't take long for him to make a decision in exchange for the minor magical power of moving islands. It just so happened that there were many small deserted islands near the Big Banyan Island, which could be moved to the east and slowly expanded. It would be best if Redwood Island and Jilquin Island could also be merged into them. In this way, The Big Banyan Island would be 500 or 600 miles long and hundreds of miles wide, which is similar to the area of Yunping's Hao. If you are still not satisfied, you can continue to expand outward. Anyway, there are a large number of ownerless deserted islands in the boundless sea, and no one in the nearby waters will compete with the Li family. After a while, Yunqi came in with a jade box and said, "Inside are the foundation building elixir and 2 kinds of elixir recipes. Taoist, you can check them." Okay, as this matter was of great importance, Li Shiking naturally had to be extremely cautious. After he could not see any problems with his vision, he bowed his head and thanked him. "Thank you, Taoist." Yunqi slightly turned sideways. As a fellow giant and cultivator, he did not dare to accept the full courtesy. Which magical power did Taoist choose? "I will copy it for you now." After he got a magical power, he began to repeat what Tong Yang said to him to Yunqi. "Taoist, wait a moment." After hearing this, Yunqi's face became very serious, and he immediately reported the matter to the headmaster. This matter involved a Yuaning demon cultivator, who came from the deadly enemy of Shanli Mountain, Yinfeng Cave. As soon as the headmaster received the message, he summoned all the elders and Jinden, and asked Yunqi to take Li Shiking to the sect hall. Here, Li Shiking saw dozens of Jinden cultivators, and their respective pressures gathered here, which made him feel very pressured. "Fellow Taoist Li, can you repeat what Tong Yang said to you?" Li Shiking nodded, without adding a word, and told the conversation between the two verbatim. After he finished speaking, he was asked to leave the hall. "What do you think about this matter?" the head of the sect asked. What Li Shiking said should be true, but Tong Yang may not be. The place he chose may be full of traps, but if Tong Yang is not lying, and there is really an old demon who uses this unprecedented method to achieve the nascent soul, how should the sect deal with it? Although there are no taboos in the practice of demons, this method of sacrificing 9 golden elixirs has never appeared before. But they dare not gamble, because once they lose, they will become dogs without a home, and they must abandon the thousands of years of foundation of Wan Li Zhao to save their lives. "Send someone to meet him and make a new appointment," the elder said in an old voice. "Let's choose Li Shiking as this person. As compensation, the sect can help the Li family upgrade to 3rd level spiritual vein for free." Although there are dozens of Jinden in Shanli Mountain, it does not mean that Jinden cultivators are not precious. This kind of thing that does not know the risks should be left to others. When Li Shiking knew that Shanli Mountain had given him the task of contacting Tong Yang, he accepted it calmly. He had guessed that this would be the result, since he promised Tong Yang to help pass the message. However, Li Shiking hoped that Shanli Mountain would send someone to deliver the foundation-building spiritual medicine and the island-moving magical power to Daring Island now. A few days later, Li Shiking and Tong Yang met again in Heishan. Shanli Mountain is worried that there is an ambush here and is unwilling to send anyone here. "If you really want to make this deal, please follow me," Li Shiking said very directly. Okay, under the leadership of Li Shiking, Tong Yang came to a spiritual ship flying high in the sky. After bringing the person here, his mission was completed. After signaling to Yunqi, he turned into a green light and flew towards the Banyan Island. This matter was not something Li Shiking could get involved in, and he had to go back and prepare for the war that might break out. "You should know that we don't trust you at all," the head of the sect said coldly, "and the inner demon oath you made to Li Shiking can only deceive him, who has no inherited golden elixir." The inner demon oath sounds very grand and seems to be something great, but in fact, there are ways to bypass the oath. So if you really want to swear an oath, you usually use the way of heaven as a witness, rather than the little demons transformed by your own obsession. Tong Yang first repeated what he and Li Shiking said, and then swore without hesitation, "Heaven is above. What I, Tong Yang, said is absolutely true. If you violate it, you will be punished by the heaven with 10,000 thunders." The head and several elders looked at each other and asked, "How do you know that you are one of the 9 golden elixir sacrifices?" Tong Yang showed a bitter look on his face and said, "The technique I practice is called Demon Snake Devouring Spirit Sutra, which is derived from Heavenly Dragon Transformation Chapter. That old demon wants to devour the demon snake dragon energy we practice, so that he can transform himself into a dragon and break through the nascent soul." "Then how did you know the retreat location?" As they continued to ask questions and Tong Yang swore again, the expressions of several golden elixirs in Shanli Mountain became very heavy. But now there is a very thorny problem, that is, the place where the old demon is in retreat, deep in the eclipse wind state, in the mountain gate of the Yinfeng Cave. Even if they knew the specific location, They couldn't destroy his sacrifice and break through. What's worse is that Yinfeng Cave seems to have had this plan for a long time. There are not only 9 Jinden cultivators who practice the Demon Snake Sutra. Even if Tong Yang is gone, they can still exchange for another Jinden. The reason why Tong Yang was chosen is that his physique is very compatible with the Demon Snake Sutra, and the magic snake dragon energy he cultivated is more pure than others. The only way Shen Lishan can think of is to wait for the old demon to pass the tribulation, send someone to sneak in, increase the power of the thunder tribulation, and make the old demon die in the thunder tribulation. And this person must be the demon cultivator from the eclipse wind state in front of him. We can give you the 5 thunder soul shaking true method, and we will give you 2 third-level escape talismans, but you must destroy the old demon's breakthrough. The head of the sect looked at Tong Yang with a sharp look. Okay, when he knew that he had become a sacrifice and could only find Shen Lishan to escape this fate, he expected this to be the outcome. But there was no way. Although it was very dangerous and he would fall if he was not careful, if he didn't agree, he would be dead. But he had only one request, that he must get the escape talisman and the true method now. Witnessed by the heavenly Dao, the 2 sides reached this deal. Li Zhirui, who was healing in King Mufang City, opened his eyes more than a month later. The injury to the soul is really not easy to heal. Li Zhirui sighed silently. Even though he had taken a lot of healing elixirs during this period, his injuries were not completely healed. Moreover, because of the injury to the soul, Li Zhirui could not use his spiritual sense frequently. The splitting headache was a small matter, and the most important thing was that it would aggravate the injury. But it's almost the 1-year period agreed with the family, and it's time to go back, so Li Zhirui decided to go back to Banyan Island first, and heal his soul in seclusion in the clan land. But before that, he had to count his previous gains. Li Zhirui had previously used space to absorb the spiritual source spring, and now the spiritual energy in the space is no worse than the family's 3rd-level spiritual vein. And the spiritual stones required to produce spiritual medicines have also been reduced by nearly 20%, which can save him a lot of spiritual stones. In addition, he also devoured the fragments of King Hua's soul, but unfortunately the memories inside were also crushed into powder by space, and only his obsession was absorbed by Li Zhirui. And that obsession was King Hua's deduction and idea of breaking the pill into an infant. Although this is very far away for Li Zhirui, with this memory, it is much easier for him to break through the nascent soul than others. Especially for a cultivator like Li Zhirui, who came from a small force with insufficient foundation. Now that he has pointed out the way to cross the threshold of the nascent soul, he doesn't have to waste a lot of time on self-deduction. If he is not lucky enough, he may not find the threshold of breaking through the nascent soul until the end of his life. Of course, these are still too far away for Li Zhirui now, so he sealed this memory in the depths of his sea of consciousness and found it when he needs it. In addition, there are the treasures on King Hua's body. He thought that there would be a lot of good things in that storage ring, but it turned out to be empty and there was nothing inside. The things he collected, the lower grade ones were placed outside to attract the monks, and the higher grade spiritual objects were also placed on the jade platforms, which made Li Zhirui look for them. The 2 third-level magic weapons were both top-grade wood elements, and they were very rare and precious. One was the Qingsha Thunder Order, which could stimulate the Qingsha spiritual light and thunder attack, and was extremely powerful. The other was the wood spirit heart protecting bead, which could withstand the strongest attack of the Jinden monks and protect the heart meridian, which was considered a life-saving magic weapon. The jade box contained a 4th-level spiritual object, Wanzai wood heart. After just one glance, Li Zhirui quickly covered the jade box, fearing that the spiritual energy would be leaked. At the same time, he also made up his mind to keep the spiritual object and use it to refine his life magic weapon after he broke through the Jinden. Although the life magic weapon is closely related to the monks, after the monks break through, it will drive the magic weapon to upgrade, but it will also be restricted by the grade of the spiritual object. In order to avoid the need to find suitable spiritual objects in the future and then spend time to integrate them into their natal magic weapons, some Jinden monks from big forces have their natal magic weapons refined with 4th level or even higher level spiritual objects. A 4th level spiritual object, and one with such a majestic wood energy, suitable for him, Li Zhirui naturally wants to keep it for himself. As for Li Shiking, judging from the fact that he gave away 2 third-level spiritual beasts, even if Li Zhirui gave him the Wanzai wood heart, he would not accept it. There was only one spiritual pill in the remaining jade bottle. After repeated inspections, he finally determined that this spiritual pill was a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill. Its ability is the same as the name of the pill, which can help foundation-building monks break through a small realm. Of course, the realm that is broken through by using spiritual pills is not refined enough, and it takes time for the monks to polish it, but even so, it is faster than slowly improving by themselves. So Li Zhirui planned to wait until he broke through the middle stage of foundation building, and then refine this spiritual pill to let himself break through the late stage of foundation building, saving him more than 10 years, and strive to form a pill before the age of 100. He once saw a record in a travelogue that said that a 100-year-old golden elixir is likely to comprehend a magical power on its own. Although Li Zhirui has not seen similar records elsewhere, he strives for this goal with the idea that it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Now with this barrier-breaking pill, he is more confident. Moreover, Li Zhirui feels that with his current cultivation speed, it will only take about 5 years to break through the middle stage of foundation building. Then he can refine the barrier-breaking pill and break through the late stage of foundation building in one fell swoop. At that time, he will be less than 50 years old. There is still a full 50 years to polish the magic power and comprehend the two elixir-forming insights of the family. Li Zhirui restrained his increasingly divergent thoughts and began to check the 3 jade slips left by King Hu. One jade slip recorded a 4th-level practice method Taiyi Zunfeng Daojing, but it only had the practice method for the early stage of Yuanying, and the method behind was incomplete. Li Zhirui didn't feel anything about it, because he couldn't abandon the Wanling Sutra and switch to other practices. The other 2 jade slips, however, brought him a surprise. They recorded a magical power of escaping the incarnation of King Feng and a secret message about the secret realm. Li Zhirui read the message in detail and murmured, "It turns out that the secret realm can be fixed in one place with a boundary stone, and then the entry and exit can be controlled by the formation. However, the boundary stone is extremely rare and precious. According to King Hu's records, even the top giant in force like Muling sect only controls 3 secret realms. Among them, there is also a 3rd-level secret realm shared by all giant in forces in Qingshan province. This is a relic obtained from the former ruler of Qingshan province. The foundation of the Li family is indeed too shallow. For example, they don't know the hidden dangers of the senior's cave, and they don't know the secrets of the secret realm. But Li Zhirui also understands that such things can't be rushed, and they have to accumulate slowly. After all, it has only been 1 or 2 years since the Li family was promoted to giant in force. In addition to these precious treasures, the robes and jade crown on King Hu's body, and the cushion he sat on, are all 3rd-level low-grade magic weapons. But Li Zhirui's gains are far more than that. Even compared to his total gains, it was just a drop in the ocean. Although the rest were obtained from the foundation-building cultivators, the number was too large. That was the storage bags of hundreds of foundation-building cultivators. It took Li Zhirui several days to count the spiritual objects on them. He was surprised at the beginning, but later he became numb. Fortunately, he finally counted all the spiritual objects and got a total of more than 100,000 spiritual stones, more than 100 second-level magic tools of different grades, various second-level spiritual pills and spiritual objects. Especially among them, most of them were casual cultivators, and their wealth was all in the storage bags, and now all fell into Li Zhirui's hands. Of course, although the number was not small, there were no treasures that were too precious. Really. I'm afraid that ordinary giant and cultivators are not as rich as me. Li Zhirui changed his decadence in the past few days, grinned, and was in a very happy mood. If a cultivator who practiced a certain pupil technique looked at Li Zhirui, he would find that he was full of a crime-inducing treasure light. Thank you for your support. 3. Chapter 141 Calculation. After Li Zhirui counted the spiritual objects, he left King Mufang Market. However, he did not return to Banyan Island immediately. Instead, he prepared to go and see the 1st-level spiritual vein found by the walking corpse giant. If the spiritual vein was unknown, he would put it into the space. If it had been discovered, Li Zhirui could continue to fly northeast and enter the Mulingfang market to sell the spiritual objects in his hands. The foundation-building monks who died in the cave were active in King Mufang market all year round. If they were sold here, they would most likely be discovered. To be on the safe side, it would be safer to change places. It's late. Li Zhirui, who was driving the spiritual boat, looked down at the spiritual vein with a monk sitting below, and said with a little regret. He had already obtained a spiritual source spring, and he no longer valued this first-level spiritual vein. With just one sigh, he flew to the Muling Fang market in the spiritual boat. When Li Zhirui set up a stall in the market and sold various spiritual objects, nearly 100 giant and cultivators gathered in a border city of Wanlizhao, and Li Shiking was among them. He had returned to Banyan Island before, and told Li Zhirui and several foundation builders all the news he knew, and told them to abandon this foundation and migrate again if they saw that the situation was not good. If Li Zhirui had not returned to the family before leaving, he would leave the direction of the family's migration in his courtyard. As for whether they could meet again in the future, they could only leave it to fate. There was only one purpose for so many giant and cultivators to gather here. Once Tong Yang went back on his word, or was unable to destroy the demon cultivators' breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, they would have to do it themselves and then kill their way out of Eclipse Wind State. Get on the spirit ship, the head of Shanli Mountain said in a deep voice. This place is too far away from the center of Eclipse Wind State. Even if they have a magic weapon like a telescope, they can't see the specific situation of the old demon's breakthrough. So they can only use the spirit ship to go to high altitudes, which can not only avoid the sight of the demon cultivators, but also allow them to see the situation clearly. The spirit ship was hidden deep in the clouds, and finally stopped 400 miles east of the place where Tong Yang said he would cross the tribulation. Everyone, get ready. Tomorrow is the day when the old demon will sacrifice his golden elixir and break through the nascent soul. The dull voice of the head of the sect rang in everyone's ears. Li Shiking looked down at the unclear ground. He didn't know whether what Tong Yang said was true or not. He just hoped that everything would go well and nothing would happen. Between the rising and setting of the sun and the setting of the moon, a day passed in a flash. Buzz, the telescope that had been monitoring the place where the tribulation had been passed without any change suddenly had a series of complex and evil array patterns. On each array base, there was a monk who fell into deep sleep and sat cross-legged, and their bodies were also covered with strange patterns. Hiss, I don't know which giant and monks saw the horrible scene and gasped in fear. Li Shiking suppressed the throbbing in his heart and quickly searched for Tong Yang's whereabouts. Finally, he saw him outside the array, but Tong Yang was in a very bad state and looked like he was seriously injured. Is he using self-mutilation to escape the fate of being a sacrifice? Li Shiking guessed in his heart. Thinking of this, Li Shiking couldn't help but feel relieved. At least Tong Yang could still move now and could destroy the tribulation without them having to do it themselves. It started, the evil formation began to operate. Black air emerged from the bodies of the sacrifices, gathered towards the center, merged into a small bowl with a gap, and turned into drops of black liquid. Behind the small bowl with a gap, an old man with a haggard appearance sat cross-legged, his eyes full of madness. In just half a quarter of an hour, all the sacrifices died, and the small bowl was filled with black liquid. Gulp. Seeing this, the old man couldn't wait to drink it. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, his momentum quickly increased, and in just a moment he surpassed the limit of the golden elixir. It really succeeded. Outside the formation, an old woman with dry hair had an excited look on her face. Buzz! The dark clouds of tribulation began to gather in the sky, and the thunder was running like a dragon. All the cultivators immediately pulled back and did not dare to stay in the range of the thunder tribulation. Tong Yang, who was pale, looked at the old man deeply, and when he turned around, a strange smile appeared on his face. However, at this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the old demon who was crossing the tribulation, and they did not notice that he was standing outside the range of the thunder tribulation, less than a foot away. On the spirit ship, an elder asked, Master, do you want to do it? Wait a little longer. The master shook his head. There were 6 tribulation thunders in the Yuanying thunder tribulation. They didn't need to act so quickly and expose their whereabouts. Besides, there was an undercover Tong Yang. Rumble. The first tribulation thunder fell, and the magnificent power of heaven made people unable to resist. But in front of this old demon, it was still not enough. A gray flag flew out and blocked the tribulation thunder firmly. Ha 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 ha, the Yuanying thunder tribulation is just like this, the old demon laughed wildly. The second tribulation thunder fell in response. Suddenly, a second-order black snake emerged from the ground and helped to block it. Although the black snake was blown into charcoal the moment it came into contact with the thunder, it angered the thunder. Tong Yang has taken action, the head of the sect was overjoyed. The thunder tribulation is a test of the heaven for the cultivators, and no one else is allowed to interfere. It's time to go. That old demon is dead, That weird little bowl, an elder hesitated. It is not difficult to see that the reason why the old demon was able to break through the bottleneck has a lot to do with this small bowl with a gap. If the small bowl is left in the hands of the demon cultivators, there will definitely be such sacrifices in the future. This is the core area of Shifang Zhao, the head of the sect said helplessly. How could he not see the threat of the small bowl? But the timing and location are not right. If they take action, who knows how many people will die here. And now there are many giant cultivators who want to withdraw immediately. They have no desire and intention to take action. The head of the sect shook his head and said nothing more. He immediately controlled the spirit ship to fly towards Wanli's Hao. Before leaving, Li Shiking glanced at Tong Yang for some unknown reason, only to find that he was full of excitement and impatience. This puzzled Li Shiking, who couldn't understand why he had such a reaction. Should he be relieved that his great hatred had been avenged, or that future troubles had been eliminated? But he didn't think much about it, because the mood of the demon cultivators was the most difficult to understand. When they left, the originally dark clouds of disaster had turned scarlet, and the thunder was boiling and rolling, brewing even more terrifying thunder. Who did it? The old man was furious, and a terrifying pressure rose to the sky. But he was only powerful for a moment, and then a terrifying red thunder of disaster came down, directly splitting the gray banner into pieces. Puff, the life treasure was severely damaged, and the old man's breath suddenly fell, but in the end he barely withstood the third thunder of disaster. But that was the end. When the fourth thunder of disaster fell, he immediately became a charred corpse. This treasure is mine. Tong Yang turned into a shadow, and before anyone could react, he rushed into the center of the formation and took the small bowl with a chip. How dare you? Put it down. A series of shots rang out, followed by countless terrifying magic lights attacking him. Goodbye everyone, I hope you're still alive when I come back. The escape talisman that had been ready for a long time was activated instantly, and Tong Yang left calmly in front of everyone, with only his voice still echoing between heaven and earth. Chapter 142 Return. All that should be sold has been sold. It's time to go back to the Banyan Island. Li Zhirui stretched and let out a long breath. In order to sell spiritual objects, he had changed countless identities in the past few days, and he had to avoid those secretly peeping eyes. He was really exhausted. Fortunately, it was finally over, and the harvest was very gratifying. The next morning, after Li Zhirui walked out of the gate of the market, he sacrificed the spiritual boat and sped through the sky. Brother, that person is too fast, we can't catch up. A few miles behind Li Zhirui, a foundation-building casual cultivator said with a bitter face. Forget it, let's go back first. The elder brother looked up at the spiritual boat that had disappeared and could only go home. Li Zhirui thought that his disguise was perfect, but in fact, it had been noticed by others. When passing the big river at the junction of the two states, Li Zhirui slowed down a little, but only recalled for a moment, and then sped up and left. When he arrived at Yunping State, the sun had already set, but he did not stay in the market, but braved the night and continued to fly towards the Banyan Island. After half an hour, Li Zhirui finally returned to the clan land he had been thinking about day and night. I'm back, Li Zhirui said silently in his heart. If it wasn't for the late sky, he would have wanted to shout loudly and tell all the clan members. I wonder if second grandpa is back. He looked in the direction of the back hall, but couldn't see anything, so he had to turn back to his own courtyard. Although no one had lived there for a year, the courtyard was still very clean because of the formation, but it was too quiet. Chirp! Chirp! Listening to the surprised calls of the two pets, Li Zhirui nodded with satisfaction. This was more lively, especially with Zhao King, an energetic guy. There would be no peace in the future. I'm going to rest first, don't play too late. After instructing the two pets, Li Zhirui entered the quiet room and began to treat the soul on a daily basis. Before leaving the Mulingfang market, he bought several kinds of elixirs for treating the soul. Although the price was a bit expensive, the effect was very good, and it was not available in Yunping's Hao. Li Zhirui estimated that after refining all the elixirs in his hand, his soul would be healed, which would take about half a year. Before that, Li Zhirui had to be careful to use his spiritual sense to avoid aggravating the injury of his soul. There was no conversation overnight, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. Brother, I'm back. Li Zhirui smiled and walked into the main hall, saying, it hasn't been more than a year, right? I'm glad you're back safely. Li Zhirui breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zhirui keenly noticed something wrong, frowned and asked, "Did something happen to second grandfather?" "Don't worry, second grandfather is not injured, and he brought back the foundation building elixir safely." Li Zhirui was afraid that Li Zhirui would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. After listening to what Li Shiking had experienced during this period, Li Zhirui was silent for a while, and said with a forced smile, "Fortunately, second grandfather is not only unharmed, but also brought so many benefits to the family: foundation building elixir, small magical power of moving islands, a third-level spiritual vein. As long as the Li family can digest these things, they can maintain rapid development and enhance the family's strength in the next few decades. However, there is a very serious problem. The family population is too small. Not only is there a small number of cultivators, but there are also few secular clansmen. But this matter cannot be rushed. Fortunately, at the current growth rate, within 20 years, the secular clansmen with Li family blood will exceed 150,000. Except for this matter, is everything okay in the family?" Li Zhirui nodded and said, "Now the second grandfather is comprehending the magical power of moving the island, and Uncle Shiren is helping the geomancer to prepare to build the spiritual medicine mountain into third-level spiritual vein." The geomancer was originally separated from the formation master. Li Shiren followed him to learn. He did not ask for the formation to promote the spiritual vein, but at least he could improve his formation cultivation. The spiritual vein of the spiritual medicine mountain was originally between the first and second levels, and it was the most convenient to promote to the third level on the island. And the layout of the spiritual vein this time was different from before. Because the spiritual vein of the clan land was for the cultivation of the clan members, it was not extended too long, but chose to increase the concentration of spiritual energy. But this time, the spiritual veins are to be extended, so that the small hill where the spirit medicine mountain is located can be turned into third-level spiritual land for planting higher-grade spiritual objects. In the future, this hill will also be divided into part of the territory to cultivate a third-level spiritual beast tribe. By the way, you are back just in time. Li Zhirui suddenly remembered something. Second grandfather brought back 10 spiritual medicines for foundation building, and the family took out 7 spiritual seeds to cultivate new spiritual medicines. Li was very thoughtful. In addition to spiritual medicines and pill formulas, there are also various spiritual medicine planting experiences, so as not to let the vassal forces explore on their own. The remaining 3 are waiting for you to come back and use the soul fusion technique. I hope that when you refine the foundation building pill, you can slightly increase the success rate. Li Zhirui's eyes lit up, and he said, "Can you give me the pill formula and spiritual medicine now? It just so happens that I have to retreat to sort out my experience and insights, and comprehend the pill formula." By the way, Li Zhirui did not say anything about the possession of the cave mansion. After all, it is over now, and it is also worrying to say it out. As for how he was going to hand over the magic weapon and jade slips obtained from King Ho to the family, he had already thought of the reason on the way. "Okay." Li Zhirui stood up and led him to the back, saying, "A new warehouse has been built between the main hall and the back hall, which is specially used to store precious spiritual objects. This is the closest to Li Shiking's residence. If anything unexpected happens, he can also take action in time. Moreover, this warehouse can also block the connection between the main hall and the back hall. After all, the back hall is now Li Shiking's cave, and he still needs a little independent and private space. Because of the importance of the new warehouse, not many clansmen can come in. Only Li Zhirui, Li Shiking, Li Shile and a few others. But now there is nothing in the new warehouse, and the most precious thing is the foundation building spiritual medicine. Let's go." Li Zhirui took the jade box that sealed the spiritual medicine, looked back at the empty spiritual wood shelf, and said, "One day, the family will be able to fill this warehouse. I will definitely." After the two walked out of the warehouse, Li Zhirui said, "Brother, I have to visit my second grandfather, so I'll leave first." "Okay." Li Zhirui doesn't have much free time now. The promotion of the spiritual vein, the island to be moved, the market on Redwood Island, etc. are all waiting for him to deal with. "Second grandfather, Zhirui wants to see you." After saying it 3 times in a row, Li Zhirui stood at the door, waiting for Li Shiking to finish his practice and open the door. After a while, the door opened and Li Zhirui walked in. After a brief greeting, he took out the Kingsh's Hanli order and the wood spirit heart protection bead, 2 third-level top-grade magic weapons, as well as the King Fang escape jade slip. Where did you get this magic weapon? Li Zhirui frowned. The magic weapon that can only be used by giant and cultivators, and the grade is so high, how can it be easily obtained? The escape magic power is even more precious. Li Zhirui told his experience, but changed the story of him being possessed to that he escaped in a panic after robbing the treasure because he was beaten. Li Zhirui stared at Li Zhirui for a long time, and finally sighed and said, "Don't take risks in the future, got it?" Li Zhirui was worried that his soul injury would be discovered, so after handing the magic weapon to Li Zhirui, he hurriedly said goodbye and got up to leave. In the following days, Li Zhirui spent the rest of his time in addition to recuperating from his injuries to stimulate the birth of the foundation-building spiritual medicine in his hand. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of spiritual stones before, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such a large consumption. A second-level spiritual medicine requires 700 or 800 spiritual stones. There are 3 types of second-level spiritual medicines in refining foundation-building pills, and a furnace of foundation-building pills consumes more than 2,000 spiritual stones. This does not include the cost of stimulating the birth of first-level spiritual medicines. Fortunately, the first-level spiritual medicine has a shorter maturity period, and Li Zhirui is now injured and cannot refine spiritual pills in a short time. He can let them grow on their own in space, saving him a lot of spiritual stones. During Li Zhirui's retreat, the tribesmen on the island were not idle, and everyone had affairs to deal with. Li Zhirui learned the magical power of moving islands, and began to move small islands according to the information found by the tribesmen, and integrated them into the east of Banyan Island. But because Li Zhirui's cultivation was not high, he could not move 2 large islands, so he could only form a bridge composed of islands to connect Banyan Island and Redwood Island, and then slowly fill the 2 sides in the future. Li Zhirui worked under the geomancer, and he was covered in dust every day, but looking at his smiling face, he must have gained a lot. Li Zhirui and Li Zhilian took some of the tribesmen to sit in the other 2 islands to maintain the environment and the market on the island. Of course, the busiest ones are none other than Li Zhizhan and Li Zhile. They need to take care of all things, such as ensuring that there are enough spiritual objects such as elixirs in Redwood Market, arranging for the tribesmen to make spiritual objects, etc., and they are very busy. After everything was on track, the spirit of the elders of the Shi generation, such as Li Zhile, was exhausted and their condition became extremely bad. At this time, everyone noticed that these elders were already very old. The lifespan limit of a key training monk is 2 jiazi, but this is a theoretical limit. In fact, due to the fighting and experience of the monks, the lifespan is only more than 100 years old. And they are now more than 80 years old, or even 90 years old. This age, for a monk, is also in the late stage. Elders such as Li Zhile began to semi-retire and handed over the affairs in their hands to the clansmen of the Shi generation to do. They began to teach behind the scenes and pass on their own experience and insights. The Shi and Shi generations are inheriting and handing over, while the young and strong Zhi generation began to enter the family's management and became deacons. They knew that if they chose this path, it would mean that it would be difficult to go further on the road of seeking in the future. After all, a lot of trivial matters would occupy their time for cultivation. But they knew in their hearts that with their qualifications, they would not be able to get the family's resources, so they could only find a way themselves. In addition to the fact that the road ahead has come to an end, it is also because they have all started families and have children and grandchildren, and they have to consider these little ones. Among the current members of the family with the Zizi generation, not counting the younger ones, there are only a few members such as Li Zhizhan, Li Zhirui, and Li Zhixuan who have not yet started a family. Li Zhizhan wants to find a female cultivator of the same age who is in the foundation building stage, so that they can support each other and spend the rest of their lives together. Li Zhirui also has this idea, but his requirements are a little higher. At least he wants to be able to form a pill, otherwise he will have to stage a drama of separation between the yin and yang, and separation of life and death. As for Li Zhixuan and Li Zhirui, they all have lofty pursuits and do not want to start a family so easily. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Success. Time flies, and several months have passed. One day, Li Zhirui, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of emotion, and said, "The injury of the soul has finally healed. Where did Zhao King go again?" After walking out of the quiet room, he found that only the lazy Daking was in the yard, and couldn't help asking. Daking explained lazily that Zhao King went out to play with a group of jade-billed eagles in the clan land. Although the attributes are different, they belong to the same spiritual eagle clan. Although Zhao King was born only 2 years ago, his cultivation has reached the 4th level of key training under Li Zhirui's best efforts. Coupled with the high-grade bloodline suppression and Daking's pressure, Zhao King has become the leader of the group of jade-billed eagles, hanging out with the eagles all day long. Li Zhirui didn't care about him. After all, it was good this way. Maybe Zhao King would leave his bloodline in the jade-billed eagle clan someday. Speaking of which, you are already in your 30s or 40s, you should be mature, right? Li Zhirui touched his chin and said, "Do you want me to help you find a wife?" Daking refused without hesitation. As for the reason, "You actually dislike the ugly water spirit turtle." Li Zhirui's mouth twitched. In his eyes, there was no difference between the two spirit turtles except the different colors of the tortoise shells. But in Daking's eyes, the light blue tortoise shell of the water spirit turtle was extremely ugly and unsightly. "Well, since you don't like it, forget it." Li Zhirui was still thinking about letting Daking get in touch with the water spirit turtle more during this period of time, so that they would fall in love with each other over time, and finally the fruit would come out when it was ripe. As a result, the plan died before it even started. He couldn't force Daking to do the kind of thing, could he? Li Zhirui shook his head and walked towards the alchemy room, without waiting for Zhao King to come back. After this period of comprehension, he felt that he had completely understood the recipe of the foundation building pill. And with the help of a lot of spirit stones, the original 10 foundation building spirit medicines in his hand have now become 50. But the price was not small, almost consuming all the hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones in his hand. With my current alchemy level, I should be able to successfully refine a furnace of foundation building pills before using up 50 spiritual medicines, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. As long as one furnace is successful, no matter how many foundation building pills are refined, it is considered a success. Li Zhirui solemnly bathed and burned incense, and after praying, he sacrificed the second-level top-grade alchemy furnace Taiyi Kingayu furnace. The spiritual water in the alchemy furnace was taken from the spiritual lake in the space. The spiritual energy contained in it is much richer than the ordinary second-level spiritual water. It is an excellent alchemy spiritual water, but Li Zhirui doesn't know how to call it, so he keeps calling it spiritual water. After taking out the first portion of foundation building spiritual medicine, Li Zhirui's face became very serious. He saw his hands flying, and the spiritual light on his fingertips was like a butterfly flying through flowers, and a series of magic formulas followed. The essence of the spiritual medicine was extracted by the magic formula and entered the Kingayu furnace under Li Zhirui's control. This step is the simplest, and because the foundation building pill is precious and Li Zhirui is refining it for the first time, he decided to use only 4 basic alchemy techniques, regardless of the efficacy and poison of the pill, and first make sure to refine the foundation building pill. The essence after refining is crystal clear and exudes a strong herbal fragrance, but Li Zhirui did not stop for a moment. The technique in his hand changed, and the essences began to merge in an orderly manner. The difficulty of alchemy also suddenly increased from here. He had to separate a large amount of spiritual consciousness and control the fusion time of each spiritual medicine essence. Once it was slow or fast, it would lead to the failure of this alchemy. This is why Li Zhirui had to heal the injury of his soul before refining the pill. Fortunately, Li Zhirui simulated this step many times in his sea of consciousness and merged all the essences very smoothly. But when separating this essence pill, Li Zhirui was a little slow, resulting in only 3 small groups of essence in the end. Li Zhirui had anticipated this. Although there were not many types of spiritual medicines for refining foundation building pills, it was not easy to succeed in being crowned with the title of the most difficult to refine among the second-level spiritual pills. You know, when refining other spiritual pills, you may be allowed to make the slightest mistake, but for spiritual pills like foundation building pills that help cultivators break through the realm of greatness, there must not be any mistakes at all. You must strictly follow the steps in the pill recipe. But this step is not on the pill recipe, and Li Zhirui needs to figure it out by himself and verify it in the pill refining. This is also a means of control by Shanli Mountain. He generously and considerately gave the spiritual seeds and pill recipes, as well as the experience of cultivating spiritual medicines, but in fact he kept the most critical hand. In this way, even if the alchemist has the best alchemy talent, it is impossible to refine the foundation-building pill with 10 spiritual medicines. At that time, either continue to buy foundation-building pills, and the development of power will continue to be restricted by others, or continue to work for Shenli Mountain in exchange for new foundation-building spiritual medicines. The other option is to wait for decades for the spiritual medicine planted by the family to mature. The reason why it is said to be decades, not hundreds of years, is because the age of the spiritual medicine does not refer to the year it grows, but whether the spiritual energy contained in it has reached a certain standard. For example, a second-level spiritual medicine that originally took 100 years to grow, but because it was planted on a third-level spiritual vein with rich spiritual energy, it can absorb more spiritual energy every year, so it can grow in a shorter time. The 3 second-level foundation-building spiritual medicines of the Li family were all planted in the third-level spiritual cave, where the spiritual energy is extremely rich, which can shorten the maturity time by about 10 years. Li Zhirui, who was calm in his state of mind, continued to refine the foundation-building pill. He concentrated all his spiritual consciousness on these 3 essences. When he observed that they had been completely fused inside, the spell in his hands changed instantly, and the last pill condensing spell was cast. Puff! There was no pill fragrance wafting out of the green jade furnace, but a failed splitting sound was heard. Li Zhirui calmly collected the pill water in the pill furnace. He never thought that he would be able to refine the foundation-building pill in one go. After all, those cultivators with excellent alchemy talents could not succeed, so how could he do it? So he expected himself to refine 50 spiritual medicines once. After recording the problems and ideas that arose this time, Li Zhirui continued to extract the spiritual medicines for refining. Unfortunately, he spent more than 20 spiritual medicines for foundation building in a whole day, and failed more than 20 times. Although it cannot be said that there was no gain, Li Zhirui did not dare to guarantee that he could succeed with the remaining materials. This was the most uncertain time in his alchemy career so far. Even though Li Zhirui was mentally prepared to fail dozens of times, he still felt irritable in his heart. He silently recited the Kingson Sutra several times before he regained his composure. Li Zhirui did not inhale and exhale spiritual energy at night for the first time. Even during his injury, he did not give up his daily practice. He plunged into refining the foundation-building pill, thinking about the various records before, and tirelessly looking through the photostone again and again. This state lasted until noon the next day. Li Zhirui took a short rest, recovered his mana and consciousness, and started to refine the pill again. But the result remained unchanged. He put the spiritual medicine for foundation building into the jade furnace, and finally it turned into turbid pill water that could only be used to irrigate the spiritual medicine. What went wrong? Li Zhirui's current state was like a demon. The inner demon grew little by little with his obsession, and the originally clear sea of consciousness also had a little more black. Roar! The divine tortoise that was entrenched on the large island in the center of the sea of consciousness suddenly roared, stretched out its giant palm to crush the black spot, and also woke up Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui, who had woken up, realized what he had just encountered and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But looking at the few spiritual medicines left, his expression suddenly became relaxed. Li Zhirui skillfully took out a spiritual medicine, extracted its essence, and put it into the jade furnace. The formula began to change, and the essence also emerged into a ball. Everything went very smoothly in the division and condensation of the pill. Success! Li Zhirui looked at the 2 jade-white spiritual pills in the pill furnace and shouted excitedly. Although he was blinded by obsession and almost attracted the inner demon, fortunately, in the process, he found the perfect steps and successfully refined the foundation-building pill. Li Zhirui used up the remaining 3 spiritual medicines in one go. He failed once and got 4 foundation-building pills. In addition to the 2 successful ones the first time, he spent more than 100,000 spiritual stones to produce spiritual medicines, and finally refined 6 foundation-building pills. If all were sold, Li Zhirui would not only be able to recover all the costs, but also make more than 100,000 yuan. After thinking about it, he decided to hand over 4 foundation-building pills to the family, and the remaining 2 foundation-building pills would naturally be left for himself. This would be the compensation given to him by the family, and he took out 6 foundation-building pills at one time, which was too many, and it was difficult to explain to everyone. I successfully refined the foundation building pill. From now on, there will be no second-level spiritual pills that can stump me. Li Zhirui was very happy, but not just because he refined the foundation building pill. It was also because his alchemy level had improved a lot, and it seemed that the threshold for him to enter the middle stage of foundation building had also dropped a little. This small threshold is not a bottleneck, but it also takes some time and effort to cross it. Now, as long as Li Zhirui accumulates enough spiritual energy, he can easily step into the middle stage of foundation building. However, he is not in a hurry to break through now. Instead, he decided to refine his magic power more, because after he breaks through the middle stage, he will take the barrier-breaking pill and break through again. Breaking through twice in a row will cause the magic power in his body to be very empty, and he must lay a good foundation first. Anyway, Li Zhirui is still young and has plenty of time to do this boring thing. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui had a good night's rest. The next day, he tidied up his appearance and walked straight to the main hall. When he arrived, he found that today was the day of the family's monthly meeting. "Zhirui, why are you here?" Li Zhirui, who was facing the gate, was the first to discover him and asked with a strange look on his face. Li Zhirui smiled and said, "It's just right. While all the elders are here, I have a great news to announce." "It can't be." Li Zhirui's mind was racing, and he looked at Li Zhirui with surprise in his eyes. The riddle between the two aroused the curiosity of the elders, especially the impatient elders, who were scratching their heads and wanted to ask the two. "That's right. It's what you are thinking, big brother." Li Zhirui did not keep people in suspense any longer, and said loudly, "I successfully refined the foundation building pill. And I refined 4. These words were like cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, instantly arousing a burst of exclamations. The sound was so loud that the nearby tribesmen looked sideways, wondering what happened that made all the elders lose their usual composure. Chapter 144, Skyrocketing. The news that Li Zhirui had successfully refined the foundation building pill attracted the attention of all the family members. Li Shiking put down the moving island, and Li Shiren and Li Shilian also returned to the family. Even the cold-tempered Li Shiting rushed back to the family from Redwood Island just to see the foundation building pill refined by Li Zhirui. In fact, these 4 foundation building pills are not too much for the Li family. After all, there will be no spiritual medicine to refine the foundation building pill in the next 70 or 80 years. And this period of time is also the period of the Li family's strength. During this period, there are definitely more than 4 members of the family who may break through the foundation building stage. However, these 4 foundation building pills are of great significance, because it marks that the Li family can refine the foundation building pill on their own from now on. "Zhirui, you are really a great contributor to the family," Li Zhiren praised generously. The other elders and clansmen also kept praising Li Zhirui, praising him so much that he blushed and was shy, but they still felt it was not enough. "Just tell me what you want, and the family will try its best to satisfy you," Li Shiking promised. No one stood up to object, because they knew what it meant to be able to refine the foundation building pill by themselves. Li Zhirui shook his head. He couldn't think of what else he needed for a while. He still had tens of thousands of spirit stones, which were enough for him to use. He could refine the spirit pills himself, and the quality was better than those on the market. He had a second-grade upper-grade magic weapon, which was enough for him to use until the late stage of foundation building. He even contracted 2 third-grade spirit beasts. "Can I keep it first?" "Let's think about it." Li Zhirui hesitated. Li Shiking nodded, agreeing to his request, and turned to Li Zhiren and said, "Leave 1 foundation building pill for Zhirui, and put the other 3 in the warehouse. Set a reasonable contribution value and let the tribesmen exchange them. Although this approach is not fair to other tribesmen, how can there be fairness in the world? It is better to make your attitude clear directly, which will make it easier for people to accept." In fact, everyone had no complaints about this. After all, Li Zhirui's dual spiritual root qualifications, which could be called the best, would be vigorously cultivated even if she was placed in the Yuanying sect. It was not a big deal for the Li family to give her some preferential treatment. The news that the Li family had refined the foundation building pill soon spread in Yunping's Hao. A large number of cultivators expected them to auction the foundation building pill, thereby lowering the price of the foundation building pill on the market. However, it was impossible to sell it now. After all, the Li family did not have enough for themselves. But after this incident, Li Zhirui's reputation as a genius alchemist spread in the surrounding areas. In particular, the two giant forces who knew the inside story of the pill were very envious of the Li family. You know, in order to refine the foundation building pill, they had to help Shenli Mountain do several tasks and paid a lot of price. But the Li family succeeded in refining it the first time because of Li Zhirui. When Li Zhirui knew that his reputation had spread far and wide, he was not happy, but quietly left Daring Island and took over Jiuquan Island instead of Li Zhilian. First, to keep a low profile, so as not to be envied and harmed. Second, Li Zhilian was preparing to break through to the late stage of foundation building. The spiritual energy on the Banyan Island was more concentrated, which was more suitable for him to break through in seclusion, so he needed to send another foundation building person to take charge. As a member of the family, Li Zhirui also needed to do family tasks. Although the spiritual energy of Jiuquan Island was not as good as that of the Banyan Island, it was enough for him to maintain a faster cultivation speed, and far away from the family, he could refine elixirs freely and sell them in Yunqingfang market to earn spiritual stones. Time passed by bit, and it was the last day of this year. What's going on today? Today is the day when Li Zhirui returns to the family to submit the Ningguan pill. But on the way to the warehouse, he found that all the clansmen were going to one place, and asked the new internal affairs elder with a puzzled look. Today is the spirit test day. If you are free, you can go to the spirit test valley to have a look. The elder smiled and said, this year, the most children will take the test. Maybe a few good seedlings will be born. Li Zhirui suddenly realized that he had been refining pills recently and was not very sensitive to time. He had forgotten this very important day for the family. But thinking that so many people went, he was unwilling to join in the fun. He would just ask a clan member later. Before the spirit test array, Li Zhizhan and Li Zhiren, two foundation builders, had a clear division of labor. The former arranged the test team, and the latter activated the spirit test array. This year, there are a total of 70,000 to 80,000 children tested, which is the largest number in recent years. The test alone will take several days, an elder said excitedly. You know, this is because Li Zhiren spent several materials to arrange 3 spirit test arrays. If there was only one array like before, I'm afraid the test alone would take more than half a month. Such a huge number of people is due to the policy of Li Zhirui, who migrated hundreds of thousands of young men and women from Yunping's Hao when he was the acting patriarch, and encouraged the tribe members to have more children. Now, 5 or 6 years have passed, and the babies they gave birth to have grown up, which is why there is a scene of tens of thousands of children being tested today. However, among so many children, half of them are mortals without the blood of the Li family. However, these children have lived on the Big Banyan Island since childhood and have been protected by the Li family. They have long believed that they are members of the Li family from the bottom of their hearts. Some mortals even changed their surnames to Li in order to get closer to the Li family or think that this will make it more likely for their offspring to have spiritual roots. Let's start, Li Zhizhan announced with great excitement. The first to be tested are children whose parents are monks. This group has the least number of people, only more than 1,000 people, but they have the highest probability of having spiritual roots, and they have attracted everyone's attention. The first batch of 300 children to be tested entered the formation. After a while, the formation was activated, and various spiritual lights flew around, looking for children with spiritual roots. 1, 2, 12, an elder counted the children with spiritual roots in a low voice. The parents of these 12 children were ecstatic, in stark contrast to the frustration of other parents. These children reacted more strongly because they lived in the clan land and had been in contact with cultivators since childhood. They understood cultivators better and yearned for them more. Moreover, if they did not have spiritual roots, they would have to move out of the clan land and separate from their parents after they turned 12. Li Zhizhan was very happy. Now, only 300 children had been tested, and 12 had spiritual roots. If the remaining descendants of cultivators were also in this ratio, then there would be at least dozens of children with spiritual roots. But there was also some regret, because the best among them was only 3 spiritual roots. Come out first, it's the turn of others, Li Zhizhan reminded. The formation kept activating, and more children passed the test. At the end of the first day, there were more than 70 children with spiritual roots, and most of them were of the Li family bloodline. After the 3-day test, a total of 237 children with spiritual roots appeared, and more than half of them were from mortals. It is worth mentioning that one of them has both gold and fire spiritual roots. His mother is the fourth sister of Li Zhirui's generation, and his father is a key training casual cultivator who married into the Li family and received a large reward from the family. Other clansmen who gave birth to descendants with spiritual roots also received spiritual stone rewards set by Li Zhirui. Although not much, it inspired all clansmen and made them more enthusiastic about making babies. After 10 years, the family will not have to worry about insufficient manpower. Li Zhirui learned about the news of the spirit testing conference from a certain clan member and was very satisfied with it. After all, there are so many children with spiritual roots now, all thanks to his measures back then. However, Li Zhirui did not pay too much attention to this matter. There are so many old people in the family who will teach them to become talents. His most important task now is to improve his strength as soon as possible, and to cultivate Zhaoqing so that he can break through the foundation building as soon as possible, so that he can help him in battle. In order to achieve this goal, Li Zhirui began a new round of retreat. But before that, he told the tribesmen stationed on Banyan Island that this was just a regular retreat for cultivation. If something really happened, they could go and call one to call him out. Decking, during this retreat, you help me keep an eye on Zhaoqing and don't let him run around again. Asking Decking for help, Li Zhirui turned around and said to Zhaoqing with a serious expression, "You'd better practice hard during this period, otherwise I will lock you up in the spirit beast bag." For Zhaoqing, who yearns for the sky and freedom, the narrow space of the spirit beast bag is the biggest punishment for him. Chirp chirp. Zhaoqing promised repeatedly. He actually didn't understand what Li Zhirui said, but he saw Li Zhirui patting the spirit beast bag, and his reaction was a little intense. Li Zhirui nodded with satisfaction, then took out the elixir and spiritual fruit needed for the two pets to practice, and handed them all to Decking, who would keep and distribute them. After everything was arranged, Li Zhirui went to retreat to practice with peace of mind. In the quiet room, Li Zhirui concentrated on practicing the technique, and his danshin in his body inhaled and exhaled, breathing in the spiritual energy from the outside world. When the spiritual energy gathered to a certain concentration, Li Zhirui's body began to emit two kinds of spiritual light, blue and green, which intertwined and lingered around him. Then it entered the body from the mouth and nose, followed the meridians into the danshin, turned into a drizzle, and merged into the sea of Dharma. Every once in a while, Li Zhirui would wake up from his practice. In addition to taking the elixir to speed up the practice, it was also to check whether Zhaoqing was practicing seriously and receive news from the outside world. The He family was inexplicably destroyed. One day, Li Zhirui came out of retreat to take away the news left by the clan members, his face full of surprise. Then he frowned and said to himself, "Is it possible that someone deliberately framed the family? The conflict between the two families has long been known to everyone. If the Li family really wants to take action, it is impossible to choose this time. Because there were rumors before that Yuan Mingzong already had an old-fashioned late foundation building who swallowed a golden elixir and was in retreat to break through. If it succeeds, then Yuan Mingzong will have 3 golden elixirs. At this critical moment, how dare the Li family provoke Yuan Mingzong? For this reason, Li Zhiqing had to come forward and swear that the demise of the He family had nothing to do with the Li family, in order to prove his innocence. When Li Zhirui saw this, his face suddenly darkened. He suspected that this matter was directed and acted by Yuan Mingzong himself, with the purpose of forcing the Li family to bow their heads. Although the Li family could not be a vassal of Yuan Mingzong due to the rules set by Shanli Mountain, they could actually pay tribute every year. What was the difference between this and a vassal? This idea was not only held by Li Zhirui, many clansmen thought so, and even some casual cultivators thought of this. Li Zhirui was powerless to do anything about it, and could only continue to work hard to practice, strive to break through the golden elixir as soon as possible, so that the family would have enough strength and would not be bullied by Yuan Mingzong again. But what Li Zhirui didn't know was that after he continued to practice in seclusion, Yu Qing, the only golden elixir cultivator of the King Jian sect, quietly came to the Banyan Island in the middle of the night. "I wonder why you came here so late at night," Li Zhiqing asked calmly. This was not the first time Yu Qing came to Banyan Island to find him. He had come secretly once after Li Zhiqing's Danji ceremony. His purpose was simple, that is, he wanted to form an alliance with the Li family and jointly resist the increasingly powerful Yuan Mingzong. But at that time, Li Zhiqing still had to do the mission of Shanli Mountain to earn foundation building elixirs for the family, so he used this reason to get away. But now Yu Qing is here again. And in order not to attract attention, he also went to Redwood Island on purpose, first found Li Zhirui, and contacted Li Zhirui through her. Dao, why do you pretend not to know? Yu Qing frowned and said in a deep voice, now that Yuan Mingzhuang is pressing forward step by step, the third golden elixir has not yet been born, and they have begun to suppress the Li family. If the third golden elixir is successfully born, the Li family will never have an easy life. Li Zhirui sighed and said, there is no room for a second tiger in a mountain forest, but I don't know if you have heard that before two tigers fight, they will first get rid of the wild wolf next to them to avoid being taken advantage of by others. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes and said, Dao, don't you believe in my King Jian sect? Now that Yuan Mingzhuang is powerful, our two families can only survive by sticking together. Dao, you must know the truth that the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Yes, the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Li Zhirui sighed inexplicably, but made Yu Qing feel a little uneasy, and he was about to leave immediately. Dao, since you are here, why are you so anxious to leave? A comfortable voice suddenly sounded in the silent night sky. Li Zhirui, you actually teamed up with Yuan Mingzhuang. Aren't you afraid that it will destroy your Li family afterwards? Yu Qing's astonished and angry voice suddenly exploded in the sky above the Banyan Island. Li Zhirui glanced at him with a gloomy look, and did not speak. Who doesn't know the truth that the lips and teeth are cold? But Yuan Mingzhuang is no longer the two golden elixirs. The cultivator who swallowed a golden elixir successfully broke through in another place a few months ago. That day, the three golden elixir cultivators of Yuan Mingzhuang came to the Banyan Island together, and forced Li Zhirui to bow his head with absolute force and the lives of the tribesmen on the island, so that the Li family would become a vassal of Yuan Mingzhuang again. However, they also promised that as long as the Li family was honest, they would not take action against the Li family. Li Zhirui had no choice but to agree. Then Yuan Mingzhuang asked Li Zhirui to accompany him to act in a play for the King Jian sect. There are two protagonists in this play, one is the Li family, the other is Yuan Mingzhuang, and the He family is the introduction of this play. In other words, the destroyed He family was actually personally taken action by Yuan Mingzhuang, and then the Li family pretended to be suppressed to attract the King Jian sect to send people to contact the Li family. When Yu Qing contacted Li Zhirui, he thought he was cautious, he completely exposed his whereabouts. If he suddenly came to the Banyan Island, it would be difficult for them to set an ambush. You guys want to stop me? Yu Qing knew that if he didn't fight hard, he might die here today, so he used a killing move as soon as he made a move. Thousands of sword energies were swung out in an instant, like a storm, tearing apart everything that blocked it, and whistling towards the golden elixir he had never seen. After all, this person is a new golden elixir, the weakest, and the easiest position for Yu Qing to break through. Be careful, Zheng Xianming, as an old rival, hurriedly reminded him. Fortunately, this golden elixir was cautious and expected that Yu Qing would use him as a breakthrough, so he used the defensive magic weapon as soon as he appeared. In addition, he saw that the situation was not good, so he cast layers of defensive spells, which barely blocked Yu Qing's attack. However, the defensive magic weapon he had just refined was cracked by Yu Qing's killing move. Thank you for your support. Oh. Chapter 145, Fall. Brother Zheng, has the formation been arranged? The voice of the giant was full of anxiety and uneasiness. The only defensive magic weapon in his hand had been broken by Yu Qing. If the opponent made another killing move, he could only dodge and escape, allowing Yu Qing to escape. Yu Qing's face changed drastically when he heard this. He didn't expect that the opponent had made such sufficient preparations. Once the formation was successfully arranged, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. But before he could make any move, Zheng Xianming successfully arranged the formation. The four-color spiritual light rose and intertwined with each other, and finally formed a light shield upside down on the ground, trapping Yu Qing in it. The four-sided ceiling spirit formation, a very famous trapping formation in the third-level formation, can block contact with the outside world, causing the spiritual energy inside the formation to become less and less until it is completely absorbed, and the trapped person has no spiritual energy available. Go all out and make sure to kill Yu Qing. If he is allowed to escape, there will be endless troubles, Zheng Xianming said coldly. Li Zhirui naturally knew the danger of letting Yu Qing escape. This was a giant and sword cultivator with extraordinary combat power, and his cultivation was even higher than his. If he wanted to cause trouble for the Li family, then the Li family would have no chance of resisting. Of course, Yuan Mingzong was not much better, but he had the protection of the third-level mountain protection formation, and low-level cultivators could hide in the mountain gate without worrying about Yu Qing's assassination. The Li family also wanted to arrange a third-level clan protection formation, but because they had not yet invited a third-level formation master, they could only continue to use the original second-level formation. In fact, for an extremely important formation like the clan protection formation, it is best to arrange it yourself to prevent the formation master from leaving a loophole. It's a pity that the formation master is even rarer than the alchemist. Yuan Mingzong has not yet trained a third-level formation master, let alone the Li family. When Li Shiqing was learning the art of cultivation, he only had a little talent in making talismans, and he hadn't done it for many years. Speaking of which, under this threat, Li Shiqing and his 4 companions no longer hid their strength. All of them tried their best to use their killing moves to get rid of Yu Qing as soon as possible, so as to avoid any accidents. When the giant and monks started to fight, their power was so great that they could change the surrounding terrain and environment. If it weren't for the formation that restricted everyone's attacks within a range, there would be many ruins on the Banyan Island. But even so, the battle between several people still affected the Banyan Island. The earth cracked within the formation, and the whole island was shaking slightly. The mortals didn't feel much, but the spirit beasts and monks on the island felt a breathtaking oppression. I don't know what the situation is with my second grandfather, Li Zhirui murmured to himself. In order to prevent Yu Qing from noticing that this was an ambush, the Li family members on the Banyan Island only quietly sent a few juniors with better qualifications to Jiuquan Island by Li Shiting and Li Shiren. Once the ambush of Yu Qing failed and he escaped, they would immediately wake up Li Zhirui and flee to the south. The other tribesmen would collect some spiritual objects on the Banyan Island, and then abandon this foundation and follow closely. If I escape today, I will definitely slaughter all the disciples of your 2 families in the future, Yu Qing roared angrily, and his voice was so loud that it spread throughout the Banyan Island. But this made Li Zhirui and others, who knew the inside story and had been in a panic, feel relieved. Because Yu Qing was so angry, he must have fallen into a disadvantage. It's a pity that you don't have this opportunity, Zheng Xianming replied coldly, and a green wind blade slashed out. Even if Yu Qing didn't say that, they couldn't let him go, and they were now angry. The 4 of them worked harder and harder, trying to kill Yu Qing with every move. The spiritual energy in the formation was also consumed rapidly because Yu Qing resisted the attack, and now there is little left. And it became more and more difficult for him to resist the attacks of the 4 people. A spell came and Yu Qing responded hastily, but the attacks of several others followed closely, leaving him stretched and unable to cope. His hair was torn, his clothes were torn, and he had wounds on his body. He looked very embarrassed, and there was no dignity of a giant and cultivator. Li Shiqing, your Li family is courting death. Aren't you afraid that the Li family will become the next King Jian sect? Yu Qing shouted loudly. I can swear to the heavens that as long as you let me go, I will never attack the Li family and form an alliance with you to fight against Yuan Mingzong. Stubborn, Zheng Xianming sneered disdainfully and said, at this point, you still can't see the situation clearly. Li Shiqing sighed in his heart and remained silent, but his movements became more and more sharp and fierce. Under the siege of several people, Yu Qing had been forced into a desperate situation and completely gave up defense. He was willing to die to take one person away. He was seen burning the blood in his body, his veins were bulging, and there was a thin layer of scarlet blood in his breath. He can't hold on. Zheng Xianming was overjoyed. Although Yu Qing was in danger now, as long as he could hold on for this period of time, he would die of blood and essence loss. Crack! A sound of the formation breaking sounded. Zheng Xianming and his companions' faces changed instantly. Once the formation was broken, they would face Yu Qing, whose combat power had skyrocketed. In order to stop him, Zheng Xianming and his 3 companions flipped their hands, ignoring the rapid consumption of mana, and blasted Yu Qing with 3 powerful magical powers, Hurricane, Sky Fire, and Giant Tree. Li Shiqing camped a hand. He did not use the giant Mu Yanglei that he had already mastered quickly. Instead, he deliberately controlled the speed, secretly sacrificed the Zuinun umbrella and the wood spirit heart protection bead, and carefully guarded against Yu Qing, who was already desperate. Ho ha, let's die together. Yu Qing's face was full of madness, and he used his own life to display 4 sword ki. The sword light was dazzling, and the murderous aura was rampant. Under the ravages of the sword key, fine lines seemed to appear in the space. As for the formation, it had already been shattered. Boom! The sword energy and the magical power collided, creating a terrifying shock wave. The surroundings were razed to the ground, and smoke and dust rose up, blocking everyone's sight. Li Zhirui, who did not launch an attack, barely used 2 magic weapons to withstand this terrifying sword. The Zuanin umbrella was completely broken under this blow and could no longer be used. Suddenly, a scream sounded, which made Li Zhirui's heart cold. He hurriedly sacrificed the dim spiritual light of the heart-protecting beads. The spiritual light flashed in his hands, and various defensive spells were cast on him. At the same time, he withdrew violently and hid behind a big banyan tree, carefully guarding the surroundings. "You are looking for death?" Zhang Xianming roared with anger, summoning hurricanes and attacking Yu Qing. The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, and Li Zhirui was able to see clearly that not far away from the fierce battle between the two, Yuan Mingzong's newly promoted giant was lying on the ground, covering a huge, bloody wound on his abdomen. His face was like gold paper and his breath was weak. It was obvious that he would not live long. A dark light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. While no one noticed him, he pretended to be seriously injured and leaned against a tree with a pale face. Just when he was wondering where Mingling's Henren was, he saw him staggering over from not far away in a disheveled state, and he also looked injured. "I didn't expect to only solve one person." Yu Qing's strong spirit suddenly collapsed when he saw Mingling coming. And at the moment when his mind was lost, a green wind blade whistled and cut off his head. In fact, Zhang Xianming didn't need to do it anymore. Yu Qing, who had exhausted all his blood and energy, was now like a dried corpse that had been dead for many years. The reason why he could still move was just because he was holding on with a trace of unwillingness. Chapter 146 Destruction. Junior brother Yang has become a Taoist. Zhang Xianming had no time to feel happy about the death of his great enemy. Mingling brought him bad news. Zhang Xianming took a deep breath, his face was very ugly, and he asked, "Junior brother, why are you so embarrassed?" In fact, when Zhang Xianming came over and saw the wound of junior brother Yang, he knew that he would not live long. He cut open his stomach and even crushed his internal organs. Unless he had a 4th-level spiritual elixir, it would be impossible for him to survive, so he was mentally prepared. "Senior brother, didn't you find that Yu Qing didn't have his natal spiritual sword in his hand?" Mingling smiled bitterly and said, "He hid his natal spiritual sword in the sword energy. If I were not a weapon refiner and had several defensive magic weapons in my hand, I'm afraid." Zhang Xianming's face froze, and he said bitterly, "I eliminated Yu Qing, but junior brother Yang became a Taoist. I don't know if this move is worth it." Mingling didn't know how to respond to this, so he could only remain silent. "Let's go. Once Yu Qing dies and his life card is broken, the Qingjian sect will definitely know about it. We must completely destroy the Qingjian sect as soon as possible and merge Guangqingzhou to be worthy of junior brother Yang's efforts and sacrifices." Mingling frowned and said, "Senior brother, do you want the Li family too?" Li Zhirui, who was leaning against a tree and pretending to be seriously injured, heard this and supported the tree trunk to stand up. He said weakly, "Have you two Taoist friends forgotten your previous promise?" Li Zhirui also thought about whether to reveal his disguise and let them know that he was not injured, so that the two would be afraid to act rashly and dare not attack him. But after thinking about it, he continued to remain in a state of being seriously injured, so as not to rouse the two's vigilance. The current Li family still had to show weakness to the enemy. Moreover, the most important thing for Yuan Mingzong now is to destroy the Qingjian sect and eliminate future troubles. It is not appropriate to create unnecessary troubles. He should not attack the Li family, at least not in the short term. In fact, if he was not sure about Zhang Xianming's condition, Li Zhirui wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, even if it meant being seriously injured, to kill the injured Mingling. As for the so-called promise, they all knew in their hearts that this promise, which was not witnessed by the way of heaven and was not even considered a vow of the inner demon, had no weight at all, and it was just a thought to regret it. Zhang Xianming looked at Li Zhirui with a dark look in his eyes, but he didn't know what he had considered. He smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry so much. Our previous promise will naturally count. We will not take action against the Li family. Just now, my junior brother made a slip of the tongue. To express our sincerity, we will now give the Blue Mountain Island of the He family to the Li family as an apology. What do you think?" Li Shiking couldn't turn against them, so he nodded and said, "Thank you. If fellow Taoist can still move, why don't you go with us to Guangqingzhou and destroy the King Jian sect?" Zhang Xianming promised, "Everything that fellow Taoist gets will belong to you by then. Thank you for your kindness. But I'm now injured by the sword energy, and I'm afraid I can't go with you too." Although Li Shiking coveted the 1,000-year heritage of the King Jian sect, since he decided to continue to disguise himself, it's impossible to be exposed now, right? And who knows if the King Jian sect has any hidden means? After all, this is a Jiandan sect. Then we'll take our leave. Zhang Xianming didn't persuade him anymore, and took Mingling's incarnation, Ling Guang, and left the Banyan Island. After making sure they were far away, Li Shiking returned to his true state, looking at the devastated land with almost no vitality, and couldn't help but sigh. Especially the sword energy that Yu Qing slashed at Mingling before his death, which actually flattened a small mountain. It seems that we need to ask a third-level formation master to set up a formation to protect the clan as soon as possible, Li Shiking murmured, turned around and flew towards the clan. On the other side, Zhang Xianming and Mingling, who were rushing towards the mountain gate and preparing to lead their disciples to deal with the King Jian sect, asked on the way, "Brother, why don't you just get rid of Li Shiking? Keeping him is a disaster after all, especially now that Yuan Mingzhuang has lost to Jiandan. Although they still have the advantage, it is not so easy to threaten Li Shiking again. After all, the three of them are in the early stage of Jiandan. If they really fight to the death, Li Shiking may be able to take one away." So Mingling thought that now was the best time to deal with him while he was seriously injured. As long as Li Shiking died, the survival of the Li family would depend on their thoughts. Ahem, Zhang Xianming suddenly coughed violently, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Brother, how come you are injured too?" Mingling's face changed drastically, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. Zhang Xianming shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "After returning to Yuanming Mountain, you will take Liu Yun and other disciples to Guangqingzhou. Remember, don't attack the mountain gate of King Jian sect, just besiege them." Almost no one knew that Yu Qing's natal spirit sword was not one, but a set of mother and child swords. The mother sword exploded to kill Mingling, and the child sword exploded to stop Zhang Xianming and injured him, while Yu Qing himself rushed to junior brother Yang and killed him. However, Zhang Xianming disguised himself too well. He fought with Yu Qing with his injuries, and no one noticed that he was injured. "I understand. Senior brother, after you return to the mountain gate, take a good rest and heal your wounds." Mingling nodded repeatedly, and drove the spirit boat back to the sect at lightning speed. Half an hour later, a number of spirit boats took off from Yuanming Mountain and headed for Guangqingzhou in the north. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the Yunqingfang city. Mingling Zhenren led a large number of cultivators from Yuanming sect to besiege King Jian sect, and threatened that Zhenren Yu Qing had fallen, and asked the small forces in Guangqingzhou to change their sects and surrender, otherwise they would be killed without mercy. Countless casual cultivators were shocked. The Jiandan's Zhenren, who was out of reach for them, actually fell like this. Does anyone know what's going on? Doesn't Yuanming sect only have 2 Jiandan cultivators? How could they kill Yu Qing, who is in the middle stage of Jiandan? Could it be that they asked for external aid? External aid? Then it can only be the Li family on the Big Banyan Island. After being shocked, many cultivators began to discuss this matter with great interest. After all, no matter how the situation changes, it has nothing to do with them, the lowest level of the cultivation world. However, the intelligence personnel arranged by the Li family in Yunqingzhou quickly passed the news back to the Banyan Island. Is Zhang Xianming not here? Li Shiking couldn't help but guess. Could it be that he was injured yesterday? But after careful recollection, he did not find any signs of Zhang Xianming being injured, so he had to put the matter aside. "Second grandfather, what should we do with the Blue Mountain Island?" Li Zhizhen asked on the side. "Let's rent it to the casual cultivators to cultivate it. The family can't take care of it." Li Shiking thought for a while and said, "Let's hand over some trivial matters that can be done by outsiders, especially those young clansmen, before they reach the middle stage of key training. Let them practice well and don't do those chores." Li Zhizhen nodded and said, "I will go to deal with these things now, and by the way, let someone bring Zhao and the others back." So, the next day, the news that the Li family occupied Blue Mountain Island and rented the spiritual field spread in Yunqingfang City. The casual cultivators also confirmed that the foreign aide they had guessed before was Li Shiking. Otherwise, How could he give the Li family a second-level spiritual island for no reason? During my retreat, so many things happened to the family. Li Zhirui looked at the jade slip in his hand, which Li Zhirui had specially sent, and said in shock. In this jade slip, there are 3 giants of Yuan Mingzhuang who came to threaten Li Shiqing. There are plans to lure Yu Qing to ambush and kill him, which caused Yuan Mingzhuang to lose a giant. In short, during the months of his retreat, various major events were recorded in detail, so that Li Zhirui knew the cause, process and result of the matter. Yuan Mingzhuang annexed Guangqingzhou and lost a giant cultivator, and Zhang Xianming has not appeared for a long time. It is very likely that he was injured. Li Zhirui analyzed the situation of the family, frowned slightly, but then relaxed. As far as the current situation is concerned, the Li family is not bad. Yuan Mingzhuang now has only 2 giants, and one is suspected to be seriously injured, so he dare not force the Li family too much. And they also need time to digest the huge Guangqingzhou and bring it under their control. Therefore, Yuan Mingzhuang and the Li family formed a delicate and strange balance. However, the strength of the 2 families was still unequal, and the Li family was still in a lower position, and needed to be careful of Yuan Mingzhuang. As for the vassal relationship that Yuan Mingzhuang had mentioned before, the 2 families tacitly did not mention it now, as if there was no such thing. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak now, and I can't help at all. Li Zhirui shook his head helplessly and sighed. Duckwing slowly crawled over, and threw the storage bag in front of him with his spiritual sense, asking him to take more spiritual fruits and spiritual pills for them to refine, so as to improve their strength as soon as possible. You are thoughtful. Li Zhirui was very pleased. But don't worry now, laying a good foundation is the most important thing. Don't push yourself too hard, and it's good to relax appropriately. If he didn't know the importance of a solid foundation, he could now retreat and start to break through the middle stage of foundation building, and then refine the barrier-breaking pill and become the late stage of foundation building in one fell swoop. And these words are not only to persuade Duckwing, but also to remind himself not to lose the big picture for the small and ruin his own foundation. ZHA. After this period of training, Zhaoqing has broken through the 5th level of key training. Although her intelligence has not improved much, she is very sensitive to the word relaxation and keeps shouting. Forget it, let's go out for a walk today. Li Zhirui couldn't regret it as soon as he finished speaking, so he decided to take the 2 pets out to relax. However, in addition to the natural scenery on Banyan Island, there is only a large area of spiritual fields that stretch as far as the eye can see, and there is nothing fun to do. But Li Zhirui's going out still attracted the attention of many people, especially those casual cultivators, who looked at him with fear and envy. It's okay if there are few people, but when there are many people, they all look at you, which always makes people feel scared. However, as soon as they came out, even if Li Zhirui wanted to go back, Zhaoqing, who was flying freely in the sky, would not agree. After thinking about it, he took the 2 pets to the sea, put the spiritual boat into the sea, and took the boat with decking, without controlling it, letting the spiritual boat drift with the current. As for Zhaoqing, he seemed to be tireless and flew in the sky excitedly. Zhaoqing has grown up a lot. After a while, he can take people flying, Li Zhirui whispered to himself. Zhaoqing's speed is still quite fast. Although it is not as fast as his spiritual boat, it is faster than a general first-level magic weapon, and it does not need human control. When playing on the sea, Li Zhirui did not encounter any attacks from water monsters. This is not because he released his own breath, but purely because the water monsters in the sea area have become extinct. The main reason is that there are already thousands of casual cultivators on the 2 islands. In addition to growing spiritual grains and spiritual medicines on a daily basis, they also go out to sea to hunt water monsters in their spare time. How could they let go of the sea area so close to the island? Under the fighting of these people, no trace of water monsters can be seen within 100 miles of the island. Although water monsters have no intelligence, they still have the animal nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. They will not come to such a dangerous place, and even if they come, they dare not show up easily. The setting sun emits an orange-yellow light, dyeing the originally monotonous sea colorful, which is very beautiful. This also means that today is almost over and they should go back. You've been flying around all day, and now you feel tired, Li Zhirui said unhappily, looking at Zhaoqing, who was lying on the deck, exhausted. Tisk. Zhaoqing's eyes were rolling around, looking very smart, but in fact, she didn't understand what he was saying at all. We are both third-grade spirit beasts. Why are you so stupid and not like Daking at all? Li Zhirui muttered. This question is too profound and not something Li Zhirui can understand now, but... Li Zhirui turned his eyes to Daking. He felt that Daking should know the reason for his change. But Daking can't speak yet. Maybe after he breaks through the golden elixir and refines the horizontal bone, he can tell him the answer. After relaxing for a whole day, Li Zhirui continued to practice hard. Every day was ordinary, monotonous and repetitive. At night, he swallowed the elixir to practice and enhance his magic power. In the morning, he exhaled the spiritual energy and refined the magic power. When the meridians could no longer bear the practice, Li Zhirui would start to refine the elixir. By consuming mana and consciousness in this way, he could refine mana, strengthen his soul, and earn spiritual stones, killing two birds with one stone. However, he would stop after refining a few furnaces of spiritual pills every day. Even so, Li Zhirui's longest refined Ningguang pill had an 80% success rate, and occasionally he could refine 9 pills. But because he refined too many Ningguang pills, antibodies gradually developed in his body. The spiritual pills he swallowed now were Baikyo pills that could only be used for himself. If he hadn't given them to his family, he would not refine Ningguang pills anymore. Time passed by so uneventfully, and in a blink of an eye, it was a year later. On this day, on the Banyan Island, Li Zhirui and several other foundation-building monks gathered here, looking at the delicate courtyard not far away with surprise. Spiritual energy gathers. This is a sign of successful breakthrough and transformation of mana. Li Zhirui, who had not had any expression on her face for thousands of years, was very happy now. Because the one who broke through the foundation today was not someone else, but Li Zhirui, whom she had taught since childhood. Ha! Zhirui successfully built the foundation, and the 7th foundation-building person appeared in the family. Li Zhirui laughed. As the patriarch, the stronger the family is, the happier he is. He feels proud that his children have grown up. I don't know who will break through next, although the family now has 4 foundation-building pills, except for Li Zhirui's pill, no one has redeemed the other 3. Thank you for your support. Chapter 147 3 years. On the one hand, the foundation-building pill requires 40,000 contribution points, and no one can afford it. In the entire family, I am afraid that only Li Zhirui, who has been refining pills for more than 10 years, has so many. Another reason is that the foundation-building pill is still relatively precious now. Some clansmen are not completely sure. Even if they can gather the contribution points, they will hesitate because they are afraid of failure and feel that the foundation-building pill is wasted. How is Li Zhirui's current cultivation? Li Zhirui thought of another girl. At this time, Li Zhirui has successfully broken through to the late stage of foundation building. He still has decades to go before the deadline. He has time to accumulate mana, and it is not that there is no chance to impact the golden pill. Therefore, he is now almost indifferent to worldly affairs. He stays in the cave all day to practice, consolidate the foundation, and increase the probability of forming a pill. That is, today Li Zhirui breaks through the foundation, otherwise he will not show up. As for Li Zhirui, although he knows that his way forward is broken, he has not given up improving himself. Moreover, he has been obsessed with drawing talismans recently and is now in seclusion to comprehend, so he did not show up. Zhirui just broke through the 7th level of key training not long ago, Li Zhirui answered casually. He had a deep impression of Li Zhirui. After all, she was the only one among the members of the Zhi generation who did not practice the 10,000 Spirits Sutra and could not contract a spirit beast. Moreover, the most profound impression that Li Zhirui left on the members of the tribe was her diligence and hard work. According to the speed at which she hunted water monsters and earned resources, how could she break through the 7th level of key training? Li Zhirui asked in confusion. Not long ago, the family received a sword cultivation method of the foundation building realm from a casual cultivator. Zhirui has been changing her cultivation method during this period, so she has only broken through now. For the current Li family, a foundation-building realm method is no longer so precious and difficult to obtain. Of course, it is limited to the foundation-building realm. The value of the methods above it has increased by more than 10 times, or even dozens of times, and the Li family cannot afford it. What's more, it was bought from a casual cultivator, and the price is not high. Li Zhirui suddenly realized and said thoughtfully, at her current speed, she may be able to break through the 9th level of key training in 5 years, and may break through the foundation building within 10 years. This is still his optimistic thinking. Without the help of the elders, relying on her alone, even if Li Zhirui desperately hunts water monsters, it will take more than 10 years to collect 40,000 contribution points. As for why the family did not give Li Zhirui a foundation building pill directly like Li Zhirui did, the main reason is that her qualifications are too poor. Li Zhirui can still rely on hunting water monsters to earn contributions in exchange for elixirs to speed up her own cultivation, but after breaking through the foundation building, it will not be so easy. Moreover, the family has long set a rule that the clansmen who are rewarded with foundation building pills must have qualifications of double spiritual roots or above, or have good talents in a certain cultivation technique. Those who do not meet the conditions can only use their contribution points to exchange them in the warehouse. Are there any good seedlings in this year's test conference? Li Zhirui asked on the side. He was in charge of Banyan Island this year and had no time to come back to preside over the formation in person, so he didn't know the situation this year. Li Zhirui shook his head. Last year, so many people had already used up all the children on the island. This year, less than 10,000 people were tested. Among these people, only about 40 children with spiritual roots appeared. The best one was a third-level spiritual root with a relatively high spiritual root purity, and he was from another family. Speaking of which, the Li family's attitude towards people from other families is a bit vague. They must be trained. After all, whether they are used to handle trivial matters or to form a Taoist couple with their own family members, they are all excellent choices. But the argument now is whether to give people from other families the same treatment as the family members. The fundamental practice of the Li family, the Wanling Sutra, will never be passed on to others. The current point of contention is whether to pay the same monthly salary, whether to train them to learn the skills of cultivation, etc. However, these things cannot be discussed in a short period of time, and they are still studying in the Linghu Academy. There are still 2 years before they can officially practice, so there is enough time for them to argue slowly. Your generation has 2 dual spiritual root geniuses, Zhirui and Zhirui, a sword cultivation genius. When the 3 of them grow up completely, the strength of the family will definitely soar, Li Zhirui said with certainty. Li Zhirui, who was not valued before, has been recognized by Li Zhirui and others with her unremitting efforts and persistence. Of course, he did not think that Li Zhirui could break through the golden elixir. Perhaps she could rely on time and talent to grow into a powerful sword cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, but that was all. As for the next generation, I think the one with the dual spiritual roots of gold and fire is called Li Chengru, right? Li Zhirui asked, how is his performance in the Linghu Academy? Chunchi Shizicheng, Li Chengru is the 10th generation of the family with the character Cheng, and is also the one with the best qualifications among the character Cheng so far. Perhaps it is because his parents are both cultivators, he has been more mature since childhood, and after testing out the dual spiritual roots, he was placed with high hopes, so his performance in the Linghu Academy is very good. Although not as smart as Zhirui in the past, it is also very good. Li Zhirui smiled. Li Zhirui laughed dumbly and said, Zhirui, I'm afraid that within 100 years, the family will not be able to find a child smarter than him. It was because of Li Zhirui's outstanding performance that he won his favor and often guided him in cultivation. But in fact, Li Zhirui's intelligence was not that of a smart child, but a mature soul, which made him stand out among a group of ignorant children. Speaking of Zhirui, he has been in seclusion for more than a year. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he wants to break through the middle stage of foundation building in one fell swoop? Li Zhirui guessed. Everyone thought that it was really possible. Although Li Zhirui had broken through the foundation building less than 10 years ago, he had good aptitude and a large number of elixirs to speed up his cultivation. It was not impossible for him to break through the middle stage of foundation building. According to his current cultivation speed, it may not take more than 10 years to reach the late stage of foundation building. Li Zhirui sighed with a hint of envy. Perhaps more than 10 years later, he would still be hovering in the early stage of foundation building, but Li Zhirui would be 2 small realms higher than him. Li Zhirui, who was standing by, suddenly interrupted and said, it is said that if you form a pill before the age of 100, you may be able to comprehend a magical power. Zhirui may be working towards this goal. It was the first time for the other people to hear this statement, and they sent their heartfelt blessings to Li Zhirui, sincerely hoping that he could do it. But what they didn't know was that Li Zhirui's goal of this retreat was not only the middle stage of foundation building, but the late stage of foundation building. Li Zhirui has been working hard to expand the area of his Sea of Fa and make his magic power more refined for more than a year, and he was not in a hurry to break through the middle stage of foundation building. Until not long ago, he found that his Sea of Fa had expanded to its current limit and could not go any further, so he put it aside and concentrated on refining his magic power. Cultivation does not know the years. In order to ensure that the foundation is as stable as possible after continuous breakthroughs, Li Zhirui spent more than a year on refining his magic power. Now, his huge Sea of Fa is full of thick liquid magic power. Li Zhirui feels that his current strength is several times stronger than before his retreat. Whether in terms of the power of the spells or the number of times they were cast, they were incomparable to the previous ones. First, go out and check the news outside, as well as the situation of decking and zhaoqing, and then you can practice with peace of mind, Li Zhirui murmured, and stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Chapter 148 Late Stage. Although decking was lazy all day and looked very tired, he was actually very serious about cultivation, so his strength had improved greatly in the past 2 years. However, perhaps because of his race, decking still had not reached the perfection of the early stage of foundation building, and there was still a short distance from the breakthrough. Zhaoqing brought a huge surprise to Li Zhirui. He actually broke through from the 5th level of key training to the 8th level of key training, and was not far from the 9th level of key training, and was expected to break through the foundation within 3 years. Moreover, Zhaoqing had grown from the original eagle to the current giant eagle with a height of more than 10 feet and a wingspan of 2 or 3 feet. The tough green feathers, the claws like steel, and the sharp eyes all showed that Zhaoqing had entered adulthood. The most important thing was that Zhaoqing's intelligence had improved a lot after he grew up. Although he was still not as smart as decking, he could at least understand some simple words of Li Zhirui. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui patted decking's head. He had been concentrating on refining his magic power for the past year. He had only come out a few times, and each time he came out, he was in a hurry and had no time to observe their specific situation. In fact, if he hadn't needed to refine the condensation pill for the family and replenish spiritual objects for decking and the others, Li Zhirui would not want to leave the meditation room. Decking was definitely the first contributor to the naughty Zhaoqing's current cultivation. Zhaoqing, go out and relax. Remember to come back early and don't leave Banyan Island. Li Zhirui walked to the door, took the message passed by the clan members, opened the door, turned to look at decking, and asked, if you feel bored, you can also go out for a walk. Now the casual cultivators on Banyan Island all knew that he, a foundation-building cultivator, raised a blue-winged eagle, and they didn't dare to attack Zhaoqing, but after he went out, that was unpredictable. Chirp! Zhaoqing flapped his wings excitedly, raising a huge gust of wind and disappeared in an instant. It can be seen that the 2 years of cultivation had made him feel suffocated. Decking shook his head gently, came to his side and lay down again. Li Zhirui smiled and said nothing more. He looked at the jade slip quietly. The man and the turtle were extremely harmonious. During the time he was in seclusion, the family was calm and nothing major happened. It is worth mentioning that Li Zhirui broke through the foundation building stage, and since then the family has the 7th foundation building cultivator. In addition, after more than 2 years of island moving, Li Zhirui has built a bridge from Banyan Island to Redwood Island, which is more than 300 miles long but only a dozen miles wide. The bridge is made of islands. However, the price of doing so is that there is no island that Li Zhirui can move within 100 miles of the sea near the island bridge. After all, he is only in the early stage of Jinden. Some slightly larger islands cannot be moved due to insufficient mana, and if it exceeds 100 miles, Li Zhirui will have to stop halfway to restore mana. In addition to the internal affairs of the family, the Jade Slip also records the news of Yuan Mingzhuang. Jiang Xianming later showed up, and together with Mingling Zhenrun, he cleared the hidden dangers of Guangqing Zhao, using practical actions to prove that he was not injured, and shattered the suspicion of the outside world. But Yuan Mingzhuang, who only had 2 golden elixirs, was not enough to make the Li family truly submit, so the few resources offered last year were just a symbol. This is good, it can give the family a stable time to develop, Li Zhirui murmured. Decking, do you want to go to the space with me? Seeing Decking nod, Li Zhirui's mind moved, and the 2 figures disappeared instantly. In fact, with Li Zhirui's weeding and insecticides again and again, the spiritual seeds were produced in the space, and he no longer needed to take care of them frequently. It was enough to take a look occasionally. So even though he didn't come in much this year, the spiritual medicine in the space grew very well. The queen bee broke through the second level. Li Zhirui looked at the giant poisonous bee that was obviously a circle bigger, and said with some surprise, "You know, he got a nest of giant poisonous bees, and only after signing a master servant's contract with a queen bee, he threw them into the space and let them brew spiritual honey for him to use in alchemy. But he didn't expect that today gave him a big surprise. The second level royal honey is a good thing." Li Zhirui happily came to the huge beehive, used his spiritual sense to control the queen bee to take out half of the royal nectar, and put it in a jade bottle, waiting to be used for alchemy in the future. Then he inspected this private spiritual field and found no problems. He walked to the phoenix grass with expectation, hoping to find a second-level phoenix grass that broke through the shackles. These dozens of phoenix grasses were planted when he decided to raise a spiritual bird. The purpose was to get a second-level phoenix grass, and then slowly cultivate a fourth-level phoenix grass. Because the fourth-level phoenix grass can make the spiritual bird produce a trace of phoenix blood, and the phoenix bloodline is one of the top bloodlines among the monsters. Even if there is only a trace, it can improve the grade and qualifications of the spirit beast. But it is not easy to let the first-level phoenix grass break through the shackles. So Li Zhirui was destined to be disappointed this time. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared and knew the difficulty of this matter, so he was not disappointed. Of course, it was also because Li Zhirui had this magical space, which did not require him to spend time and energy to take care of it. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to hold on for long, just like other cultivators who had this idea. At sunset, Zhaoqing, who had been out all day, finally came back, and Li Zhirui was ready to retreat again. Before retreating, he went out and left a jade slip and a storage bag with a large number of condensation pills for the family. There was not much content in the jade slip, only saying that he would continue to retreat, and this retreat was for a breakthrough, so he would not come out again in a short time, and prepared a large number of condensation pills for the family in advance. After everything was arranged properly, Li Zhirui activated the formation of the quiet room, placed a large number of spirit stones around him, and added a layer of insurance for himself. Adjust your state, calm your mind, clear the many distracting thoughts in your mind. And then start to operate the exercises and breathe in the spiritual energy. Li Zhirui's breakthrough to the middle stage of foundation building was very plain, because he had already cultivated to perfection, and only practiced in seclusion for more than a month, and then he broke through naturally. His state was very stable, and he didn't even need to spend time consolidating his foundation before he could come out of retreat. However, he wanted to break through the late stage of foundation building in one fell swoop, so he didn't get up and remained in this state. It was not until half a year later that Li Zhirui felt that the time was ripe, and he took out the barrier-breaking pill without hesitation and swallowed it into his stomach. Bang! As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, it quickly turned into a mighty torrent of mana, rushing into Danshan and smashing into the Fahe. The Fahe was supported to expand rapidly, and waves of piercing pain made Li Zhirui tremble all over and almost fall off the cushion. He only knew that the barrier-breaking pill could help people break through quickly, but he didn't know that after taking it, it would make people feel so painful. But now, Li Zhirui can no longer give up, because once he gives up, not only will he waste the barrier-breaking pill, but it will also cause his Fahe to be damaged, and it will take a lot of time to repair. He can only grit his teeth and hold on, struggling to operate the skills, trying to speed up the absorption of this ball of mana. Li Zhirui had never felt that time was so slow. The endless pain made him want to give up several times. Fortunately, he was determined and finally persisted. After overcoming the crisis, Li Zhirui tasted the most delicious fruit. The vast Dharma Sea in Danshan and the barely detectable light golden yellow bud in the center of the Dharma Sea showed that he had successfully broken through the late stage of foundation building. However, this realm was achieved by relying on external objects, so the mana in his Dharma Sea was very frivolous, not like the liquid mana that a foundation building cultivator should have, but presented a rich misty state. Li Zhirui didn't care much about this. At most, he would spend a few years refining his mana. If he had to practice slowly, it would take at least 10 years for him to break through to the current realm, which was almost twice as long. Anyone would make the same choice as Li Zhirui. And with Li Zhirui's breakthrough, Daking and Zhaoqing, who had contracted with him, received another wave of mana feedback. Zhaoqing didn't understand why, but was very happy, because with his second wave of feedback, he was only one step away from the foundation building stage, and could even directly impact the second stage. But Daking felt very strange. He had just refined a ball of mana not long ago, how could he have it again now? But soon, he was also immersed in the excitement of his upcoming breakthrough, and had no time to think about it. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it was 5 months later. The door of the long-sealed quiet room was opened by Li Zhirui on an ordinary morning. After this period of practice, the mana in his body is no longer a light mist, and there is no risk of falling from the realm. After several years of seclusion, I finally broke through the late stage of foundation building. Li Zhirui raised his head and exhaled a long breath. Daking and Zhaoking, who heard the voice, looked over and shouted excitedly. I know you have also broken through, Li Zhirui smiled. If it weren't for their breakthrough, he would have obtained 2 balls of mana, which quickly consolidated his realm. Maybe he is still in the quiet room now. This is one of the benefits of practicing the Wanling Sutra. When a cultivator breaks through, it will bring mana feedback to the spirit beast, making it easier for the spirit beast to break through, and then it can work on the cultivator in turn. Let's go. I haven't been back to Banyan Island for a few years. Now it's time to go back and give second grandpa and the others a surprise cry. Since Zhaoking grew up, his cry has become very sharp, without any childishness. Okay, you take me back, but in this case, Daking will have to stay in the space. Speaking of which, this is his first time flying on Zhaoking, but he doesn't know how fast Zhaoking can fly. Li Zhirui sat on Zhaoking's broad back, and his huge body soared into the air, fanning a gust of wind. The sound was so loud that the nearby clansmen ran out to check the situation. It's okay, I came out of retreat to go back to the family, and Zhaoking made a commotion when he took off, Li Zhirui explained. Everyone put aside their doubts and uneasiness and turned to look at the huge spirit eagle, which was shining green under the sunlight. As expected of a third-grade spirit beast, its size is several times larger than the jade-billed eagle cultivated by the family, a member of the clan said with envy. Another person's concern was completely different, saying, do you think that Zhirui came out of retreat this time because he broke through to the middle stage of foundation building? Their realm was too low, and if Li Zhirui did not take the initiative to expose himself, they could not see his realm at all. It should be, right? Didn't he retreat for more than a year this time? He must have broken through to the middle stage of foundation building, this person said, and didn't you notice? That blue-winged eagle also broke through to the foundation building, as expected of a genius of the family. It has broken through again in just a few years. The reaction of the clan members was relatively calm, because they also practiced a 10,000 Spirits Sutra and knew that Zhaoking would definitely break through to the foundation building. But when Zhaoking came to the sky above the spirit fields cultivated by the casual cultivators outside the station, it caused a burst of exclamations. Li Zhirui ignored these casual cultivators, but they fell into a heated discussion. The content was nothing more than that spirit beasts like Zhaoking had all reached the foundation building stage, but they were still lingering in the key training stage. When Zhaoking flew out of Banyan Island and came to the sky above the sea, she revealed her true flying speed. The sudden increase in speed caught Li Zhirui off guard. The oncoming strong wind slapped his face hard, and the sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears. In the end, he used his magic power to prop up a protective shield to block these attacks. Zhaoking's speed after breaking through the foundation has surpassed his spirit ship, and Li Zhirui later learned that this is not Zhaoking's limit speed. If he bursts out with all his strength, it will be twice as fast. However, the price of doing so is that Zhaoking's mana is rapidly consumed. And the speed is too fast. His current physical body can't bear it. It took Zhaoking less than half a quarter of an hour to travel 200 or 300 miles before he landed safely on the Banyan Island. Cry, Zhaoking called in a low voice, as if she was acting like a spoiled child to Li Zhirui. He glanced at Zhaoking, shook his head and laughed, saying, go find that group of jade-billed eagles to play with. Before the voice faded, Zhaoking disappeared. Li Zhirui shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that Zhaoking still remembered his group of younger brothers after not coming back for several years. But now, he didn't need Daking to help him. Daking, are you going to stay in the space, or come out to see the Banyan Island, which has almost changed its appearance? Li Zhirui asked. Today, there are no tall banyan trees all over the Banyan Island, but various spiritual fruit trees and spiritual wood trees are planted. Before Li Zhirui approached the clan land, He noticed a faint spiritual energy in the air, which was also the reason why those low-level spiritual plants could survive. There were also flat and wide bluestone roads, and small paths extended from it, connecting the various mortal villages on the island. Mortal figures also appeared in the originally empty and sparsely populated places. Daking wanted to walk slowly towards the clan land with Li Zhirui, and he naturally would not refuse. Li Zhirui and Daking met many mortals on the road. They looked at him with respect but not fear. There was even a child who ran up to him and wanted to sit on Daking's back. Is the family doing this on purpose to keep the secular people and the monks close? Li Zhirui guessed secretly in his heart. The reason for doing this is nothing more than to enhance the sense of identity and belonging of the mortals of other surnames, especially those children, and the monks of other surnames who have tested their spiritual roots, to the Li family. Children are the most easily affected. Although they are still young and cannot exert any power, the benefits of the Li family's current move will be revealed in 10 or 20 years. And those monks of other surnames should want to deepen their connection and bond with Daring Island, and use the bonds of family affection, friendship, etc. to tie them to the Li family's ship. Thank you for your support. Chapter 149 Passion. Has the family changed the formation to protect the family? Li Zhirui looked at the defense shield in front of him with a flowing spiritual light, and said with a wry smile, I haven't been back for a few years, and I can't even get into the house. He suddenly remembered something. If the formation was changed, how did Zhao King get in? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before a clan member came to help him open the formation and solve his doubts. Brother Zhihao? How did you know I was back? Li Zhirui asked in surprise. Li Zhihao said unhappily, your Kangfang eagle is incredible. You actually wanted to force your way in and make such a big noise. Everyone in the family knows that you are back. Li Zhihao looked embarrassed. He really didn't expect that the family would suddenly change the formation to protect the family. As for Zhao King's behavior, with his current intelligence, it is indeed possible to do such an outrageous thing as forcing in. I just happened to be going to Redwood Island, so I opened the door for you by the way. Go in by yourself. After saying that, Li Zhihao drove the magic weapon away. You are Zhirui, right? Not long after Li Zhirui entered the clan land, he met an uncle of the Shi generation who was somewhat uncertain and greeted him. It's me. Long time no see, Uncle 13, Li Zhirui responded with a smile. The uncle asked familiarly, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I seen you for a long time? I've been practicing in Jiuquan Island for the past few years and haven't been back to Daring Island much. Li Zhirui looked at the child next to him who was about 5 or 6 years old and asked, Uncle 13, is this your child? Have you tested his spiritual roots? Oh, I forgot to introduce him to you. Uncle 13 suddenly realized and said quickly, this kid is called Li Zhirui. He just turned 5 last year. Fortunately, he has spiritual roots. At this point, he couldn't help but show a trace of pride on his face, and said, and he has 3 spiritual roots with a purity of 73 for the fire spiritual roots. His aptitude is much better than that of his father, me, stinky boy. Why don't you call me ninth brother? Ninth brother. Li Zhirui listened to the crisp voice, and the smile on his face became even deeper. His spiritual sense found a few bottles of jade spirit pails from the storage ring, and said, this is a gift from me, ninth brother. I hope you can practice well and break through the foundation. Although the two were of the same generation, they were 20 to 30 years older than each other, which made him feel like an elder. He subconsciously took out a gift. How can I be embarrassed? Uncle 13 struggled. He didn't want it rationally, but these bottles of jade spirit pails were of great help to his children, so he was reluctant to give them up. What's there to be embarrassed about? Li Zhirui ignored him and stuffed the jade bottle into Li Zhihau's arms, saying, Uncle 13, I just came back and didn't have time to pay my respects to my second grandfather, so I left first. Zhihao, practice well. Li Zhirui touched the little bean's head and walked towards the back hall. After entering the clan land, he found that the area had expanded several times, and there were many more small courtyards, but more of them were little kids of 8 or 9 years old who had just started practicing, whom he had never seen before. Unconsciously, the family now has so many cultivators. Li Zhirui sighed softly. Ignoring the curious looks of these radish heads, he was about to raise his foot when he was stopped by a familiar voice, saying, Zhirui, come to the main hall, everyone is waiting for you, big brother. Li Zhirui hurried over, but he didn't expect a commotion behind him. He vaguely heard something like, "So he is Li Zhirui, the most mysterious existence in the family. I thought he was very ugly, so he didn't show up." These messy words made Li Zhirui speechless, and he said, "Big brother, how do you introduce me? Ha 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 ha. I guarantee that your image in Linghuan is extremely positive, but these kids are very curious, and you haven't shown up for many years, so they came up with various versions by themselves," Li Zhirui said with a big laugh. After the two entered the main hall, Li Zhirui understood what Li Zhirui meant by everyone. Li Shiking, Li Shilian, Li Shiren. Almost all the senior members of the family are here. Isn't this too grand? I'm just going home, Li Zhirui secretly complained in his heart. Of course, he couldn't say such a treasonous thing. You, Li Shiking, who had the highest cultivation, saw through Li Zhirui's hidden cultivation at the first sight. His pupils shrank suddenly, and the words he wanted to say were paused. As for exposing it, since Li Zhirui concealed his cultivation when he came back, he wouldn't make a fuss. Middle stage of foundation building? Not bad. Li Shiking didn't know what to say for a while, and finally said such a dry word. Li Shiren on the side didn't notice it at all, and said happily, "Good boy. I haven't seen you for a few years, and now your cultivation has caught up with me. Then Uncle Ren, you have to work hard, otherwise in a few years, you will be surpassed by me," Li Zhirui joked without any strangeness. Everyone spoke up, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. "Have you refined the condensation pill in the past 2 years?" After joking, Li Zhirui started to talk about business. Before Li Zhirui went into seclusion, he refined almost 1,000 bottles of condensation pill and gave them to the family, but this number could not last for 2 years. Fortunately, the main source of income for the family is no longer the sale of spiritual objects, but the leasing of the spiritual fields on the 3 spiritual islands. In addition, there is Li Zhirui, a newly promoted second-level alchemist. Although her success rate is not high, she can continue to supply the family. No more. If you are in a hurry, I will go back and refine some later, Li Zhirui said casually. For him now, refining Ningguan is as simple as refining Yulingdan. It's not too urgent. When you have time, refine some and give them to the family. Li Zhirui shook his head and introduced the current situation of the family to Li Zhirui. Now the Li family is growing at an extremely exaggerated speed. The spiritual fields on the 3 spiritual islands alone will bring the Li family a huge income of hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones every year. And every year, dozens of children with spiritual roots appear. Now there are nearly 500 children in the family who have not yet embarked on the path of cultivation or have just started to cultivate. Fortunately, the Li family knows how to keep a low profile, otherwise it will surely attract the attention and vigilance of Yuan Mingzhuang. However, it is also possible that Yuan Mingzhuang did not take the Li family seriously. After all, after annexing Guangqing Zhao, its development speed was not slower than that of the Li family, and it also had a deeper foundation. Well, if there is nothing else, let's go back first. Li Shiking looked at Li Zhirui and said, "Come with me." Everyone did not think much about it, but Li Zhirui knew that his disguise had been seen through by Li Shiking. "Tell me, how did you break through to the late stage of foundation building?" Li Shiking's face was extremely serious, even stern, and he said coldly, "Do you want to give up the path of Taoism and just pursue temporary satisfaction?" Chapter 150 Borrowing Money. Li Zhirui explained with a smile, "Second grandfather, didn't I say before that I entered a golden elixir cave? In addition to the 2 magic weapons and magical jade slips I gave you, there is also a barrier-breaking pill. My current cultivation is obtained by swallowing the barrier-breaking pill." Seeing that Li Shiking was still serious, Li Zhirui had to emphasize, "Don't worry, my foundation is still solid now. In the next few years, I will work hard to consolidate my foundation and will not rush to continue to improve my cultivation." After Li Shiking got the guarantee, his face looked a little better. There was nothing to say about Li Zhirui's concealment of the barrier-breaking pill. After all, such a precious elixir would not be taken out by him. "From what you said, you want to go out for training again?" Li Shiking frowned and asked. In fact, the last time Li Zhirui came back, he hid in the small courtyard and didn't go out for a year. Li Shiking had a vague sense of it and guessed that he should have been seriously injured. After all, Li Zhirui was just a small cultivator in the early stage of foundation building at that time. How could he be safe and sound and get such precious magic weapons and magical powers? But at that time, Li Zhirui had refined the foundation building pill, and everyone was ecstatic. Li Shiking couldn't say anything, and he immediately went to Banyan Island afterwards and didn't come back for several years, so he didn't have a chance to say anything. Well, although it's a bit dangerous, the gains are also great, Li Zhirui nodded calmly, and even persuaded, second grandfather, it's not advisable to stay in the family all day long and work behind closed doors. Look at the disciples of that big force, don't they send their outstanding juniors to practice outside? They grow up in the tempering, so they will have higher achievements. Li Shiking glared at him and said, do you think I don't know? I also went out to practice for a period of time. It was precisely because of this experience that he reached a higher realm than Li Shilian, and even his current achievement of the golden pill was also related to it. It's just that the family doesn't have such a deep foundation now, although the family has now reached the peak period since its establishment. If you look closely, there is only one golden pill and 6 foundation building. Let the key training clan members go out to practice? It is unknown how many people will not be able to come back, and the number of foundation builders is too small. If any accident happens, it will be a big blow to the Li family. Let's wait until the family has more than 10 foundation builders before we talk about this matter. After a pause, Li Shiking said, of course, if they voluntarily go out, the family will not stop them. Li Zhirui saw that Li Shiking had an idea in mind, so he stopped persuading him and told him his plan. I want to go to Taixusao, where Taixudao is located in the north, to train. Taixudao? Li Shiking frowned. Taixudao is located in Taixusao, north of Guangqingsao. It is a giant force that is stronger than Yuanming sect, but not as strong as Shanli Mountain. The reason why it was not annexed by Shanli Mountain is because there is a Yuanying sect behind it, a Xuanbing sect further north. As for why Li Shiking frowned, it was mainly because Taixudao's reputation was not very good. This is not an orthodox immortal sect. Because there are unorthodox methods such as corpse and ghost refining in its sect, but it cannot be said to be a demon sect, because Taixudao is still dominated by immortal cultivators. And its style of doing things is free and unrestrained, and to put it bluntly, it is not picky about meat and vegetables, so that the environment of the entire Taixu state is relatively chaotic. Killing people for treasures and ambushing on the way are happening all the time. Of course, these things also happen in other places. However, there is one difference in Taixu state, that is, all cultivators will not hide their identities, and do things that are natural in an open and above-board manner, including Taixudao's disciples, and they are even the main force in doing such things. Taixudao even publicly announced that any casual cultivator who has killed a disciple in the sect can join the sect, and his identity and status are equal to that of the disciple. This move is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, making Taixu state full of assassinations and ambushes. I don't object to you going out for training, but Taixuzhao is not a suitable place for training. Li Shiking frowned, hoping that Li Zhirui would reconsider. If the giant cultivators don't take action, other cultivators may not be my opponents, Li Zhirui said with a smile, and by then, I will suppress my cultivation to the early stage, and the cultivators who attack me will definitely not be too strong. He was still very confident in the effective cicada breathing technique to conceal his cultivation. Wasn't it only Li Shiking who saw through his disguise just now? The reason why Li Zhirui chose Taixusao was that he wanted to condense his own magic power as soon as possible through a large number of battles. Qingshan mountain range could not meet his needs. Although there were many monsters in the mountains, he had to spend time looking for them himself, and the stronger the strength, the closer to the depths of the mountains where there were third-level monsters, it was not as safe as Taixusao. At least the giant and cultivators of Taixudao would not easily attack low-level cultivators before there was enough temptation. Forget it, since you have made up your mind, then it's up to you. Li Shiking shook his head helplessly and only reminded, be careful, and run away if you encounter any danger. This third-level thousand-vine spirit talisman, keep it well. This is one of the few third-level spirit talismans that Li Shiking has in his hand since he started learning to make talismans again. After all, although making talismans is a relatively simple skill of cultivation, it is not as easy as imagined after the grade is improved. Li Zhirui took the spirit talisman with a look of surprise. He didn't expect that he would have an unexpected gain. Okay, nothing else, you can go back. Li Shiking waved his hand and said, before going out for training, remember to tell the family. Yes, Li Zhirui responded and left. Li Shiking looked at his back, not knowing what he was thinking, and was in a trance for a while. Although Li Zhirui made up his mind to go out, he did not act immediately. He planned to stay in the family for a few months, leaving more condensation pills, and by the way, teach Li Zhirui how to make spirit pills. After all, after he left, Li Zhirui was the only second-level alchemist in the family. Time passed slowly, until half a month later. Li Zhirui came back from hunting and found him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Li Zhirui had a vague guess in his heart. Li Zhirui's cultivation level is now the 8th level of key training, and it seems that he is about to break through the 9th level. The purpose of looking for him is most likely to borrow contribution points to exchange for foundation building pills. Speaking of which, he gave the family 4 foundation building pills. In the past few years, only Li Zhirui used 1 to break through. The remaining 3 are still in the depths of the warehouse and no one has exchanged them. I want to borrow 40,000 contribution points from my 9th brother. After I build my foundation, I will pay back 50,000 contribution points to my 9th brother within 5 years, including the principal and interest. It was the first time that Li Zhirui borrowed something from someone, and it was such a large amount of contribution points. He was very nervous, fearing that Li Zhirui would refuse. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.